mayap pamanalakaran, nasaya at nga panangimaton, mapya nga pamamakaro.
Maayo nga pagtumalahan, tapat na pamamahalan.
Husay mo at katapat ay tagumpay ng mamamayan.
Tanglaw ng sulong gabay, dinangin ating galing. Pagkilala sa gawain ng mga kawani, magigiti. Taas noong pagpupugay saan man. Taas noong pagpupugay saan man. Sa sinupang tungkulin.
Husay mo at katapat ay tagumpay ng mamamayan. Husay mo at katapat ay tagumpay.
Umagang kay ganda ay natatanaw na.
May dalang ligaya at puno ng pag-asa. Oh, 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 eyo. Oh, 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 eyo. Oh, 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 eyo. Bayan mo'y lubos na pinagbala.
Sa iyong paglilingkod na isang biyaya.
Husay mo at katapat ay tagumpay
ng mamamayan. Tanglaw ng sulong gabay, dinangin ating galing. Pagkilala sa gawain ng mga kawani, magigiti.
Oh, 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 eyo. Oh, 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 eyo. Oh, 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 eyo.
Maayong pagtumala, hapsay nga pagtumara.
Bueno gobernanza, mayap pamanalakaran, nasaya at nga panangimaton, mapya nga pamamakaro.
Maayo nga pagtumalahan, tapat na pamamahalan.
Husay mo at katapat ay tagumpay ng mamamayan.
Tanglaw ng sulong gabay, dinangin ating galing. Pagkilala sa gawain ng mga kawani, magigiti. Taas noong pagpupugay saan man makarating. Husay at katapatan sa sinupang tungkulin.
Oh, oh, eyo. Oh, 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 eyo.
Umagang kay ganda ay natatanaw na.
May dalang ligaya at puno ng pag-asa. Oh, 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 eh, oh, 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 eh, oh, 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 eh, oh. Bayan mo'y lubos na pinagpala.
Sa iyong paglilingkod na isang biyaya, husay mo't katapat ay tagumpay ng mamamayan. Tanglaw ng sulong gabay, linangin ating galing, pagkilala sa gawain ng mga kawani, magigiti.
Oh, 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 eh, oh, 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 eh, oh, 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 eh, oh.
Maayong pagdumala, hapsay nga pagdumara.
Bueno gobernanza, mayapa pamanalakaran, nasaya at nga panangimaton, mapya nga pamamakaro.
Maayo nga pagdumalahan, tapat na pamamahalan.
Husay mo at katapat ay tagumpay ng mamamayan.
Tanglaw ng sulong gabay, linangin ating galing, pagkilala sa gawain ng mga kawani, magigiti. Taas noong pagpupugay saan man makarating, husay at katapatan sa sinumpang tungkulin.
Oh, oh, eh, oh, 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 eh, oh. Husay mo't katapat ay tagumpay ng mamamayan. Husay mo't katapat ay tagumpay.
Umagang kay ganda ay natatanaw na.
May dalang ligaya at puno ng pag-asa.
Once again, good morning, everyone. And while we are waiting for other participants to join our virtual room, again, may we request you to please accomplish the registration form through the link provided in the chat box. Also, we request you to take a look on the reminders flashed on your screen. We will start in 2 minutes.
Husay mo't katapat ay tagumpay ng mamamayan. Tanglaw ng sulong gabay, linangin ating galing, pagkilala sa gawain ng mga kawani, magigiti.
Oh, 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 eh, oh, 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 bueno gobernanza, mayapa pamanalakaran, nasaya at nga panangimaton, mapya nga pamamakaro.
Maayo nga pagdumalahan, tapat na pamamahala.
Husay mo at katapat ay tagumpay ng mama.
Now, joining us here in the Zoom platform is the Director of the Bureau of Local Government Supervision, Director Debbie T. Torres. Good morning, ma'am.
Pagkilala sa gawain ng mga kawani, mag-ibig, taas noong pagpupugay saan man makarating. Husay at katapatan sa sinumpang tungkulin.
Husay mo't katapat ay tagumpay ng mamamayan. Husay mo't katapat ay tagumpay.
Good morning, everyone. Before we start the activity, let us put ourselves in the holy presence of God for the opening prayer to be led by Miss Kristen John Aragon Tumiao.
Dear God, as we gather here today for this meeting, we invite your presence to be with us. We thank you for the opportunity to come together to discuss important matters and seek solutions to challenges we may face. We ask for your wisdom and guidance to lead us in our discussions and decisions. May your peace and understanding be upon us as we work towards the common goals and objectives that have brought us together. Help us to be respectful and mindful of each other's ideas and opinions, and to approach this meeting with open hearts and minds. May your love and grace be the foundation of our interactions as we seek to achieve our objectives in ways that are pleasing to you. We pray for success and productivity in this meeting and for blessings upon each member of this group. May your will be done in all that we say and do, both in this meeting and beyond. In your name we pray. Amen.
Once again, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 2023 Seal of Good Local Governance National Orientation. In behalf of the SGLG National Working Team, we thank all of you for participating in this day's activity. At this point, we would like to acknowledge, of course, the presence of our participants from our SGLG partner agencies, DALG officials, and other colleagues from the department. Once again, thank you po for your participation and continued support to the SGLG. At this juncture, to officially open the activity and to give her welcome remarks, let us welcome our director, the Director of the Bureau of Local Government Supervision, Director Debbie Titos. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Magandang umaga sa ating lahat. Hello po. Hindi ko lang makita magkaway-kaway yung iba, but sana ay nasa mabuting kalagayan tayong lahat. Good morning, masigla at ligtas na umaga, maayong buntag, and sa lahat ng pananalita, ito pwede ko sanang gamitin. Pero let me just say good morning everyone. Ayan, nagbabay-babay na si natin. Of course, our courtesies and respects sa ating mga peers, sa ating mga partners, sa ating mga guests present. Mag-opening na ba ako diretso? Kim? At mag-acknowledge sa ating mga kasamahan. Isa-isahin ko sila ha, kung okay lang.
Yes po, ma'am. Go lang po.
That's great. Thank you so much. Of course, ang ating mga kasamahan, i-greet ko kayo for and on behalf of DALG Secretary Benjamin Abalos Jr., sa ating CGLG na Chair, si Yusek Iringan, and of course, our Assistant Secretary Odi Pasaraba, and ang ating BLGSL GPMD team na nagsisecretariat ng ating CGLG at lahat na endeavors natin sa SGLG. For and on behalf of all of us, maraming salamat po for your valuable presence, everyone, and it is a delight to be with you this morning. At isa-isahin ko po ang ating mga kasamahan na dito at nag-confirm po sa ating discourse this morning on the Seal of Good Local Governance and how to go about the entire governance measure ang ating pag-uusapan. Kasama natin today ang ating mga TWG heads and partner agencies. Firstly, good morning and welcome sa ating discourse, Sec Francis Bringas and our DepEd colleagues. And kung mayroon tayong ibang kasamahan na kailangan nating i-recognize, please beep me po. From DOF, BLGF, Director Brenda Miranda and our colleagues from BLGF, of course, from DSWD, si Ma'am Sylvia Alegre and our DSWG colleagues, from the Department of Tourism, andito si Sir Ramil Basuel and DOT colleagues, si Sir Carl Christian Abalos of NEDA, good morning and welcome. And of course, sa ating mga kasamahan from the DLG Central Office, thank you kayo, Ma'am Relene, Director Relene of OPDS, and from Region 1, kasama natin sina RD Agnes De Leon and ARD Lalata. From Region 2, si ARD BFF Beshime, ARD LPG Dorwin. Pasensya na po at na-miss lang namin itong aming kaibigan. Direct ARD Ray Moranan of Region 3. May Maropa, pasensya na. May Maropa, And of course, Region 3, kasama natin si RD Ton Nuida. And R4A, kasama natin si ARD Noel Bartolabak. May maropa si ARD Ray. Si Ma'am Joadan Lucero, Ma'am Jao of Region 5. Region 6, kasama natin si RD Jovian, Inhinyero. Region 7, si Ma'am Ma'am Wela Lucino. And of course, Region 8, good morning, Ma'am Attorney Darwin Bibar. And Region 9, si ARD Imboy Libot from Region 10, ang aking kaibigan, si Ma'am Yvette Tolentino Sunga. Ay, kaibigan ko pala lahat ito. Beshi May, Ma'am Yvette. Region 11, kasama natin si RD Alex and si Sir Matalam, ARD Matalam. Region 12, ang aking Beshi na best friend. Kasi po, kabatch namin, pasensya na po at may mga ganito akong mga additional na pang-introduce sa mga classmates. ARD Lailin Ortiz. And from Region 13, si ARD Donald. And from CAR, Diyos ko, pasensya na, ang aking kaibigang si Sir Rupert Maribay Jr. From BARM, of course, kasama natin si Director Fosha Romangkap Abdullah. And of course, NCR, si Ma'am Ondet Agustin and ARD Annalyn Baltazar Cortez. Kasama rin po natin sa ating pag-uusap ngayon lahat ng mga provincial directors, ating mga cluster heads, cluster leaders, kasama natin mga provincial focal persons, regional focal persons, ating mga MLGOs, CLGOs. We also have representatives from NBOO and BLGD, may from CODIX, may from the Planning Service, from LGA. Kasama po natin sa usapin na ito ngayon. Kaya maraming salamat sa inyong pagdalo. Pag-uusapan natin today, no, of course, interestingly, gusto kaagad natin gustong makita yung lahat ng mga indicators. But of course, i-understand muna natin itong ano ba talaga ang pinaka-objective ng ating usapin para ma-align tayo sa lahat ng governance direction natin. So this will be given in our orientation, and then we will talk about the theme of our 2023 SGLG so that we will be directed para kung saan tayo papunta, no, as our overall guidance ng SGLG. And then remind lang po namin kayo that within the year, magpapadala po tayo ng isang addendum at ipapaloob po natin doon kung if ginawa po nating mga usapin, pinoprofile natin ngayong taon, ay may posibilidad na idadagdag natin siya or pang-upgrade natin siya na indicator in 2024. So para hindi naman ma-shock yung ating mga local government units, ito po ipapaalam natin within the year so that ma-prepare sila for 2024. So we will be directed by our theme for 2023, and this will also be provided. Pero paunahan ko na lang po kayo. So we will be setting the LGUs in motion for a more prosperous, inclusive, and resilient society. Ito po ang direction ng ating 2023 SGLG, buong istorya ng SGLG for 2023. And of course, ibibigay ng ating Team Melay and Team Charles of LGPMD ang highlights ng ating 2023 SGLG story and journey. Kaya po, dito po magre-revolve ang ating pag-uusap, and then we will focus on our indicators for 2023 and ano po ang ating hahanapin and how we will go about the entire journey. Kaya hindi ko na po hahabaan, for and on behalf of Secretary Anyo, USLG Iringan, ASEC Odi Pasaraba, buong team ng BLGS, buong team ng SGLG, LGPMD, and CGLG Secretariat. Maraming salamat po, and let us enjoy and learn from each other today until tomorrow. Good luck sa ating discourse. Thank you so much. Over to you, Kim.
Once again po, thank you so much to our Director, Ma'am Debbie T. Torres, for that welcome message. Maraming salamat po. Pwede po ba tayo mag-request na ng isang photo op sa lahat po ng ating participants for this national orientation? Hanggat nandito po lahat, ng ating mga officials from different offices. Requesting everyone to kindly open their cameras po for the photo ops. For a while lang po.
Ano, sir?
Ay, isa ni Boy.
Okay, for a while lang po. Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Ano ang ano mo?
Next slide po.
Ano ba yan?
One more po.
So much! Ulit.
Okay, thank you so much po again sa ating mga participants. Again, we are requesting everyone to kindly mute their microphones po. Maraming salamat po. Okay, once again po, thank you, Director Debbie, for that opening message. At this juncture, to give us an overview of the 3-day national orientation, let us welcome our Assistant Division Chief, Mr. Charles Anthony Vega.
Thank you, Kim, and good morning to everyone, all our participants. Maraming salamat po for joining us. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat ng mga tagapagtaguyod ng
Recording
mabuti
in
at tapat
progress.
na pamamahala. It is nice to see familiar and new faces for this year's 2023 SGLG National Orientation. Ever since we've started implementing the SGLG, its national working team always provides an avenue for our DILG colleagues to be oriented with the updated guidelines of every implementation cycle of the SEAL. Of course, this year is no different, and at this point, I would be providing you with an overview of our national orientation. For this year's national orientation objectives, we hope to continuously have a harmonized understanding of the SEAL. Why are we here? Endeavoring to implement a mechanism to assess LGU performance. Who benefits when we successfully and truthfully implement an SGLG cycle? Of course, we do this since we regularly have new implementation partners, new focal persons, and of course, a renewed sense of appreciation for the program itself. This is also an opportunity for us to be familiarized with the new and upgraded indicators and benchmarks across all our governance areas. We know at the National Working Team that there were a lot of surprising upgrades and additions to the 2023 SGLG. Later, we will have a chance to listen to the presentations of the TWGs to be oriented on the new indicators. Pero reminder po, this is not a workshop. Again, this is not a workshop. But of course, we welcome your clarifications, especially for critical and new indicators. The indicators that you will be oriented with today already went through the rigorous review of the technical working groups, the Council of Good Local Governance, and the National Working Team. Of course, incorporating some of your recommendations as well as applicable. We will also get accustomed to the implementation process and assessment tools to capture the necessary information that will yield a picture of what good local governance is. Finally, we hope to lay out our strategies and plans for the 2023 SGLG cycle. We know that we are starting later than usual, and over the course of this 2.5-day activity, we will be able to lay down our plans of action for the implementation of the 2023 cycle in our respective offices, units, and areas of jurisdiction. All right, so ano po ba ang flow ng program natin from today until the 3rd day? So for this day, ang first day natin, we will have an overview of the 2023 SGLG implementation and pre-evaluation. This will be delivered by DC Melanie Kiton. Then after that, magkakaroon tayo ng presentation on the SGLG forms and technical references. By 11 a.m., we will have a presentation. Can we go back to the previous slide? Oh, no, no, tama. This is day one. We will have a presentation on the financial administration and sustainability governance area. And then after that, we will pause for a break for lunch. And then come afternoon, we will resume our presentation of the different indicators by the technical working groups with programs for sustainable education, to be followed by tourism, heritage development, culture, and the arts, and to be concluded today with the governance area on social protection and sensitivity. So hinuli po namin yung pinaka malaman na governance area for today. So we hope na hindi po mag-wane yung ating energy by the time na discuss natin yung social protection later this afternoon. Now tomorrow, we will start our morning with a recap, and then to be followed, sisimulan agad natin ng isa pang napakalaking governance area with disaster preparedness. As you would notice, both social protection and disaster preparedness, we dedicated 2 hours for that presentation, including, of course, the interaction with our regional and field counterparts para po sa inyong mga clarifications on the indicators. That will be followed by a presentation of the TWG on safety, peace, and order. And then once again, we pause for lunch. This is tomorrow. And then in the afternoon, we will start the presentations with health compliance and responsiveness, to be followed by business friendliness and competitiveness, environmental management, and finally, youth development. So hopefully, by tomorrow, matatapos po natin lahat ng 10 governance areas na ma-orient po kayo sa mga bagong indicators. And then of course, we all know that on Friday, we are celebrating Idil Fitr, so we don't have work on that day. So we resume our orientation on Monday. So on Monday, day 3, again, we will start the morning with a recap. Half day na lang po tayo sa Monday. And then to be followed by the presentation of SGLG Forms 4 and 5. Then susundan po ito ng online platforms, an orientation on the online platforms, paano po natin gagamitin yung Google Drive, yung SGLG Online Data Capture Facility, what are the improvements, what are the new features of our online facility to capture this information. I-discuss po namin yan on Monday. That will be followed by the implementation schedule and action planning. You might be wondering, ano kaya yung magiging implementation schedule natin for this year? And then after that, we will have a post-evaluation. We will check kung paano po ninyo na-receive yung information that we delivered during this national orientation. And then finally, we are closing this national orientation before 12 noon. So yun po yung in store for us for the next 2.5 days of this activity. All right, so I hope you're all excited para sa national orientation natin. Marami pong mga nagme-message, nagchat-chat, tumatawag, nagtatanong kailan po ba ang national orientation. And here we are already conducting it. So I hope that we open our minds, we welcome this information na i-orient po namin kayo with today, of course, together with the different technical working groups. So basically, that is what to expect for this national orientation. Maraming salamat po. But now, as we usually do, we will have a pre-test, some sort of quiz or assessment, well, to check the level of understanding we currently have with the SGLG. Don't worry, hindi po ito graded. Wala pong grade na kaakibat yung pre-test at wala ring bearing sa SGLG results. So you can rest assured na hindi po ito makaka-apekto sa SGLG results. But to administer the pre-test, I'll turn this over to Remsi. Rems?
Thank you, ADC Charles. So kindly access na po our pre-test evaluation through the link or through the QR code on your screen. And then we will be giving you 15 minutes to accomplish this. And as you accomplish this po, may we request po that we refrain from referring or opening our notes so that we can have a better estimate of your current knowledge on the different topics that we will be discussing in this 3-day orientation. So the time now is 9:38 and we will be giving you 15 minutes to accomplish the pretest evaluation. The pretest link po will also be sent through our chat box.
Okay, everyone, as mentioned po by ADC Charles and Kuya Revsi, we will be sending the link for our
To lead
pre-test po
us
sa
in
ating
our
chat box. So again, we are requesting all participants from RO, from POs, from our field offices to take a look on the link and QR code provided in our screen for the pre-test. And we'll be giving you 10 to 15 minutes. Ngayon po ay 9:38. Balik po tayo ng around 9:55 or 9:50 or earlier po for the continuation of our discussion.
Umagang kay ganda ay natatanaw na.
May dalang ligaya at puno ng pag-asa. Oh, 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 eh, oh, 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 eh, oh, 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 eh, oh. Bayan mo'y lubos na pinagpala.
Sa iyong paglilingkod na isang biyaya. Husay mo at katapat ay tagumpay ng mamamayan. Tanglaw ng sulong gabay, linangin ating galing. Pagkilala sa gawain ng mga kawani, magigiting.
Oh, 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 eh, oh, 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 eh, oh, 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 eh, oh.
Maayong pasay nga pagtumara.
Bueno gobernanza, mayapa pamanalakaran, nasaya at nga panangimaton, mapya nga pamamakaro.
Maayo nga pagtumalahan, tapat na pamamahala. Husay mo at katapat ay tagumpay ng mamamayan. Tanglaw ng sulong gabay, linangin ating galing. Pagkilala sa gawain ng mga kawani, magigiting. Taas noong pagpupugay saan man makarating. Husay at katapatan sa sinumpaang tungkulin.
Oh, oh, eh, oh, 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 eh, oh, 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 eh, oh, oh, oh,
Umagang kay ganda ay natatanaw na.
May dalang ligaya at puno ng pag-asa. Oh, 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 eh, oh, 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 eh, oh, 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 eh, oh. Bayan mo'y lubos na pinagpala.
Sa iyong paglilingkod na isang biyaya. Husay mo at katapat ay tagumpay ng mamamayan. Tanglaw ng sulong gabay, linangin ating galing, pagkilala sa gawa.
Everyone, last 4 minutes po for you to accomplish our pre-test. Pero malaya naman po kayo hanggang mamaya. Nandiyan naman po sa ating chat box yung link ng ating pre-test. Also, we would like to remind everyone to kindly accomplish the attendance form through the link provided in the chat box. Also, we'd like to remind or request everyone to kindly rename your Zoom name, indicating the office you represent for easy recognition po later, the identification during the discussion, especially po sa ating question and answer portion. Maraming salamat po.
Husay mo at katapat ay tagumpay ng mamamayan. Tanglaw ng sulong gabay, linangin ating galing, pagkilala sa gawain ng mga kawani, magigiti, taas noong pagpupugay saan man.
Magandang umaga po ulit. So after 15 minutes, nakakuha na po tayo ng 314 responses sa ating pong pre-test evaluation. Nakita na rin po natin na yung average score ay nasa 12 at saka yung current knowledge po natin sa iba't ibang areas ay nandoon sa average level. So hayaan po ninyo, tingnan natin yung mga kadalasan po nating maging mistake dito sa ating pre-test para mabigyan po natin ng focus sa ating mga discussion later. Maraming salamat po, Kim.
Thank you, Kuya MC. At maraming salamat din po sa lahat ng participants natin na nag-accomplish ng ating pre-test, ng ating pre-evaluation. And now, at this juncture, as we continue with the orientation to discuss the overview of the SGLG implementation for CY 2023, here's our Division Chief, Ms. Melanie F. Kiton. This will be followed by the presentation of the SGLG forms and other technical references by Ms. Kristen Chan A. Pamial. Ate Melay, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Naririnig po ba ako ng lahat? Ayan po, pasensya na. It took us some time to call all of you to this national orientation since marami pa po kaming mga inayos at our level, no? We have several exchanges with the technical working groups and of course, sa mga other concerned offices na may may hawak dun sa mga indicators na to. And we have started with the process of developing the guidelines for the SGLG. Actually, nag-start naman siya nung last year with the start of the consultation among the TWGs. Then we resumed in January. And as of now, marami naman na tayo natapos. In fact, yung mismo meron tayong draft guidelines. It's just that nakapending pa to sa legal service for more than a month now. So, kaya hindi namin siya mailabas. Totoo naman yun, more than a month na sa kanila. So, but we are following up para matutukan na talagang mag-go na tayo sa ating implementation. Well, anyway, I hope natanggap niyo po yung email namin last night. We are sorry for the delay in on releasing our documents because we wanted kahit papano na ma-resolve ang mga issues from our end, no? Bago namin ito mai-release sa inyo. So if you do not have a copy of the materials pa, this would include the technical notes and the major forms of the SGLG assessment. Please coordinate with the focal person with the regional focal person. Nag-send po kami ng link sa kanila. Or we can also actually post it here, yung link sa chat na lang para direct niyong makuha yung materials. Anyway, let us start off with the overview of the SGLG. Sa mga karamihan dito, very familiar yung names and the faces that we saw kanina nung tayo nag-photo ops, no? So, welcome back to the SGLG. Welcome to the 2023 implementation. And we would also like to welcome to the SGLG family, may yung mga bagong focal persons. Madami po ba ang mga bago dito ngayon? From the region, from the provinces. Malamang po pati yung mismong RAT, may mga nabago rin, RAT head, and our CSO partners. So, welcome to this national orientation po. We hope na makapag-stay po kayo with us until our third day on Monday. So, we will make this sessions as light as possible and as enriching and as enlightening as possible. So, please take note lang po of other rules in the discussions, no? So let we let the PWGs finish the presentation, then kung may mga questions sa chat box lang po. And ano pa ba? Yun lang naman yung mga few reminders na kanina. So for those who have been with the SGLG since 2014, alam nyo na tong overview on the SGLG, but for the sake of The new ones, ano din natin, ipapakita natin ulit. So, next slide, please. So, the SGLG is a form of a performance assessment, no? So, ito, meron tayong mga definitions dito on what we mean by performance and what we are gauging when we look into organizational performance. So, sa ano naman po, sa part ng local government units, kasi sila yung ating pinaka-subject of the assessment, ang basic outputs nila are manifested in both section 16 and 17. So, ito yung pinaka-ultimate goal nila, ito yung dapat nilang ma-realize. So, along the process, ito dapat yung mga nare-realize nila. How effective are their actions? How timely are how timely are they in reaching their goal? And how well do they employ their resources in achieving their goal? So basically, ito yung mga tinitignan natin on when we say performance assessment. Yung 3 na yon, how effective, how timely, how well. The LGUs, so along the way to, no? Along the way in fostering the general welfare. Next slide, please. So, as we connect this with the general, with the mandate of general supervision of the DILG, tayo po ay nakakonect dun sa pinaka performance oversight ng function ng DILG. Ang itong performance assessment. So the DILG has several performance assessment systems, no? Hindi lang SGLG, we also have mas specific na topics like POC, ADAC. We also have barangay level na mga ano nito, barangay level na assessment systems. But the SGLG is like more holistic kasi dahil meron siyang 10 governance areas. Next slide, please. So we use the results of performance assessment in determining the interventions that we would be introducing for capacity development. On our part, the performance assessment results of the SGLG is linked with incentives and awards. And of course, for the national government, pwede rin naman itong magigamitin as a basis for disciplinary actions. At the local level, performance assessment results can be used for planning, budgeting, legislation, and executive decisions or actions. Next slide, please. As you may all be aware now, no, the SGLG is a progressive assessment system. So, ang ibig sabihin nito, we upgrade annually. So, we started off with the Seal of Good Housekeeping back in 2010. Then, this was the SGH was implemented until 2012. Then, eventually in 2013, because of the results that we got with the SGH, no, kasi malaki ang compliance rate talaga ng SGH, madami tayong mga passers noon, we thought of introducing a more upgraded assessment system, which is the Seal of Good Local Governance, and we started off with just 6 areas, then upgraded to 7 areas, then eventually in 2018, nagkaroon tayo ng all-in principle kasi dati nagsimula tayo sa 3+1, then 4+1, then all-in. Then with the enactment of the SGLG Act, naging 10 governance areas ang SGLG, and magkakaroon din siguro ng time na mag-expand pa rin itong 10 areas na to because there are a lot of areas of governance. No? As much as possible, ginagawa natin ng paraan na ilagay na lang muna sila sa kung anong nila, kung saan sila mas nababagay na area para hindi siya masyadong overwhelming tingnan. So, from 2014, nag-implement tayo ng SGLG. Hindi lang tayo nakapag-implement ng 2015, wala tayong assessment nun. And, pero dun tayo kasi nagbigay ng award. So, we call it the 2015 SGLG. Then, wala tayong assessment nung kasagsagan ng pandemic. That was 2020 and 2021. So, we resumed in 2022. Next slide, please. With the full-scale implementation of the SGLG Act. Ito po pala yung parang pinaka performance framework natin. Di bale, sinasabi lang dito that ito, meron na pala explanation dito. Pasensya na. May explanation pala ito, 2 bullets dito. That we want to boost local government performance, and how do we do about it? We strengthen inputs. Then, so that we could bring about the necessary outputs and outcomes. And ano kasi to, encompassing ang pag-uphold ng governance principles across all areas. So what do we usually espouse? Yung governance principles of accountability, transparency, and participation. So next slide, please. And these are the 4 primary things that we looked at the SGLG. Ito siya, LGU capacity, how LGUs uphold governance principles, kung paano nagmamanifest ang supervisory function, and of course, kung paano naman, based on the inputs ng LGUs, yung ability to deliver, ano yung kanilang naging outputs and outcomes. So when we say LGU capacity, we look into structure, systems, mechanisms, plans, and budget. These are the usual inputs na meron sa the LGUs. So, halimbawa ng structure, this would be the councils na meron, o di kaya yung physical structures, yung buildings na napatayo, etc. And governance principles across all areas naman to. Itong supervisory function, ever since, I think it was 2019 when we introduced it, no? Yung tungkol sa, when dapat, pag pinasa mo yung province, dapat isa sa mga qualifier niya is 10% of its LGUs, of its component cities and municipalities should also be passers. Simple lang naman ito. When you have 140 LGUs, component cities and municipalities, dapat at least 10% o di kaya 14 LGUs. Tama ba ang aking 10%? 14 LGUs ang papasa. So, simple yung computation, pero syempre, getting there is not simple kasi kailangan ipasa ng mga component cities and municipalities natin yung minimum requirements of the SGLG. And for this year, we will also be introducing, so ito na yung isa sa mga bago, no? We will be introducing SGLGB as a requirement or a test of results of acceptability for component cities and municipalities. Pero hindi po resulta ang titingnan natin dito, but just the participation. I know wala pa rin lumalabas ata na guidelines for the SGLGB, but this is a test of result acceptability kasi, so it can be applied after the regional assessment. So matatapos naman sila. That's, I am hoping for that. So, yun ang isa sa mga bago ngayon sa SGLG implementation. Then, for outputs and outcomes, makikita dito yung, tinitingnan natin dito kung paano na-utilize yung percent utilization ng LGU sa mga funds available sa kanila, o yung quality ng services na pinapakita nila o binibigay nila sa mga LGUs, etc. So, ito po ito yung mga basic things that we look for in the SGLG. Next slide, please. Ito na po yung ating batas. It is RA 11292. This is our second year of implementation for the act. Sabi ko nga, we had to postpone its implementation dahil dun sa kasagsagan ng pandemic ng 2020 and 2021. Next slide, please. These are the 10 governance areas. Financial administration, may kadugtong ito, and sustainability. Then disaster preparedness, social protection and sensitivity. Safety, peace and order, business friendliness and competitiveness, environmental management, tourism, heritage, development, culture and the arts, and the newer ones, yung program for sustainable education, health compliance and responsiveness, and youth development. Next slide, please. So basically, itong mga next slides, pinapakita lang yung pinaka-outcome statement, no, for each governance area. For financial administration and sustainability, we just call this FA o di kaya FAS. Ang kanyang pinaka-outcome statement is upholding the practice of fiscal discipline and sustainability and transparency and accountability in the use of public funds. For disaster preparedness, foster resiliency as it prepare for challenges posed by hazards and disasters. And social protection, demonstrating responsiveness to the needs of and specific meaningful engagement of vulnerable and marginalized sectors. For health, mahaba po, ayoko na po siyang basahin isa-isa, tingnan na lang po natin, no? Ibibigay naman natin itong mga presentation. For sustainable education, ito naman, it looks into reforms and programs to support the vision of quality education. For business friendliness, it is facilitating ease of doing business. Next slide, please. For safety order, protecting constituents from threats to life. Environmental management, upholding the integrity of the environment. For tourism, nurturing of forest tourism, culture, and heritage. Youth development, meaningful participation of the youth in local governance and nation building. So these are the members of the Council of Good Local Governance. No, ang Council of Good Local Governance is the policy-making advisory body of the SGLG. So anything that concerns the SGLG in terms of its implementation, or any concerns regarding indicators will have to be tackled by the council. So, well, i-refer nyo muna sa TWG and council is the final say. So the council is headed by the DILG. And we have 10 other members. Next slide. And these are the heads of the SGLG, TWG heads of each SGLG area. Yan po, for the DILG, we co-chair business friendliness and competitiveness, and bumalik na ba tayo? Pasensya na po. Hindi ko alam kung saan nyo kami huling narinig. Balikan na lang natin, no, TWG heads by each area. No? Ito po yung mga nagko-compose nung TWG heads. Meron po yung, actually, ang membership po ng each TWG is more than 10 yan. Huwag na po natin isa-isahin kasi madami talaga. But for the DILG, we co-chair business friendliness and competitiveness and youth development, and we share yung sa safety and order. So basically, ang TWG ang gumagawa, nagde-deliberate ng indicator system for each governance area, tapos sila yung magre-recommend sa Council of Good Local Governance. So the SGLG is linked with the incentive fund. So kung sino man yung papasa sa SGLG ay makakatanggap ng incentive fund to finance development projects. Next slide, please. Ito naman po yung mga samples ng mga eligible projects that which we can use the SGLG IF na pondo. Next slide, please. And ito yung pinaka gusto nating ma-enhance sa SGLG, yung paggamit ng ating results. So basically, as of now, mas ginagamit siya sa mga researches and pag-enrich nung mga studies na ginagawa ng iba't ibang stakeholders. In the case of halimbawa ng LGA, ginamit ito sa segmentation, LGU segmentation, na yung report ay nirelease na ng LGA. Next slide, please. Okay, next slide. I think ito highlights ito nung 2022 assessment, no? So for the information of everyone, we were able to cover all LGUs, which is a first time kasi dati hindi natin ito naka-cover. Lagi tayong may kulang. Pero last year, we were able to cover all. So 1,715 LGUs. We validated 441 LGUs or 25%, and out of the 441, nalaglag po ang halos 100 pala ito nalaglag na. So we were able to award 352 LGUs nationwide, no? Consisting of 18 provinces, 60 cities, and 274 municipalities. Next slide. Ang ano na po, ito po ang ating profile ng passers. Overtime na to, no? 6-time passers, meron tayo, which means from the first year of assessment ng SGLG, pumasa na siya. 25 LGUs, 5-time passers, may na-miss out siyang isa, 58. 4-time, 74, 3-time, 73, 2-time, ganun din. And first-time passers would be 48. Yung mga first-time passers, yung pumasa ito nung mga I think nung last year ito, 2022. Next slide, please. And we were able na, thank you for your cooperation, no? Na kahit papaano na kompleto na namin ang pagko-correct ng mga governance assessment reports. We know nakapending pa ito sa amin, pero kasi inuna namin munang tapusin itong ating pang orientation. But susunod na namin po itong pag-release ng governance assessment report for 2022. Pero meron na po kaming overall results, no, nationwide. So makikita nyo dito ang ranking kung ano yung pinakamataas ang passing rate among the 10 areas. So ito yung mga medyo mas simple lang ng mga areas. Halimbawa, youth development is yun yung pinakamataas, which is 87%. So yung pinakamahirap i-comply ang requirements ay obvious naman po dito, no? Mula sa 6, 7, 8, 9, magkakasunod siya. Finance, disaster preparedness, social protection and sensitivity, and health. So pinakamahirap i-comply yung mga requirements for health. Pero pag napapansin niyo naman, ang health po kasi, we have introduced mostly outcome indicators under health. So, expected talaga na mahirap itong i-comply kasi maraming mga players na involved dito. And at mas mahirap talaga siya kasi marami ding actions na kailangan para ma-achieve itong certain benchmark for this indicator. So, health compliance and responsiveness is at 34%. So, ito po, nationwide ang ating performance, no? Passing rate for each governance area. Next slide, please. Ito naman, pag-highlight ng mga high ang compliance. We have identified 2 for each in this area, no? In these areas na identified dito, we have enlisted 2 for each. So, ito yung pag high compliance, we define it as 80% above. So below 80%, that would be low already. So ito siya. Ang pinakamataas dito so far is 90-something. So for the approval of budget, kasi meron pa tayong, for example, for financial administration, no? Mataas yung approved annual budget kasi meron pa tayo dito consideration for LGUs na nakapagpasa ng budget until March. So pag hindi napasa ng December 31, may consideration tayo no March na aprubahan yung budget. Hanggang March. Tapos dito sa DP, mataas ang compliance for both pagkakaroon ng operation center, which is either permanent or temporary, and mechanisms for preemptive and forced evacuations. So this is very simple, issue once lang kasi ang hinahanap natin dito. For social protection, ito naman yung mga tataas. Samples lang po ito na hindi ito pangkalahatan na mataas. Meron pa pong iba. And for SPS, we have early childhood care and development and the local code for children. And for health, ang mataas naman po yung pinaka-mandatory indicator natin for health. This is the local investment plan for health, which is at 87%. Naalala nyo, ang processing natin for health kasi is mandatory, which is the LIPH plus 2 o di kaya 3, depende kung anong level of LGU. Next slide, please. For sustainable education, mataas ang compliance for the local education, alignment of the PPAs on local education with the priorities ng LGU on education reforms. And for BFC, for business friendliness and competitiveness, yung tracking system for local economic data. So this is mostly computerized. For POC audit, overall, mataas yung yung passing. This is 87. For logistical support to local PNP, napakataas, 95. For solid waste management plan, mataas din siya, it's 92 kasi meron din naman tayong consideration dito as long as nag-undergo na review. For tourism, mataas din naman siya. And for tracking system of tourism data, both at 95%. Next slide, please. For the low compliance, ito po highlights lang po ito na hindi ito yung mababa lang. Meron pa pong iba. Pero we want to highlight na yung isa sa mga indicators, major indicators na mababa ang compliance is on utilization. So yung paggamit ng mga LGU sa kanilang pondo na available. So for financial accountability, average local revenue growth is just at 72% kahit ang ating requirement lang dito is above 0. Well, we've considered naman that this is the pandemic time, 2020 and 2021. So expected talaga na medyo may pagbaba ng revenue growth ng may LGUs. But kahit pa paano, it is more than 50% naman. But when we look at the SGLG, this is just 70% sa mababa siya. For ERA, it's at 60%. The others, itong sa DP, it is at 53% kasi meron tayong dito, upgrade. So yung mga dahilan ng mga pagbaba ng iba ay dahil may upgrade ito. Pero previously mataas na yung compliance rate nito kasi simple lang yung hinahanap nating requirement per indicator. I would like to emphasize on the participation in the GK sale because next year, ito na yung ultimate measure for disaster preparedness. So, kailangan matutukan ito ng LGUs. It is not just the participation kasi ang titignan na, it is also the compliance of the LGU. So, kailangan pumasa siya dun sa measures ng GK seal for next year. So, emphasize lang po namin yan, no? And for accessibility, although mataas na yung ating compliance rate ng mga nakaraan, nag-upgrade kasi rin tayo dito. Kasi nag-specific na tayo kung anong klaseng flooring, halimbawa yung hinahanap, and tinignan din kung ano yung mga measures ng spaces na dapat meron, halimbawa yung toilet, yung mga ganun. For gender and development, ang pagkakaalala ko, ito rin ay may patungkol sa utilization ang naging issue niya. And for health compliance, HCR, makikita nyo yung last two indicators dito ay mga outcome indicators. So, mababa yung ating naging compliance rate dito. So, yung LESO, napaka-critical, lalo na panahon ng pandemic. So, only 33% of LGU has it. Access to drinking water, well, ano pa rin naman ito? Challenge to all LGUs. And prevalence of stunting among children. Oh, sorry for the spelling, under 5. Ito yung ating pinaka-ultimate measure for malnourishment. Baka naghahanap kayo ng ng percentage of malnourished children, pero ito na yung pinaka-magandang indicator for it, yung prevalence ng stunting. So, mababa. Meron din kasi itong benchmark na hinahabol. May target, may national target tayo for it. Low compliance din ang sustainable education, ang functional local school board. Well, it has something to do with meetings kasi actually dapat monthly kasi yung requirement ng batas. We provided considerations which is 6 kahit 6 lang, pero meron pa rin mga hindi nakabasa. Then mababa rin yung completion ng kanilang plano o di kaya nung fund utilization ng pondong nakalaan for the implementation of the plan. For BFC, may challenge dun sa pagpapatupad ng Ease of Doing Business Act, no? Kaya yan, kasi meron tayong mga number of steps and other requirements that tinitignan on it. For ADAC audit, syempre, marami rin challenges dito. And only 64% of LGUs ay, tama ba, highly functional yung hinahanap natin sa ADAC? O highly functional. So only 64%. For Solid Waste Management Board, the EM has something to do with the membership and meetings. Sa access to sanitary landfill, only 69% of LGUs has access. Pwedeng ito ay kanilang manage o di kaya meron silang kamowa. Kaso a lot of LGUs ay wala silang access to a sanitary landfill. And for cultural property inventory, I think it has something to do with the submission, yung kanilang hindi na ipasa, no? Submission to the NCCA. And a fund utilization for cultural conservation, mababa rin yung compliance rate. And for pag-establish ng LYDC, it is just 51% across all LGUs. So basically yung mga mabababa ay halong input and outcome indicators. So madami pa rin namang hindi nako-comply ang LGUs sa mga inputs which are actually the basis natin o di kaya yung parang foundation ng LGUs in order to achieve certain outcomes. So next slide please. Oh, ako pa rin to, no? So overview ng ating 2023 implementation. Ano naman, madidiscuss pa rin ito in the next days, yung lalo na sa third day. I will just give you a snapshot na lang. We are actually covering now 1,716 LGUs dahil meron tayong bagong probinsya sa BARM. 1,488 dati ang ating munisipyo, kaso na proclaim na siya as city. So we have now 147 cities. So yan po ang ating coverage for the year. Next slide. Ito na po ang overall assessment criteria. All LGUs have to pass all areas. Tapos, ang bawat area po, meron siyang sariling processing. So, for financial administration and sustainability, the LGU must pass all levels, must pass all applicable indicators. Syempre, halimbawa if you are not a recipient of the LGSF, hindi yun maging applicable sa'yo, kaya sinabing must pass all applicable indicators. For disaster preparedness, must also pass all applicable indicators kasi meron ding pagkakaiba yung requirements for a province, city, and municipality. Naalala niyo po, ang ating pag nilatag natin yung indicators, meron yung applicability per level of LGU. So meron pang province, may pang city, may pang municipality. Meron din yung for a group of municipalities, halimbawa ito first to third, ganito, o di kaya among cities, meron din pang HUC, may pang component city, mga ganun siya. So kaya may term tayong applicable. And for social protection, ganun din, must pass all applicable indicators. For health compliance, ito pong dalawa, health compliance and sustainable education, meron silang special processing. Kung makikita niyo po dito, sa health compliance and responsiveness, merong certain adjustment sa pag-process ng data. This is due to the fact that ang daming dumating sa DOH ng mga change request last time at mga adjustments silang ginawa sa kanilang pag-process. So, ang ginawa na lang nila para hindi masyadong mag-adjust dun sa certain indicators pag maraming nag-aapela, ang adjustment na is how to process the overall area. So from For province, HUC, and ICC, must pass 1 mandatory plus any 2 of 7 other indicators. Dati po itong must pass any 3 of other indicators. Ang cities, component cities and municipalities must pass 1 mandatory and any 1 of 7 other indicators. Dati po itong plus any 2. So ayan po ha, may adjustment for health compliance and responsiveness. Pero may introduction ito ng panibagong indicator. Ang bagong indicator is house access to sanitation services ng LG, percentage of households. So yun yung panibagong indicator dito. Tapos may upgrade din siya for the LIPH. So kailangang makita siyang merong funding. Yun siya. Nagkaroon ng adjustment dun sa processing pero may upgrade dun sa mandatory indicator na LIPH. For sustainable education, meron din siyang 2 mandatory indicators and pagpasa ng any 2 of 3 other indicators. May 5 indicators kasi dito. So, meron lang 2 mandatory tapos yung the rest ay any. Kailangan may pasa mo yung 2. So, bakit natin ginawa ito? Kasi alam namin may issue kayo dun sa LSB meetings kasi ang nakalagay doon ay monthly. So we've requested DepEd to go over the processing of the whole area at ni-review naman nila tapos binigyan tayo ng ibang processing for this area. So for business friendliness and safety, peace and order, pareho po ng processing, must pass all applicable indicators. For next, environmental management, ito po yung isa sa mga may bago tayong sub-area bali kasi dahil we are introducing biodiversity and yun sa green parks. Parks and green spaces, yun. Pero ito po yung una kasing processing na binigay sa amin ng TWG on environment, but pag nag-discuss sila, tingnan natin kung meron sila adjustment na ginawa, but so far sa last coordination namin with them, ito yung processing. May mandatory indicators, tapos may ipapasang other pa from items 6 to 7 and item 8. Makikita niyo po yung details nun sa inyong criteria matrix kung meron kayo dito o di kaya sa technical notes, yung mga items na to. So may particular processing for each level of LGU. For tourism, heritage development, culture, and the arts, meron din pong new indicators dito. But we were able to request na mag-ease out lang sila ng processing. So for PCM, for all levels, kailangang mapasa yung 2 out of 4 items plus basta po, tignan nyo na lang po kung anong items 1 to 4. Ang items 1 to 4 po is on tourism. Ang succeeding po na items is on, yung 5 to 8, is on culture and the arts. Tapos yung youth development po, upgrade processing ito from 2 out of 4. Dati 2 out of 4, ngayon 3 out of 4. And among the test of results acceptability, ang pinakabago po dito ay yung 50% of barangays participating in SGLG. This is applicable to cities and municipalities only. So ayan po ang ating overall processing. Next slide, please. Ito po yung mga samples ng mga new and upgraded indicators, no. If you look into your materials, kung hindi po ako nagkamali, sila yung mga naka-blue. Pag naka-blue ang highlight o yung kulay ng ink, tinta, font color. So naka-blue, ito yung mga upgraded o di kaya mga new indicators. So tignan niyo na lang po sa bawat area yan meron naka-kulay blue yung font. On the criteria matrix. Wag na po natin isa-isahin, no? Next slide, please. This is our calendar. I know we have a very tight schedule, but we can still adjust pero konting-konti lang. As of now, ang ating schedule for the regional assessment is April until the 3rd week of June. The calibration would be the first 3 weeks of July. This would also include na yung pag-extract namin ng data, pag-aayos ng database and so on. And the national validation will happen in August. Siguro meron pang konting makukuha niya sa part ng September. But kailangan na kasi nating mailabas yung listahan bago mag-October. So yun po yung ating mga timelines. Ang gusto po talaga ng management is award tayo nung October, pero tignan po natin kung ano po yung magiging huling guidelines ng management because we are actually medyo late na tayo nagsimula ngayon. So we can still adjust to the calendar. Pero as of now, ito na muna po. Meron pa naman siyang konting pwedeng i-adjust pero a week na lang siguro or so. So ito po yung ating whole cycle ng SGLG. After the national validation, we still need to present it to the council. Then we need the approval of the SGLG chair, then the awarding and the program evaluation. So what are actually new in the implementation for 2023? So let us just highlight kasi hindi kami nakapaglagay pala ng slide on it kung ano yung mga bago ngayon 2023. So in terms of the theme for the we would like to align our theme with the Philippine Development Plan. So, ang ating pinaka-theme for this year's implementation is, nabanggit na rin ni ma'am, setting the LGUs in motion for a more prosperous, inclusive, and resilient society. And so, ito ang ating out of the Philippine Development Plan, we made this theme for the 2023 implementation. So, how do we do about it? Sabi niya kasi it is setting the LGs in motion. So, in terms of the SGLG, nilalatag na natin ngayon not only the 2023 indicators, but we will also be working on the 2024 and 2025 indicators after natin masimulan itong 2023 implementation. So, when the SGLG guidelines or MC will be out, maglalabas po kami ng supplemental guidelines for it bearing the list of indicators for 2024 and 2025. So, yan siya. And ano pa ba? As I have told you a while ago, meron tayong upgrades across new indicators and upgrades across all governance areas. And we want to streamline the process na of the SGLG. And as you may have noticed dun sa ating draft MC, wala na tayong change request process ngayon for most of the indicators kasi meron pa rin naman ang DOH. Except that for DOH, ang i-allow na lang talaga ngayon is change request for clerical errors. So yun lang po yung may change request process. Ang pag-capture natin ngayon ng changes in data, yung halimbawa, kasi dati kahit mapapag-decide na ng region yung CLUP, halimbawa nabigyan na kayo, meron na kayong nabigyan kayo ng certification na meron, at this stage, meron na si LUB ang LGU, di kaya ang nakalagay dun sa certification ay integrated na yung mga tungkol sa risk assessment. So, naglalabas pa kami nun ng panibagong memo para sabihin sa region that they can decide on it. Hindi na po, wala na po yun, change request process na yun. Nakalagay na dun sa mismong form, ika-capture na natin na nagbigay ang LGU ng certification at pwede namang decide ang RAT kung ito ay acceptable or not. Ganun po, no? Subject to the checking during the regional calibration. Yun po. That's what we mean by streamlined process. And for ito lang po, gusto lang namin na maging stricto dun sa pag-check naman ng mga governance assessment reports. because we had a hard time checking the governance assessment reports for 2022 dahil pasensya na po, no, magbibigay po ako ng feedback ngayon tungkol sa governance assessment reports. There are mismatches with the claims for changes dun sa na feedback na nakuha sa regions against dun sa DCF na submitted sa amin. So, magiging stricto tayo dun. Ang gagawin natin is we will allow more encoders para maiwasan na napapagod yung isang encoder, pero dapat ito ay syempre accepted na encoder for the LGPMS. So yun po, we need medyo mas madami na siguro dapat tao na employ ang region, pero dapat din itong mga tao na to hindi lituhin sa mga pag-encode, yung mga ganon. So ayan. Kasi pinina po namin i-allow yung mga data changes if as much as possible. One time na lang talaga yung pag-check ng GAR. So kung ano yung na-input, yun na dapat yun. And as you may also notice, meron tayong emphasis on engagement of accredited CSOs dun sa ating draft policy. So this is in line with our guidelines that was released, that was released last year regarding the accreditation of CSOs that can be engaged in DILG programs as co-implementers. So ayan po, so may portion on accreditation. Dati po kasi we just allow kung ito ay recognized ng partner of the regions, hindi po tayo masyadong stricto doon. As kung babasahin niyo naman po yung guidelines on accreditation, halimbawa accredited na sa sanggunian or sa level ng LGU, meron lang specific pa na additional requirements para maging accredited at the regional level. So please refer na lang po to the guidelines set by that MC in engaging our CSOs. And last, yung feature last dun sa mga pagbabago natin o sa introduce natin ngayon is featuring indicators that will set the foundation of outcomes, such as yun nga po, household access to sanitation services. So ito ay may implication on health kasi. And for environment, the initiatives contributing to biodiversity conservation and enhancement, focusing on inland wetlands and water bodies. So, ang inland wetlands, ide-define naman po yan dun sa pag diniscuss yung yung ating area on environmental management, pero ito po yung mga ilog, sapa, etc. I think that would sum up everything that is new with the SGLG for this year. If you are wondering kung meron po kaming ibababang pondo, we don't have funds for regional orientation, but we have funds for the region assessment. Yun po. That would be discussed on the third day. At ang estado niya ang tawag dito status ng request namin for the sub-allotment, nasa na po ito, nasa budget na siya actually. Na-request na namin siya, so titignan na namin yung pag-process sa kanya kung may kailangan pang requirements bago ito ma-download. Naghang ang slides. Hindi pa po kami nag-change ng slides. So next slide na please. Ito. That would end na po my presentation, no? So ang susunod na slides na po is a brief of a view of the view of the forms na meron supposedly kayo ngayon, yung mga gagamitin natin for the assessment. So ayan po, maraming salamat po, and sana makatagal kayo dito sa pag-listen ngayon, lalong-lalo na po dun sa mga discussion ng per area. Thank you.
Okay, good morning po ulit sa ating lahat. So, I will be discussing naman po the technical references as well as the forms that we will be using for this year's assessment. So ito po yung mga pinaka mahalagang dokumento na dapat meron po tayo para sa tama at maayos na assessment. So as mentioned earlier po by Miss Melanie, the documents that I will be presenting have already been shared with the regional offices yesterday. But we will also be sharing the link in the chat box. So i-discuss ko po muna yung ating technical references. So first, of course, nandyan po yung ating technical notes. Ito po yung ating tab A. Okay. As to the format, no changes naman po. But for those who are not yet familiar with this document, this contains all the indicators, the description, data sources, and the minimum requirements. As to the content, this will be thoroughly discussed by the TWG heads of the governance areas. Next slide, please. And then meron din po tayong tab B, which is yung ating criteria matrix. So ito po yung summary ng indicators per area. Pinapakita din po dito yung applicability ng each indicator para sa bawat LGU level. So for example, sa financial administration, on the indicator on COA opinion, makikita po natin agad-agad na applicable po to sa lahat ng LGU types. So sa provinces, cities, and municipalities. Okay. Kung mapapansin din po ninyo, sineparate po natin yung para sa first to third class municipalities and 4 to 6 class. Kasi meron pong mga indicators or requirements that only apply to a specific income class. Okay, next slide please. And then meron din po tayong tab C. Ito naman po yung ating document upload checklist. So ito po yung pinaka magsaserve na cover page ng ating lahat ng form 2. Yun po yung certification sent from department heads as well as ng form 3, yung ating data capture forms. Okay, so dito po sa tab C, meron tayong 2 files. So una po dyan is yung ito pong nakikita ninyo, yung list po ng lahat ng RAT forms, pati na rin yung lahat ng LGU certification. So dito po sa ating checklist, you will be guided po sa kung ilan yung number of pages ng bawat form para ma-ensure po na complete po yung ating mga documents. And then sa second file naman po ay yung list of documents na nire-require natin na i-upload sa designated LGPMS SGLG Google Drive. No? So ito po yung magsa-serve as guide natin. Makikita po natin na hindi lahat ng documents ay i-upload. No? Yung iba po ay portion lang. And then reminder lang po na sana wag po nating i-upload yung mga hindi naman po kailangan or yung mga wala naman po sa ating listahan. And also, kung mag-upload po tayo, i-ensure po natin na tama po yung sequence ng ating mga documents. Okay, so itong ating tab C, ang pipirma po dito ay CPFP or RFP. No, and reminder lang din po na i-ensure po natin na yung mga documents na nakalista po dito are complete and duly certified. And kailangan din po merong official release stamp ng ating respective na records office. Kasi last year, meron po kaming mga na-encounter na mga forms na kulang-kulang po yung mga pirma o kaya wala po yung release stamp. So, kung kumpleto na po yung lahat ng forms, kung na-check na po natin na maigi, pwede na po natin i-upload doon sa ating Google Drive. Yung uploading naman po sa Drive will be discussed sa third day. Next slide, please. Okay, let's proceed naman po sa forms. So meron po tayong dalawang klase ng Form 2, no? So yung Forms 2.1 to 2.10 and then Forms 2A to 2N. So sa Forms 2.1 to 2.10, ito naman po yung documentary checklist for each area which will serve as basis sa pag-provide ng data ng LGU para sa table assessment ng mga RAT. So ito po yung mga documents na kakailanganin ng RAT para masagutan po nila yung ating DCF. Okay, so nakikita po ninyo sa screen yung ating example ng Form 2. Okay, so this is Form 2.1, no, para sa financial administration. So kung makikita po ninyo, we have two columns there. So column 1 para sa indicators and then column 2 dun sa listahan ng mga dokumento na kakailanganin. So ititik lang po before each document kung ano yung available na documents. So for example, sa indicator na audit opinion ng COA, since ang hinahanap natin for this assessment is the most recent COA opinion, ititik lang po natin if available, kung alin ang available, kung 2021 ba or 2022 na audit report. So for the documents that are not yet available, i-write down lang po sa space provided sa lower portion ng form yung mga available na supporting documents. So for this form, i-accomplish po ito ng DILG, i-accomplish and pipirmahan po ng DILG field officer and then certified by the cluster head or the RFP. Next slide, please. Okay, proceed naman po tayo sa Forms 2A to 2N. Ito po yung mga certification from department heads and LGU-based offices and DILG field offices. So ito po ang example, Form 2A na para sa accounting office. Okay, so for example po sa utilization ng LGSF, kailangan lang po ma-provide ang amount received, amount utilized, and then percent utilization. Okay, for reference po, indicated na rin sa certification yung cut-off date for fund utilization. And then, for this assessment, for this year po, baka lang hanapin nyo dun sa mga shinare namin na files. Hindi po kasama this year yung Forms 2K, sa treasurer po yan, Form 2L sa health officer, and Form 2N, tourism officer. Kasi hindi po siya applicable. Okay, next slide, please. Sa Form 2E naman po, ang photo documentation. Required attachment po ito for Form 2E for DILG field officer. So, yung ating mga field officers, i-document po nila yung compliance ng LGU by taking pictures, no? And then ilalagay po nila dyan sa boxes provided for each assessment area. So, aside from the pictures, kailangan din po isulat or ilagay dyan yung kanilang mga observations or findings sa yellow boxes. So, for example po, sa requirement na FDP posting, since kailangan po yung 40 na financial documents ay posted in at least 3 conspicuous places, kailangan po makapag-provide ng photos ng FDP board kung saan nakapost po yung mga financial documents. So, pwedeng i-indicate dyan sa yellow box kung saan po kung nasaan yung FDP board na nakalocate. So pwedeng ilagay na posted in front of the municipal hall. Okay, so we also have provided space for other information and additional pictures. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so susunod po is ating forms 3.1 to 3.10. So ito na po yung ating RAT forms or data capture forms. So meron pong form per governance area. Okay, so based po doon sa naging review of documents and on-site visit, yung RAT po is ilalagay po nila yung required information or ititik yung applicable LGU condition under column 2. So make sure lang po na na-capture ng RAT lahat ng needed information. And then yung mga duly accomplished forms, yun lang po yung i-encode ni RFP or ni PFP. Okay? So wag po natin sanang hayaan na may mga blank portions para sa pag-process po ng data, hindi na po kailangan balikan pa yung mga MOVs. Okay. And then, reminder din po na iwasan po natin maglagay ng mga unnecessary markings sa mga forms. Allowed naman po yung correction or erasure, basta po makapag-affix ng signature si RAT reader para doon po sa corrected portion. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so sa form 3.11, ito naman po yung ating documentary review and initial assessment form. So ito po yung initial na natin na assessment based sa findings na nasa forms 3.1 to 3.10 or yung DCF. So yung assessment team po, must tick the appropriate box per indicator under column 1. Okay, so, and then, for example po, for item 1.1, under the financial administration area, kung si LGU, pasado siya dun sa requirement on COA opinion, just tick yes. And since wala po tayong consideration for this indicator, grade out po ang column on past consideration. So, kagaya po ng ating DCFs, itong form po na ito, ang pipirma po ay ang ating RAT leader and mga members. Okay, and wag din po natin kalimutan na maglagay ng initials sa ilalim po ng bawat page. Okay, next slide please. So last form na po ito. So i-discuss ko na rin po yung form 5 para hindi na po natin balikan sa third day. So itong form 5, ito po yung summary of initial results. So sa ating mga RFPs, i-consolidate nila, isa-summarize yung findings sa lahat ng LGUs sa kanilang mga region using this form po. So kung si LGU, initially pass niya yung SGLG, or may pending change request sa DOH, ilalagay lang po ng 1. Otherwise, 0 po yung ilalagay natin. So, please ensure po na yung mga required signatures are affixed sa last page ng form and yung initials din po, wag din po natin kakalimutan. So, for this form, isasubmit po natin in 2 formats, so PDF and Excel format. So yun lamang po sa ating technical references and forms, and if you will notice wala nga po tayong form 4 kasi we will not be accepting change requests. So yun lang po, baka lang po hanapin natin yung form 4. So reminder din po yung mga na-share po namin na forms and reference sa inyo ay for this activity only. So, we will share naman po yung final forms pag available po. Yun lamang po. Salamat.
Okay, thank you Miss Melanie and Miss Kristen for the presentations. Maraming salamat po. And as mentioned earlier po, lahat po ng ating technical references and other orientation materials are now accessible through the link provided po in the chat box and flash on our screen. Meron din po tayong QR code dyan na maaari po ninyong scan para ma-access po lahat ng ating materials. At this point po, I think nandito na rin po ang ating representatives from the Department of Finance, Bureau of Local Government Finance po for the presentation of the first governance area. But before we continue po, can we have a 5-minute break po before we proceed to the presentation? Standby lang po ang lahat. So 5 minutes po, 10:58 po ngayon. Balik po tayo around 11:03. And the first governance area po to be discussed is the financial administration and sustainability governance area. We would like to acknowledge po the presence of Director Brenda Miranda and our BLGF colleagues. Magandang umaga po, Director, at sa lahat po ng ating mga kasamahan dyan. We'll be back po after 5 minutes. And reminders po muli sa ating mga participants na hindi pa po nakakapag-accomplish ng kanilang attendance form. Kindly accomplish po our registration form as well as the pre-test. So we will resend po the links sa ating pong chat box. If meron po mga encountered na technical difficulties or other issues po ng ating Zoom, kindly message us lang po here in the chat box.
Umagang kay ganda ay natatanaw na. Mara
Benveno gobernanza, mayapa, pamanalakaran, nasaya at nga panangimaton, mapya nga pamamakaro.
maayo nga pagdumalahan, tapat na pamamahala.
Usay mo at katapat ay tagumpay ng mamamayan.
Tanglaw ng sulong gabay, dinangin ating galing. Pagkilala sa gawain ng mga kawani, magigiti, taas mamamayan. Husay mo't katapat ay tagumpay ng mamamayan. Tanglaw ng sulong gabay, linangin ating galing. Pagkilala sa gawain ng mga kawani, magiging taas ng pagpupugay saan man makarating. Husay at katapatan sa sinumpang tungkulin. Maayon ang sulong sabay, linangin ating galing. Pagkilala sa gawain ng mga kawani, magiging taas ng pagpupugay saan man makarating. Husay at katapatan sa sinumpang tungkulin. Tanglaw ng sulong gabay, linangin ating galing. Pagkilala sa gawain ng mga kawani, magiging taas ng pagpupugay saan man makarating. Husay at katapatan sa sinumpang tungkulin.
Okay, once again, good morning po sa ating lahat. Nakabalik na po ba ang lahat sa ating Zoom platform? Ready na po ba tayo na mag-start sa ating presentation ng ating mga indicators for the 10 governance areas of the SGLG? So, tulad nga po nung nabanggit kanina, as we gear towards the 2023 SGLG implementation cycle, it is important for us, especially to our representatives from the regional offices and provincial offices level or PO level, who will constitute the regional assessment teams, na malaman po kung ano-ano yung ating mga indicators, mga upgrades, etc. regarding this year's implementation cycle. And as mentioned earlier, We have 10 key performance areas, and to discuss the final indicators per area, as well as its minimum requirements, we have our TWG heads from our partner agencies or their designated representatives. And to give clarification, the flow of the discussion will be first, the presentation of technical notes from our resource speakers from national government agencies, as mentioned earlier, to be followed by the discussion, to be followed po ng ating question and answer portion. So you may raise your questions, clarifications, or concerns through the chat box, and the SGLG National Working Team po will document and will provide our feedback response, and will refer to PWGs po later after their presentation. Lastly, we would like to remind everyone to please turn off your microphones during the discussion of our PWG heads. Okay po. Ilabas na po natin ang ating mga notebooks at ang ating mga pens. And to start with, let us welcome po Director Brenda Legarda from the Department of Finance, Bureau of Local Government Finance, to present the Financial Administration and Sustainability Governance area. Good morning po, Director Brenda.
Good morning, Kim. Thank you. And good morning, everyone, to the Director of the Bureau of Local Government Supervision, Ma'am Debbie, and of course, Ma'am Melay, and to all the DILG regional directors, assistant directors, the LGMED chiefs, SGLG regional and provincial focal persons, DRR, CAA regional focal persons, and CSO partners. Again, good morning or good day. So I will be presenting the calendar year 2023 SGLG assessment criteria on financial administration and sustainability. So before that, let me just introduce our group, the Technical Working Group and the FAS, which is composed of the, next slide please, composed of the Department of Finance, and the BLGF was designated as head. We have also the Department of the Interior and Local Government, or the DILG. You have the Department of Budget and Management, the Commission and Audit, and the National Economic and Development Authority. I'm not sure if they were my co-members who are invited. So pag meron akong pag may questions tayo siguro is babato namin sa kanila, and we will get back to you. So and of course yung DILG kasi is an ex-officio member. So next slide please. So next slide, as a background lang, as mentioned a while back, under the RA 11292, or the Seal of Good Local Governance Act of 2018, tasked the Council of Good Local Governance to promulgate the performance indicators that shall serve as standards for evaluating LGU's compliance with the criteria. And furthermore, pursuant to Section 7 of the IRR of the same law, the TWG of the Financial Administration area shall recommend to the Council of Good Local Governance the parameters to be used in the financial administration area. Next slide, please. And the TWG of the FAS presented its parameters to the CGLG for its approval on February 10, 2023 and the DILG Napolcom Center. And during the said meeting, the CGLG agreed on the presented indicators, which are first, number one, the unmodified or qualified, later on siguro yung yung detailed, I'll just enumerate first. So let's go back with the the last slide. So first, the unmodified or the qualified COA opinion. Number 2, the compliance with the full disclosure policy and leave reports posting. Number 3, the average local revenue collection growth. Number 4, the utilization of the 20% component of the National Tax Allotment or the NTA or the Local Development Fund. And number 5 is the utilization of Performance Challenge Fund or the PCF. 6, the utilization of Local Government Support Fund is the approved budget. So let me present to you in the next slide is to the 2023 FAS area list of performance and parameters and criteria. So for number 1 indicator and the audit opinion, that's 30% of the recommendation fully complied with. The description will be an opinion rendered by the COA based on the fairness of the financial statements prepared by a government entity at the end of its fiscal year. All government entities, including LGUs, are mandated to prepare financial statements following the accounting standards prescribed by COA in accordance with generally accepted standards for public sector institutions. So ano yung magiging data source nito? I know yung siguro mga dati nandito na, but for the sake of those new ones, so kaya ulitin natin itong mga discussion na to. So data source will be the LG's annual audit report by the Commission on Audit for CY 2021 and 2022. And list of official audit opinions are from the COA website. Next is the minimum requirement. Provinces, cities, and municipalities for most recent COA audit opinion that is unmodified or qualified. And number 2 is 30% of recommendation fully complied with. Next slide, please. And number 2, the second indicator, this is compliance with compliance reporting of fiscal reports. Number 2 pa muna. Nasa number 2 pa lang tayo po. Let's just give a short explanation on its indicator. So please balik po tayo sa number 2. And second indicator. This is compliance with the full disclosure policy of local budget and finances, bids and public offerings for calendar year 2022 second to the fourth quarter and calendar year 2023 first quarter posting, and 3 conspicuous places, the PDF portal or the leave system. So ano naman ang description dito or the relevance of it is the adherence of LGUs in the FPD, which requires them to fully disclose particular financial transactions to show how funds are managed, disbursed, and used. Posting requirements pursuant to Section 84 of RA 10352 fiscal year 2013 and DILGMC 2013-140. The leave system of the BLGF also reports submission and it is also checked to verify compliance of LGUs with the requirement of posting online. So ano yung magiging data source nito? 3 conspicuous places, the actual posting within the LGU premises, and photos that show actual presence of posted documents for the FDP. This is certified form 2E kailangan ng photo documentation. Also, the actual posting in FPDP and list of fully compliant LGUs and FDPP from ito manggagaling po to sa BLGS PCMD. And lastly is the list of compliant LGUs on the submission of leave report for fiscal year 2022 from the BLGF. So ano ba yung magiging SGLG minimum requirements for provinces, cities, and municipalities? This would be full compliance with FDP for 20 calendar year 2022, second, fourth quarter, and calendar year 2023, first quarter posting, and 3 conspicuous places, and the FDP portal. And with emphasis, timely submission of fiscal year 2022, quarter 4, leave system reports or on the SRE and QRRPA, or the statement of receipt and expenditures, and the quarterly report on real property assessment. Next slide. Next area next indicator is the average local revenue collection growth, which indicates the LGU's capacity to generate their own financial source, as shown in the annual change, or in the increase or the decrease in the local revenue collections over the past 3 years. For calendar year 2022 assessment, the indicator only required at least positive increase in average local revenue growth, in consideration of the effects of the lockdown due to COVID-19 pandemic. However, as the economy is starting to bounce back, the SGLG, or the council, approved the upgrade from at least positive increase to 7% increase in average local revenue growth in fiscal year 2020 to 2022. Siguro it's worth to note that the percentage was initially set to be at 10%, to be in line with the 2017 to 2022 PDP. Sabi nga ni Ms. Melay kanina, yung team will align with the PDP. However, to give some leeway for the LGUs, it was decided to reduce it to 7%, as to allow LGUs better opportunity in passing the SGLG. The BLGF will be the data source for this indicator through its data from the SRE as prepared by the local treasurers. Kung mataas pa rin daw yung ano. Ito ay na-approve na po ng council. So siguro si Director Debbie and Mamelay will answer that. So on the minimum requirements as provinces is 7% increase in average local revenue growth for fiscal years 2020 to 2020. Moving on, and the next indicator, section 287 of RA 7160, or the LGC, requires LGUs to appropriate at least 20% of its annual ERA for the development projects. And further, DBM DOF DILG JMC number 1, dated November 4, 2020, provides the updated guidelines in the use of the said fund. So the SGLG requires the LGUs to at least appropriate no less than 20% component of the national tax allotment for 2022 for development projects and 100% utilization of the 20% LDF. However, there are considerations to LGUs that met the fiscal year 2022 actual utilization of 65% for the provinces, 66% for cities, and 77% for the municipalities. And the data source will be from the SRE, again, prepared by the local treasurers for CY 2022 and the 2022 NPA data from the DBM. The BLGF will also provide for the data on actual utilization of LDF for fiscal year 2022. We just want to note that the total utilized fund refers to the actual, again, the actual disbursement and expenditures under the LTF in the SRE reports of local treasurers. So ano ba yung minimum consideration? As mentioned a while back, should have appropriated no less than 20% component of NTA for fiscal year 2022 for development projects, and bylaws and related policies, 100% utilization of the 20% LDF. And again, as mentioned, considerations will be given to an LGU that met the fiscal year 2022 actual utilization for provinces, cities, and municipalities. Next indicator is to continue. Let's continue with the utilization of the performance challenge fund. If applicable, this will form part of the effective management of financial resources, which the data source for this indicator will be the certified 2A Form 2A data on PCF status of funds prepared by the local accountants for funds received in calendar years 2017 and 2019, and also the data utilization of PCF from the DILG RO, PDO, PDMU, and data from the local accounting office. We have notes here. Mabasa dito. In case of data inconsistency, RAT must reconcile data, if necessary, with the DILG regions PDMO. And the cutoff date for 2019 PCF is on June 30, 2021, pursuant DILG MC number 2020-174. And for the minimum requirements for the beneficiary provinces, cities, and municipalities that receive PCF in CY 2017 and 2019, 100% full utilization by June 30, 2021. And as an additional requirement, LGUs that receive PCF in earlier years should also have 100% utilization. All unobligated balances must be reverted back to the National Treasury. And consideration is given to LGUs and the utilization of the 2019 PCF, provided that the request for an extension has been granted by the DILGRO or BLGD, and an extension will only be until December 31, 2021. Next indicator, number 6. This indicator was originally called the utilization of assistance to municipalities fund, or AM, if applicable. And upon the coordination of the BLGS with the DILG's Office of Project Development Services, or the OPDS, it was recommended to upgrade this indicator to utilization of fund assistance from local government support funds, or the LGSF, if applicable. The LGSF consists of the following: the financial assistance to LGU, or the FALGO, disaster rehabilitation and reconstruction assistance program, or the DRRAP, assistance to cities, and the conditional matching grant to provinces, or the CMGP. The data source for this indicator shall be the certified Form 2A data on LGSF status of funds prepared by local accountant for funds received in CY 2020. Next is the data on utilization of LGSF funds for CY 2021 from the ILGRO PDMO, and the status of LGSF projects from the ILG ROs. And we'll take it. Please take note that in case of data inconsistency, RAT must reconcile data if necessary with the region's PDMO. And for the minimum requirements for beneficiary LGUs, 100% utilization of all received funds in CY 2021 by December 31, 2022, and an additional requirement of all unobligated balances must be reverted back to the National Treasury. I think this is the last one, the last indicator. Let's go with the last indicator. This is the approved budget, approved CY 2023 annual budget, and with upgrades from the SGLG. This is monitoring the timely preparation of the budget, which is fundamental to efficiently finance development at the local level. Section 319 of the code provides that LGU's annual budget for the ensuing fiscal year must be enacted on or before the end of the current fiscal year. So this means that the calendar year 2023 budget of the provinces, cities, and municipalities should be approved by December 31, 2022. And the council upgraded this indicator by removing the consideration of approved budget until 31st of March 2023. Moreover, as part of the 3-year indicator system, a new minimum requirement will be introduced for CY 2024 assessments, which is the budget utilization rate of at least 75%. An appropriation ordinance enacting the CY 2023 budget will be the data source of this indicator. And for the minimum requirements, ayan, as I mentioned a while back, provinces, PCM, CY 2023 budget should have been approved by December 31, 2022. I think that's the last indicator and the last slide. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much po, Director Brenda Miranda from the Bureau of Local Government Finance for the presentation po ng ating first governance area. the financial administration and sustainability governance area. But Ma'am Brenda, we request you po to please stay muna po with us kasi meron po tayong mga questions and
Oo,
concerns
daming tanong. Ano ba
na
unahin?
isa-isangin po natin nasagutin ngayon po. So sige po, start po tayo. For a while lang po. Okay. First po, for the indicator 1.1, regarding the most recent COA opinion, meron pong question from DILGR2, si DC Mabel. For the COA audit opinion, why is it 2021 and 2022 in the data source presented? It should be LGU's most recent AAR as of June 30, 2023, as reflected in the shared tech notes. Ma'am Mabel, the SGLG Secretariat po and TWG will make the necessary revisions for clarity. But yes po, we will be referring to the most recent AAR as of June 30, 2023 as recommended po by the Commission on Audit. Okay po tayo doon, ma'am?
Ayan, nasagot na.
Apa. Pero ma'am, meron po kayong mga i-refer sa inyo, ma'am. Wait lang po. Meron po mga hindi
Thank
kaya
you
ng
for that.
Apo, sige po. Next po
Yes.
tayo for indicator 1.2 regarding the FDP compliance. Ma'am, specifically po ito, Director Brenda, sa 2022 quarter 4 ESRE reports in the LIF system. Meron pong question na if we could specify the cut-off period for the submission of the FY 2022 quarter 4 LIF system reports. Any response po regarding this, Director
Cut
Brenda?
off? What do you mean by cut off? Asan na yun? Asan yung question na yan?
Actually, ma'am, this is a question from the Secretariat. To kindly specify the cut-off period for the submission of the quarter 4 LIF system reports. Po, pwede po kaya ito, ma'am?
Ang submission kasi ng fourth quarter is February in 28 ng next year kasi may deadline po talaga kaming provided to the LGUs, and meron din kasing tawag dito, may sanction kasi pag hindi sila makapag-submit on time. So yun yung cut-off ng fourth quarter is ang deadline ng fourth quarter is February 28 of the next year.
Okay po, well noted, Director Brenda. So it is safe to specify in the technical notes that the cut-off period po will be Feb 28 po. Tama ba, ma'am?
Yun yung ano natin,
Deadline of the submission.
yun yung submission ng fourth quarter ng kasi ng mga LGUs.
Okay, ma'am. Duly noted po.
But with the ito yung sa SRE, but with the QRRPA, it would be March 31
Okay po.
of next year.
Noted po, Director Brenda. Thank you so much po. Okay po, on to the next indicator, 1.3, regarding the 7% increase in the average local revenue growth for 3 consecutive years, CYs 2020 to 2022. First, ma'am, regarding po doon sa on adjusting the minimum requirement, meron po tayong mga na-receive na feedback, questions, and concerns from our regional and field provincial offices. 7% is still too high in consideration of the pandemic in CY 2020. Same sentiments po with other regions po, R7, R1, Albay, CAR, R8, and other field offices po. Director Brenda po, regarding po dito, meron po ba tayong
I
guidance?
think this has been presented to the council, so baka pwedeng yung ang council na lang mag-usap kasi na-present na namin ito and this was approved by them. So Mamelay, Director Debbie.
If I may, Director Brenda,
Yes, thank
maybe
you.
you can share po siguro kung ano na yung most recent data natin on this para may kung meron na or is it still under validation pa?
What do you mean, ma'am?
Yung na-present mo ng council kung ilan yung LGUs na papasa dito sa within our benchmark?
we'll check on that. Under validation pa po kasi, ma'am. Kaya we can
Pero
provide pa
roughly,
yan.
ma'am, para lang magkaroon tayo ng ano.
Roughly.
Oo.
Let me get back to you. Tanong ko lang sa dun sa mga gumagawa ng validation, Ma'am Elay. So, balikan na lang natin yan, Kim, kung ano yung mga, ayan. May sumagot na. It's 60% of the LGUs, Ms. Melay.
Maybe we
Pamelay.
can maybe we can mention kung bakit naging 7% po. Yung pinaka basis po talaga natin has something to do with the Philippine Development Plan, di ba, ma'am?
Actually, 10% nga, pero may consideration pa rin kaya ginawang 7%. Kasi nga sinasabi natin, ano naman na yung economy ay nag-bounce back na. So, kumbaga, tinaas din natin. Kailangan din natin itaas yung ano natin. And supposed to be 10% pa nga. But I think for consideration. And I think with your permission, I think there Ms. Mean, I think since is the one na talagang yung data, analyzing the data, may I request Ms. Mean to say her piece on this. Ms. Mean, go ahead.
Thank you, Director Brenda. So, can I be heard?
Yes.
Okay po. So, yung pinaka-basis talaga natin for the 7% increase is the PDP target. So, the increase in local revenue sources is part of the indicator or one of the measures of the performance of the local government units. So, kaya, of course, for consistency, actually, na-question na rin kasi ito during the PWG meetings, during the discussions with the other members of this council. So and they approved naman the 7% in consideration niya in consistency with our target in the PDP. So bababaan natin yung measure and sa PDP ang taas ng percent nila. So definitely yung report or yung performance then of this administration would be affected. And based on our data naman po, we can back this with our data. Yung 2022 reports ng LGUs nasa around 9% na yung increase nila. And if yung measure natin is from 2020, coming from a period na mababa yung collections nila or like negative pa nga, and then significant yung increase this year, yung growth rate mo mahihila eh. And yung data namin, so na-mention po ni Director Brenda kanina, at least 60% na ng LGUs would pass. So according, presented din ni Ms. Melay, so wala nang change request for. So etong 60% na passers na to, without consideration pa ng mga adjustments nila once we validated the data. So hindi tayo magtatanggap ng change request forms para din sa mga one-time, big-time collections, but the BLGF Central Office, regional offices will validate the data first before we will submit it to DILG. So para yung mga considerations, yung mga previous na kinoconsider din natin sa change request form, ma-address natin and maisasama natin dun sa scores or dun sa growth rate nila. So for example, merong mga one-time, big-time collections nagbayan last year, makaka-affect yun sa growth rate nila. And then bababa yung growth rate nila for this year. So yung ngayon, i-consider po namin yun. Yun. So I hope with that, so we will all agree with the 7%. Well, depende pa rin po if DILG would will really propose will push through with the proposal of lowering it, then siguro pwede pong mag-discuss with among the TWG members.
Yeah. Actually, the data kasi is still pending with the BLGF. So hindi pa namin nakita yung mismong simulation, but with the explanation of Ms. Mayan kanina, mataas ang possibility na yung 60% of passing rate itataas pa kasi magkakaroon pa siya ng adjustments considering dun sa mga certain LG conditions like yung sinabi nga kanina mga one-time payment na siya namang mga kino-consider na natin the past years. So 60% plus plus pa ito, no, Miss Mean. So mas mataas yung possibility na tataas pa sa 60% yung 70 at least 7% ang average local revenue growth. Tama po?
Yes po, tama po.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much po, Director Brenda, Ms. Mean, and Ms. Melay for the clarification. So again po, ang naging response po ng BLGF based on 2022 reports, approximately 9% increase was recorded in LGUs LRG, and around 60% of LGUs will pass this indicator based on the unvalidated BLGF data. So we're going to wait for the validated data from the BLGF para makita po natin yung estimated na percentage ng LGUs na papasa for this indicator. Meron din po sorry po. Parang meron po nag-raise ng hand. Meron po bang further clarification regarding this? From the ALJ Valenzuela Field Office. Ma'am? Ma'am, you're recognized po.
Morning. Good morning. Actually, this is not about the 7%. Okay na ba mag-move sa next question? Sorry. Kaya ako nag-raise ng hand.
Siguro ma'am, okay lang po ba tapusin na lang po natin itong regarding po sa allergy? Then we'll get back to you ma'am later. Thank you so much po. Okay po. Director Brenda.
Kim, our Director Debbie or Mamelay, do we have to decide here yung on the issue on the 7% or i-raise pa natin to sa
I think it is a council matter po, ma'am. So tayo na lang po mag-uusap. So nakuha naman natin yung sentiments ng aming mga focal persons dito. Wag po kayong maalala. Medyo under negotiation po talaga kami sa PLGF since day 1. Hindi pa po sila pumapayag. So, pero malalaman po natin sila, lalo na po dun sa susunod na indicator, no, dun sa utilization ng funds. But for the average local revenue growth, nakikita kasi namin na valid naman yung claim nila kasi nga meron tayong mga targets na nakaset sa Philippine Development Plan and actually adjusted na siya. Pero dun sa titingnan po natin, maybe we can still sit with the TWG on this kung ano po yung magiging overall result pag dumating na sa amin yung data. Yun po.
Yes.
Ayan. I think mabibigay niyo na yung data by end of April na ma'am. Tama po ba?
Yes.
So,
best effort.
Talaga namin yung data sa kanila. Mas okay kasi kung napapansin niyo po, in-adjust namin yung base year. Supposedly, gagamitin talaga natin is 2019 to 2021. Pero mas na magiging malabo yung revenue growth by that time. So kaya mas na recent yung coverage na natin ngayon para maging consistent tayo dun sa mga kino-cover nating mga taon sa SGLG.
Ma'am Melay?
Yes, ma'am.
Pwede rin natin marinig si Director Debbie at this?
Director Deb, actually yung
okay lang
niya kanina sa akin.
Pero kung ba siya,
si Director, Ma'am
support
Deb?
ba niya? Support pa niya yung 7%?
Ma'am Deb?
Sige, kung mamaya na lang pag para to save time, parang marami pa tayong
Okay po. Thank you po, Director Brenda and Ms. Melanie. Meron kong gustong i-raise ang Region 12 regarding this indicator.
Ano yun?
Naka-raise hand po sila.
Sir Kim, good morning.
Yes, good morning po, ARD. Good morning po.
ARD Live from Region 12. We are now discussing about the 7% increase for the collection of our local government units for 2022, no? This is just maybe a manifestation for the consideration of the CGLG, because one thing here in Region 12, our LGUs, most of our LGUs are coming from rural areas, and the main source of income would be agriculture, no? Regardless of the income class, our LGUs rely mainly on RPTs, and there are other LGUs na mga kadti and kalti yung ating mga ownership of the land, and so they could not be able to tax, or they could not be able to collect, no, yung mga RPT, considering na ancestral domain yung mga areas nila. So kahit ano pang gawin namin in all the indicators, kahit papasa kami, we could not really pass doon sa 7% na ceiling, no, na increase, no, or average growth revenue collection. Yun lang, Sir Kim. Thank you.
Thank you so much po, Air Delay. Noted po ang inyong concern. Na-note na po ito ng CGLG Secretariat. And as mentioned earlier po by Director Brenda and Ms. Melanie, ang mga concerns po and clarifications ng ating regional and field offices are well noted po, and we will raise to the Council of Food Local Governance for their final decision po. Thank you so much po. Thank you so much po. For the minimum requirements po, karamihan po ng ating mga regional field offices po ay same naman po ang sentiments and recommendations and concerns po regarding this po. So, punta naman po tayo sa clarifications on the computation of the local revenue growth. Meron pong question from DILG Region 12 on the computation of locally sourced revenue, RPT. It has been the query of the LGUs for the past assessment to include SEF. Director Brenda, any response po regarding this? Regarding the inclusion of the SEF in the computation po?
Sir, sige, siguro we can update our we can update it kasi pwede nag-agree naman yung ating TWG to include SEF. Kim, okay po? Okay na yung sagot ko? Short? or we will consider that, pero kailangan pa rin namin yung concurrence ng aming members, but we will raise that to our members. Pero yun po, inform na lang namin kayo kung ano, and pwede namin i-update upon concurrence ng ating mga members ng TWG.
Okay po. Thank you so much po, Director Brenda. I think po yung mga sumunod na questions regarding the computation of the LRG ay same lang din naman po. The inclusion of other general income, which includes general fund, SEF fund po, to be included in the computation of the LRG. And we will provide you, Director Brenda, po, of these concerns, consolidated concerns and comments of our regional offices for your discussion po.
Thank you, Kim, for that, kasi gusto rin namin na please provide us with the question, and so that we will be able to provide our official answer and all the queries here, para maging official din at magiging and to be disseminated to all our ROs and all those concerned.
Okay po. Thank you so much po, Director Brenda. Regarding naman po sa MOVs, dito pa rin po tayo sa LRG indicator. Meron pong question ng DILG Abra regarding data sources of the average local revenue growth. Form K will come from the LGU, while another source is data from the BLGF. How shall it be reconciled if there are inconsistencies? The submitted data po of the LGU to BLGF's ESRE system po will prevail. Any additional response po dito, Director Brenda?
Kasi scheme yung mga yung nasa SRA naman is galing din naman sa LGU. Sila rin naman yung nagsasagot ng data sa ESRA natin. So, galing din sa kanila yung data and that.
Thank you so much po, Director Brenda. I hope na-clarify na po natin yung concern na ito ng ating field offices. Any more questions po or other manifestations regarding this indicator before we proceed to the next indicator po? Yes po, ma'am, from the ILG Valenzuela Field Office. You are recognized po. Ma'am, naka-mute po ata kayo.
Yes. Sorry, medyo malayo kasi yung laptop sa akin. Yung computation ng ay hindi pala SR ito, yung una, yung sa local revenue. Yung sa local revenue. I believe that in the previous years, kasama naman talaga yung SEF sa computation. Baka kasi kung kasama siya during the previous years, hindi natin siya pwedeng hindi isama this year, otherwise bababa lahat. Yun lang po.
As I mentioned, siguro ano lang namin, we just need the concurrence of the members bago namin po i-update yung ating yung computation or yung contents or and the computation of the locally sourced revenues, ma'am. So, i-erase muna namin to, Kim, to our, before we could update po. Ma-update namin yung these indicators.
Okay.
Although they said, as mentioned, di ba, Ma'am Mela, na ano na kasi to, na tawag dito, na-approve na ng council. Siguro dapat ang meeting natin before yung approval para, di ba, ma-consider ito, bago kami mag-present sa council. Back to you, Kim.
Thank you so much po, Director Brenda, and thank you po, ma'am, for the clarification po. Meron pa pong nag-raise ng hand from DILG Region 10, Ms. Hazel. Ma'am, you're recognized.
Yes, hello. Good morning, ma'am. Ma'am, can we just consider 2021 to 2023? Kasi 2020 yung i-consider natin. 2019 to 2020, although okay pa yung collection nila, but yung 2020 na ang collection is 2021, definitely yung 2021, masyadong mababa yun on the part of the LGUs, di ba? Mababa yung collection nila, iba yata nag-negative na. So, pwede ba exclude na lang natin yung 2020, parang yung 2021 yung base year mo, para yung 2022 nila, definitely increase na. So, 7% is already achievable. And then 2022 to 2023, di ba, since we will start our assessment by June, this month ba or next month, tapos na yung payment ng mga taxes, no? Especially for the business taxes in the part of the cities and municipality. So, is that possible, ma'am?
Kasi ang kasi natin yan is average kasi yung sa parameter na ginawa, yung sa computation is an average one. So, hindi natin pwedeng i-disregard yung ibang years. Ewan ko, tama ba, Sir Kim? Tama ba, Melay? Average kasi yung kinukuha dyan.
The reason why exclusive 2020, yun yung dark age or dark year of the Philippines. Kasi 2020, yun yung bagsak yung economy kasi peak yun ng COVID. So, pwede ba natin siya i-exclude?
2020, ma'am? Ang
2020. yung 2021 yung recovery stage, start of the recovery stage, di ba? 2021, then 2022. So definitely yung 2021 mo, mataas yung collection. So yung 7%, kung yung other LGUs are complaining of that kung achievable bang 7%, definitely yung 7% is achievable.
We'll check siguro yung ano namin, ma'am, kung talagang yung lahat ganon. But let me call on our chief and with respect to the data gathering and evaluation. Miss Mean, ano yung ano niya? Explain further yung request niya to disregard or to not to include, to exclude the 2020 year. So, yung growth rate na sinabi natin 2021-23, pero yung growth rate natin po doon, 2 years lang yon, 2020 to 2021, 2021 to 2022. Yung 2023 po, hindi natin pwedeng isama kasi wala pa tayong data. Actually, yun yung pinaka-problem doon kasi nasa quarter 1 pa lang tayo. So, yung year-end data hindi pa available, mas mababa yung values noon. And then, balik ako dun sa 2020 to 2023. Again, 2 years, dalawa lang talaga yung growth rate ko doon. 2020 to 2021 and 2021 to 2022. So that means yung baseline mo, 2020 ka mag-start, sobrang baba nun. So pag nag-compute ka ng growth rate, 2020 to 2021, may increase na po yun. Hindi naman natin sinama yung 2019 to 2020. Doon ka magkakaroon ng negative growth kasi doon bumaba yung collections. Yun po yun. Pero 2020 to 2021, meron na pong increase yung collections dyan and masusupport po yan ng data natin. Yun. So, yun po. So, hindi natin pwedeng i-disregard yung 2020 kasi yung parameter natin requires average growth rate. And hindi pa rin natin pwedeng isama yung 2023 kasi nasa quarter 1 pa lang tayo ng data. Wala pang year-end. Pero yun nga po, dahil nag-start tayo ng data 2020, yung raw amount mismo po ito, yung 2020, hindi ito yung growth rate mismo. Kaya mahihila siya. Pag nag-compute ka ng growth, increase yan eh. Increase from 2021 versus 2020. Diba? Pataas na po yun. Medyo bumabawi na ng 2021. So may increase po yan. So yun po. Yun yung explanations dun sa, yung sana po masagot yung query ni ma'am from Region 10.
So ma'am, based sa data nyo ngayon, lahat ng LGUs may increase ng kanilang revenue collection sa 2021.
Well, hindi po lahat ng LGUs, of course, hindi lahat ng LGUs may increase, but mostly may increase. And yung sinabi namin 60+% of LGUs with increase kanina, based on the average na po yun. Average from 2022, 2022 data nila.
So in that case, sige ma'am. Okay, thank you ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Mean. Back to you, Kim.
Thank you so much po, Ma'am Mean, Director Brenda, and Ma'am Hazel for that clarification. Before po natin pakinggan yung iba pang concerns regarding this indicator, yung kayo na po pala nag-raise from Valenzuela, sorry po si Director Sudi po pala yun. Wala lang po kasing name yung Zoom. City Director Sudi po from DILG Valenzuela. Maraming salamat po again. And now, meron po atang additional concern po, Sir Jeffrey Ramo. Sir? Sir, wala po kayong audio. Wala pa rin po, sir.
Nakamute siya.
Sir, nakamute po kayo. Hello, sir. Maybe po while waiting for Sir Jeffrey po and meron po silang inaayos pa sa kanilang tech, punta muna po tayo sa Region 12 na nagre-raise din po ng hand ngayon. Balikan po namin kayo, Sir Jeffrey. Regional Office 12 po.
Hello, sir. Good morning po. This is John Leo. Hello, sir. Hello.
Hello, sir. Okay
Ayan.
po.
Hello, sir. Good morning po. This is John Leo from the ILG Region 12, the SGLG Regional Focal Person po. Sir, meron lang kaming question regarding this local revenue growth, particularly, meron po kasi tayong mga several LGUs na nagkaroon sila ng ordinance na magkaroon ng tax relief for years 2021 and 2020 and 2021. So because of the tax relief ordinances nila, sir, may certain local revenues na hindi kinolek si LGU, kaya nung 2021 nagkaroon talaga sila ng negative revenue growth. Pero nung 2022, nagkaroon naman ng positive growth, pero because of the tax relief nung 2021, negative pa rin talaga yung average growth nila, sir. So will that be considered katulad last year na in-exclude yung computation ng mga certain taxes na yun in the computation of local revenue growth?
Director Brenda, Miss Mary Ann.
I think, sir, yung consideration last year is yun lang, applicable lang sa nung last year na awarding. Pero since yung nasa discretion naman kasi ng LGU na sila yung magbigay ng relief or so dapat inisip din nila kung ano yung magiging consequences kung magbigay sila ng tax relief. So hindi talaga namin na pwedeng hindi na kami talaga pwedeng magbigay, maliban na lang kung depende pa rin sa council. Pero for us, yung consideration last year should not be applicable to this year. So yun po, i-check din namin during the validation, data validation, kung pwede pa rin. But for unless hindi pa po check, for now is this one is yun pa rin. Hindi yung consideration last year is hindi i-apply this year. So wait lang siguro, sir. We'll just wait for a while kasi wala kasi kaming masyadong tao for that. But titignan namin po during the validation that para baka ma-consider din natin.
Thank you so much po, Ma'am Brenda.
Thank you so much po, Director Brenda. Sir John, maraming salamat din po for raising the concern. Para po sa mga iba pang questions and concerns na nasa chat box po, wag po kayo mag-alala. Lahat po ito ay na-document ng Secretariat, and we will provide the consolidated feedback and comments from you to the BLGF, our WG head, and the council po for discussion. So hindi po kasi natin lahat ay mababasa dahil po meron din tayong mga kasunod pa na presentations po, other governance areas. May additional pa po ba na gustong i-concern na hindi pa po nare-raise kanina before po tayo mag-proceed naman po dun sa next indicator sa fund utilization, dun po sa 20% IRA? Meron pa po bang additional concerns na hindi pa po nare-raise sa chat box at sa mga Director Sudi?
Yes, thank you, Kim. Actually, yung aking concern ay doon sa indicator number 1, yung audit opinion. Nakalagay kasi dito, most recent audit report. Okay lang yon kasi pwedeng mag-adjust tayo kung halimbawa by June 20, 2023 ay wala pa yung yung most recent, di ba? Yung most recent. Pero we have to be exacting sana doon sa 30% of recommendations fully complied with. Anong taon? Kasi baka mamaya lumabas bigla yung bagong audit opinion nila before June 30 at baka i-update nila yung nasa website nila. So ano yung dapat exacting tayo sa year kung ano yung audit opinion. 30% of recommendations ang i-comply. Okay lang tayo sa annual audit report, pero yung audit opinion na kailangan complied with, sana exacting tayo doon sa year na dapat mini-measure natin yung compliance. Kasi baka i-update nila based on the most recent audit opinion din. Thank you.
Miss Melay?
Kim,
Yes pa, Director.
kasi consult muna namin sa member namin from COA. I think wala siya, hindi yata sila kasama dito. Na-invite ba ang COA?
Ako na lang po sasagot, ma'am.
Sige, ma'am. Sige, thank you.
Ano po kasi kung ano yung ginamit na AAR, doon din po tayo magbabasa ng percentage ng compliance sa mga, ano nga tawag doon, audit recommendations. So yun po yung kinukuha nating percentage compliance, kung ano yung ginamit na AAR. So in this case, if it is 2022, yung 2022 AAR na status ng mga audit recommendations.
Director Sudi?
Yes, thank you for that, Miss Melay. Ang concern ko lang, halimbawang lumabas yung most recent na AAR, yun ang sinasabi ko. Halimbawa, lumabas yung, kasi yung AAR na lumabas is paano ba? Yung 2022 na AAR nila is 2021, 2021 financial transactions ni local government. Tama ba ako? So meaning to say, yung 2022 na AAR nila, kung hindi pa lumalabas ngayon, at lalabas siya before yung date natin na June 30, paano pakikilos si LGU to comply with the audit recommendation? Yun po yung pino-point out ko.
Yung action po. Dito supposedly po nag-act na yung LGU previously bago pa man ma-report. Well, anyway, paano ba natin ito sasabihin? Kasi po, ang basis kasi ng computation is the mismong report eh. So, ang huling sabi ng COA sa amin ay wala nang tatanggaping mga special certification from the auditors, the supervising auditors. Kung ano yung naka-reflect sa AAR, yun na po yung tatanggapin natin. Nag-cut off na nga siya eh. If ever pong hindi pa naka-upload sa COA yung mga AAR sa COA website, the DILG regional offices have to coordinate with the COA regional offices to get a copy of the AAR na supposedly na-upload na. So yun na po yung huli. Kung hindi pa available sa COA website, hihingin na natin yung mismong COA report yung AAR sa mismong COA regional office. So kung ano po yung makukuha natin doon na latest na report which is 2022, yun po ang kukunin natin for the audit opinion plus the status of audit recommendations. So wala pong ang sinabi ng COA sa amin is hindi dapat tayo kumukuha na ng considerations for yung mga actions na hinabol na lang ng LGU. Yun po yung huling recommendation ng COA Central Office sa amin noong TWG meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Melay. Director Sudi, okay na po tayo regarding po daan? Na-clarify na po?
Sige, okay na. I rest my case.
Thank you so much po.
Thank you.
But thank you so much po, Director Sudi. Sir Jeffrey po, sir, hindi po talaga namin kayo naririnig. Parang may tech issue. Pwede po, sir, pa-message na lang po sa chat box ng ating concern po. Then we will document, sir, your concern po. Kasi hindi po namin kayo naririnig, sir. Up until now po. We request you, sir, na lang po, or your staff po, to kindly chat or message us in the chat box po for your clarification. Moving forward po, meron na po motion to recess, pero marami po tayong question for FA. Miss Melay. Meron na po nagmo-motion to recess, pero marami po tayong questions. Medyo marami-rami pa po. Nasa LRG pa lang po tayo.
Kim, forward nyo na lang sa amin. Sagutin na lang. Sagutin
Okay
na lang yan. Ayan. Yung iba sinasagot na ni Miss Mean sa yung ibang tanong. Ayan, just this one. Sabi niya, this will be addressed po in the data validation that will be conducted by the BLG before we submit the official data to the ILGC. So, yung mga request, pwedeng ma-consider yung to lower the 7%. Ayan na yung sagot namin. So, which is marami tayong issues, question on this, request and the 7% to lower. Kim?
Thank you so much po, Director Brenda. After the day one po of our national orientation, we will provide you immediately ng lahat po ng comments, feedbacks from our regional and field offices for your discussion po and consideration to save time lang po. Wait ma'am, check ko lang po yung ating documentation if meron po mga major na kailangan sagutin before po tayo mag-lunch break.
May continuation pa to, Kim? After lunch? Or
Hindi. Meron na po, pero ibang area na po. Kaya we're
okay.
trying to wrap up.
Pwede po ba kayong, hindi kasi namin alam kung mabilis matapos yung education eh. Baka pwede tayo mag-allot kung matapos agad si ASEC Bringas mamaya. Kasi short lang po yung discussion for education. Kung makaka-join pa po kayo ng between mga 1:30 siguro, tignan natin kung pwede tayo mag-insert na around 15 minutes lang.
Ma'am Melay, may request. Ma'am, may request din kasi from the ILG. May interview kasi ako mamaya sa DCRH. Need ko rin po
Okay.
mag-prepare.
We will just get the
even the
questions
staff,
na lang po.
yung staff siguro pwede mag-iwan kami ng staff to mag-take down na notes. Para sa
Sige po. Hindi kasi namin alam kung gaano kabilis mag-discuss for DepEd, pero feeling ko short lang 'yun kasi wala naman tayong masyadong issue for it yung mga 5 indicators na 'yun. So, baka po pag maagang matapos 'yun, pwede tayong discuss. Baka si Mayan po pwedeng mag-stay.
I don't know kasi nasa Pagadian siya. Meron silang training doon. So
sorry na. Okay. But don't worry po, kinuha naman namin yung mga questions, no? Nagdo-document naman kami. So if ever may mga kailangang i-clarify, kunin namin yung mga sagot from BLGF. Sumasagot naman po sila. Actually, yung mga questions ninyo, nung pinaikot namin yung MC, may mga official sagot talaga sila. And we have not shared. Yung mga pinoint out nyo kanina, nasagot na nila officially. So, na iba, yung mga na-point out. So, yun po. We will provide the answers. At kung may free time pa si ma'am, just let us know, ma'am, kung kailan pa po kayo pwedeng mag-join sa amin. Baka pwede nating i-insert lang. Maybe on the third day na siguro kung hindi kayo pwede hanggang bukas. Kasi medyo yung bukas natin full eh. So we will call for a break. Should we wrap up isang question na lang ba? May isang pahabol question lang daw, ma'am.
Actually po, marami po pong questions pero as mentioned earlier po, we will provide you ma'am with the link na lang po of the consolidated feedback and concerns. Pero one last na lang po ma'am, isang question na lang po na i-entertain natin regarding po ito rin sa fund utilization. May I call on po Kuya Remsi from the Secretariat to raise the question.
Ayun po, magandang umaga po, BLGF colleagues. So pinadala na rin ko po kay Sir Kit yung ating pong documentation para makita nyo rin po yung consolidated comments and questions na na-receive po natin. And yung isa pong medyo pressing po na question na na-receive po natin ay may patungkol po dun sa fund utilization, particularly yung NPA, kasi magpo-focus po tayo doon sa 2022 NPA, yung last year po. And may mga nasite po sila ng mga concerns na makaka-apekto sa utilization kagaya ng election last year po. So, ayun po, nagre-request din po sila na ma-adjust din po natin yung benchmark. Given po na dati, 2 years yung na ibibigay po natin na utilization rate po. Utilization period for NPA. Yun po, ma'am.
I think hindi pa ba nasagot dun sa ano yan, dun sa finaward namin memo or kasama ba yan sa ano, baka pwedeng i-disseminate na natin sa kanila? Or Ms. Mayan, can you answer that? Yung sa utilization ng NTA, are you still there?
Yes, Director Brenda.
Naririnig ko. Sorry. Yes. Go.
Mag-earphones. Dun sa LDF po, hindi naman po 100% yung require natin na utilization. Same with the previous years, diba, meron tayong 20% LDF and only a percentage of that is our benchmark based on the historical data of the LGUs. So, yung sinet natin na benchmark for LDF utilization is 65% for the provinces, 66% for the cities, and 7% for the municipalities. So again, ito based on the actual utilization kasi wala na nga tayong change request forms. Kahit naman po for the past years actual utilization kasi yung benchmark natin not or excluding the yung nasa mga continuing appropriations. So benchmark computed based on actual, kaya yung data ng LGs na ginamit natin based on actual expenditures din. So dun sa letter response po namin sa central office sa BLGS, we're actually amenable with lowering a bit of the LDF utilization to give consideration or additional considerations dun sa LGUs natin. Pero yung claim po na mababa yung utilization because of election year, it's not the trend. Nakita po namin yung trend for the past years, tinignan namin if bumababa pa talaga yung utilization kapag election year. Actually, hindi po. Mas tumataas pa nga po yung expenditures ng LGPs. So, yun po, kaya yun na lang, dahil wala tayong change request form yung naging response namin sa central office, we can recalibrate a bit of this growth rates, not growth rates, but LDF utilization. So instead na, for the province, instead na 65% of the 20% LDF, so baka pwedeng mas mababa, but definitely hindi dapat sobrang baba kasi we're measuring performance here di ba? So, meron pa rin tayong certain benchmark na hinahanap sa LGUs. So, for that one po, kung ano yung proposed utilization, we still don't have that kasi hinihintay namin din yung feedback from DILG if they will be, or kung ano yung magiging way forward natin for our proposal.
Pwede na ako sumagot, Ms. Mayan?
Sige po, Ms. Mala.
We're actually waiting for your simulated data for this para masabi natin go or no go itong 66, 65, 66 and 77%. So ayan po ha, mataas po ang chance naman na babaitan natin ng konti itong portion na to. Kaso yun nga lang, kailangan maging based kasi siya sa simulated data ng BLGF. So, we heard your sentiments on this indicator, no? So, finorward naman natin isa sa BLGF, pero when we simulate kasi financial data, it is always based on simulated data. So, hinihintay po natin yon from the BLGF. So, sinabi naman nila, they are actually conducting now a validation of their generated data from the reports, from the data provided by the LGUs. So from there, maglalagay, for now, ito na lang munang ilagay natin ng mga benchmarks. But we are amenable for adjustments. Although, ano naman siya, accepted na po ito ng council nung last time. Yun nga lang kasi we've adjusted to the year of coverage which is 2022. Yun po yung medyo siguro na alarm ang karamihan. Pero sabi nga ni Ms. Mean kanina, pag election year, mas tumataas pag utilization. So, pero nasa ano naman siya, nasa mga listahan tayo ng mga concerns on finance. So, dalawa po yung kailangan naming i-finalize, no, yung tungkol sa LRG and the utilization of the 2022 NPA. So, lahat po ng simulated data provide po sa atin ng BLGF, and we assure you na pag nilabas natin ulit, although to be determined pa lang yung itong sa NPA, we will make it a point na magiging advantageous naman ito sa mas nakararaming LGUs. Ganun naman po tayo mag-simulate when it comes to BLGF data. So, ayan. Okay na po. Kalmado na po ba tayo sa number 4? Meron pa po bang concern na iba? Meron pa, Kim? Meron pa pahabol? O that sums up the NTA? Okay. Can we wrap up financial admin na lang?
Okay po. Once again, thank you so much po, Director Brenda, Ms. Mary Ann, and Ms. Melay for the clarification. Yung iba po nating mga concerns and issues for discussion, dun po sa mga sumunod na indicators po, rest assured po that later we will provide consolidated po na feedbacks and comments from our regional and field offices to the Bureau of Local Government Finance for the final discussion and response. Then we will provide naman po immediately these responses to the concerned offices or units po. So, Ate Nelay. Okay po. So once again po, thank you so much po, Director Miranda, Ms. Mean, and other colleagues from the Bureau of Local Government Finance for the discussion of the indicators for the financial administration and sustainability area. Maraming salamat din po sa lahat ng ating mga ating mga regional focal persons and other field officers na nag-raise po ng concerns regarding these indicators. And as mentioned earlier, wag po kayong mag-alala, lahat po naman sa chat box, lahat po ng diniscuss dito sa ating platform, na document po ito ng Secretariat. Meron po tayong consolidated file of all the comments and feedbacks from your end, and we will provide all of this po to the technical working group for their discussion po. And immediately we will provide the answer to you po as soon as possible. Ngayon po, mag-lunch break muna po tayo. Mahaba-haba po ang araw natin, 12:27 po. Pasensya na po, pero kailangan po nating bumalik ng 1 p.m. for the continuation of the SGLG National Orientation. Ang next po natin na governance area na di-discuss after lunch ay programs for sustainable education, to be followed by the tourism, heritage development, culture and the arts, and lastly, social protection and sensitivity. Once again po, thank you so much po, Director Brenda, BLGF colleagues, sa atin pong mga participants. Short break na po tayo, then we'll be back po ng 1 p.m.
Thank you po, Ma'am Brenda. Thank you, Mary Ann.
Thank you, Ma'am Melay and Kim. So, good day. Bon appetit. Kain na tayo. Bye-bye.
Thank you po, Director Brenda.
Ano ba sinabi ni Andrew?
Ano ba yun?
Nag-message siya sa akin eh.
Ano sabi ni Andrew?
Yung masungit siya.
Meron yan.
May live. Hindi ka nakamute ah.
Kailan ba?
Hello, once again, good afternoon everyone. Nakabalik na po ba ang lahat sa ating Zoom platform for the continuation of our SGLG National Orientation? So I think po present na lahat ulit ng ating mga participants from all DILG regional offices, provincial offices, and field offices. And before we continue with the discussion of the indicators per governance area, we would like to acknowledge for the presence of Assistant Secretary Francis Cesar Bingas from the Department of Education. Good afternoon, ASEC, and our DepEd colleagues. Magandang hapon po. And thank you for attending this activity. Now, on to our second assessment area to discuss for the programs for sustainable education governance area and its indicators. Let us welcome our TWG head, DepEd Assistant Secretary for Field Operations, ASEC Francis Cesar Bingas. Good afternoon po, ASEC.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. And thank you for accommodating me at this early because I am off for a travel in a little while. So thank you for the adjustment of the time to accommodate the DepEd for this particular component. So this is the sustainable education. May I ask the Secretariat to please flash the presentation on screen?
Okay, farewell po, ASEC.
So while waiting for the presentation to be flashed on screen, would just like to mention that for the sustainable education component of the SGLG, we have prepared actually a set of indicators to be fulfilled by the local government units. It's not really that different from the previous criteria that were set by the cluster, but it is more of an enhancement of the existing criteria and possible expansion of the evaluation criteria in the coming years. So here are our indicators for the sustainable education. Next slide, please. So again, the sustainable education is the focus on implementing educational reforms and programs to support the vision of quality education for all in the learning in the local government units. So we all know that the local government units have their own local school boards that work with the Department of Education in the implementation of programs of the department. So for this particular component, the overall processing for the provinces, cities, and municipalities, they must all meet indicators numbers 3 and 4, plus 2 indicators choosing from 1, 2, and 5 to fully satisfy the sustainable education area. So the processing here is 4 out of 5, but indicators 3 and 4 are non-negotiable indicators. So moving on, for indicator number 1, it is the functional local school board. This is one of the indicators where you are going to choose 2. So for indicator number 1, this is the functional local school board. This indicator looks into the LGU's compliance with the organization of the local school board as provided for in Section 98 of the Local Government Code. It is also an indicator that is consistent with Section 100 of the LGC, which provides that LSB shall meet at least once a month as often as may be necessary. So the sources of data for this particular indicator would include the executive order or similar issuance creating the local school board. The creation of the local school board, usually this board is reconstituted depending on the assigned schools division superintendent or in most cases, the assigned public schools district supervisors for the municipalities. So just to inform you that recently we had a reshuffling of schools division superintendents. So necessarily the provincial school boards should be reconstituted to include the new schools division superintendent as a co-chair of the provincial school board. Another data source would be the minutes of the meeting of the local school board in school year or calendar year 2022. And certified form 2D accomplished by the SDS or the district supervisor to certify if monthly meetings are indeed conducted. So the minimum requirement for the SGLG would be the provinces, cities, and municipalities must have an organized local school board that complies with the mandatory membership provisions under Section 98 of the Local Government Code. So there are mandatory membership to this board, although that will not disallow you from putting additional members as the board deemed necessary. And the number two minimum requirement would be to have at least once a month meeting of the local school board. It may also be included. You may also include here the occurrence or the frequency of special or emergency meetings of the local school board. For indicator number two, this is the conduct of collaborative programs, activities, and projects with external partners. So education partners must be informed and engaged on different programs for education. So in the Department of Education, we are very much into partnership and linkages, and therefore we are also expecting the local government to be partnering with other agencies or with other NGOs in the accomplishment of their goals of their programs, activities, and projects in the locality. More often, our programs that are up for partnership are the Brigada Eskwela, Brigada Pagbasa. We also have the Gulayan sa Paaralan. We have Barkada Contra Droga, and so on. So we have several programs in the department that are needing partnerships to fill in the gaps or resource gaps of the Department of Education, including that of the local school board. In case the POPs pertains to Brigada Eskwela, for example, the LGUs will be asked to identify the general nature of activities initiated by the local government and its partners. So the data source for this would be the accomplishment report signed by the local government unit and or the external partner, including partnership agreements in the form of memorandum of agreement or memorandum of understanding with the partners. Minimum SGLG requirement would be the provinces, cities, and municipalities must have at least two POPs conducted in collaboration with two different external partners in calendar year 2022. Indicator number three. This is one of the non-negotiable indicators. Fund utilization rate and actual completion or accomplishment of the POPs funded by the CY 2022 SEF budget. So a description of this would be attainment of the plans and programs targeted in the local school board plan or SAF budget for calendar year 2022 and its compliance with various issuances on SEF. The data source here would be utilization of our PPA completion data per certified form 2D, and this is a certification from a DepEd representative. We can also have the CY 2022 accomplishment report of the local school board plan for the implementation or utilization of the SEF budget. And very important, we have the CY 2022 financial report of the LSB plan and the SAF budget utilization and other relevant reports from concerned government agencies. The minimum requirement for the SGLG would be achieve at least 85% completion rate on either PAPs and utilization of the fund intended for the 2022 SAF budget as of December 31, 2022. I repeat, this indicator is non-negotiable. For the fourth indicator, which is also the non-negotiable indicator, this is LGU-initiated planned reforms aligned with the identified local priority education reform areas. So this indicator encourages the alignment of the LGU PAPs for education with that of the local priority education reform areas determined by the DepEd through its DEDP, or for the school level, the school improvement plan and annual improvement plans. So please be informed that the schools division offices, or the SDOs, have developed their division education development plan for the next 6 years, where the 3-year SIP of the schools are also aligned. So for data source, we have certificate form CMP 2D certification from DepEd representative, and the DepEd division or district supervisors shall identify LGU PAPs present in the approved investment program SAF budget form that are aligned with the DEDP, SIP, and AIP. The LGUs to submit their LDIP and AIP to their DepEd district division office or DepEd district office or division office for the issuance of certified form 2D, and of course the approved SAF budget, that's form number 1. So for the minimum requirement of the SGLG, provinces, cities, and municipalities must have at least 2 POPs for 2023 indicated in the LGU, LDIP, AIP, or SAF budget or LSB plan that are aligned with the local priority education reform areas of DepEd as provided under the DEDP, SIP, and AIP. It would also help if your identified or aligned priority areas would be culled from the DEDP that are also aligned with the BEDP, or the Basic Education Development Plan of the entire Department of Education for the next few years. For indicator number 5, this is the support to programs and projects that promote inclusive education in calendar year 2022. When we speak of inclusive education, we are referring to programs of the department that are targeting gifted and talented learners, learners with disabilities. We have the Madrasa and Alive programs for the Muslim schools. We have the Indigenous Peoples Education Program, or the IPED. We also have the Special Education, Alternative Learning System, Parent Effectiveness Service Programs, Family or Community Livelihood Project, or similar programs that support school-age children's education, and the establishment, of course, and maintenance of child development centers. The data source of which would come from the accomplishment report from the LGU regarding this inclusive education programs, the DepEd reports on program implementation and review, and other data from concerned DepEd central, regional, and division offices whenever they are applicable. And third, other relevant reports from concerned government agencies like the NCCDA, NCIP, the SWD, DPWH, that are relevant to the indicator number 5. Minimum requirement: the provinces, cities, and municipalities must have at least 2 PPAs in calendar year 2022 that promote inclusive education. Next slide, we are going to show you the indicators that are profiling. For profiling, although they are not going to be reported this year, but for this year, these are for profiling, so that by next year, they shall be included as regular indicators for the education reforms area. So we have indicators for profiling. One is the first, this is the only indicator, I think, for profiling, but this is a very relevant and essential indicator because it is a measure of the impact of all the items or indicators 1 to 5, and the impact would be for this particular indicator, which is the improvement in pupils' performance. Because ultimately, the goal of the local school board together with the Department of Education is for improvement of pupils' performance or improvement of learning outcomes. So the data source of this would be data from DepEd District Division Office, certified form 2D, 2 or 2D3 from DepEd representatives. And for municipalities and cities with no DepEd city SDOs and have multiple DepEd district offices, LPDO shall compute the city municipal average based on the certified forms. In the DepEd, usually the source of this data is the Enhanced Basic Education Information System, which is a system being used by the department to record official numbers or statistics relative to the indicators that are, or relative to the key performance indicators that will be required in this particular indicator. So if you look at the last column, that is the SGLG minimum requirement, provinces, cities, municipalities, data on the following in school year 2021-2022 must be higher than school year 2020-2021. So this is a comparative number or statistics based on the 2 school years of the locality. Number 1 is participation rate or the net enrollment rate. We are referring here to participation rate would refer to the total number of enrolled school-age children over the total school-age children in the municipality. So that would be the participation rate. Number 2, cohort survival rate would refer to enrollees in grade 1 or kinder that are able to complete the complete 6-year cycle or 7-year cycle of the elementary, and enrollees in grade 7 that are able to complete the up to grade 12. So that is the cohort survival rate. And completion rate, of course, is those who are able to graduate the whole elementary from kinder to grade 6, they graduate, and from grade 7 to grade 12, they are graduates. So that is the completion rate. The net intake rate here would refer to the entry age, which is kindergarten, so that all 5-year-old children in the locality must be in the school or officially enrolled in the school. For provinces, cities, and municipalities, data on the following must be lower than the 2020-2021. So if you look at the first set of indicators, there are the positive indicators, meaning we are looking at higher numbers there. And for the second set of indicators, we are looking at decreases in the numbers of the following key performance indicators. The presence of out-of-school youth or OSY. The out-of-school youth refers to the number of school-age children who are not enrolled in school. So they are considered as out of school. So for this to become positive, there has to be a decreasing number from year to year. And then number 2, incidents of bullying. These are in compliance with the Anti-Bullying Act and the Child Protection Policy of the DepEd, that we should be aiming at lowering the number or ultimately eliminating the number or the incidence of bullying in our schools. And finally, the dropout rate or the school leaver rate, that for any reason, for whatever reason, the school should be able to keep all the learners, all enrolled learners must be kept in the schools. So we are looking at decrease in the statistics for these 3 indicators. I think that is the last one. We only have, I repeat, 5 indicators. 2 are non-negotiable, and the other 2 will be chosen from 1, 2, and 5 indicators so that you are able to comply with 4 out of 5 indicators. That would be all for the education area. Thank you so much.
So much for ASEC Brinas from Department of Education for discussing the performance indicators for the sustainable education governance area of the CY 2023 Seal of Good Local Governance. But meantime, sir, we request you po, ASEC, na magstay muna po for a while lang po
Yeah, sure.
to
No
answer questions for issues. If meron lang po gustong i-raise yung ating mga participants from our regional and field offices. Also ASEC, meron din po tayong mga participants na regional directors, assistant regional directors of the DILG from different offices po. Start na po tayo. First po, for the first indicator po, the LSB functionality, clarify lang po namin, ASEC, na tama po ba that special and emergency meetings can also be considered to meet the meeting requirements?
Yeah, yes. Although the minimum is monthly, but I know that there are many localities that conduct special meetings or emergency meetings to address some urgent concerns for the Department of Education. That would be most welcome as well.
Thank you so much po, ASEC, for that clarification. Next po, with regards to indicator 5.2, at least 2 is conducted in collaboration with 2 different external partners in CY 2022. Meron po tayong question from DILG Region 12. Conduct of collaborative PAPs with external partners. Acceptable na po ba if may accomplishment report signed by LGU or external partner kahit na hindi na po sila nakipag-formalize ng partnership with those external partners through MOA or MOBO?
Well, I believe na yung partnerships natin are always sealed by some document like MOA or MOU. So I think it is very important that you have a signed MOU as a proof of partnership or linkage with another agency or an NGO for that matter.
Thank you po, ASEC, for that clarification. Next po, for indicator 5.4, meron pong question from our regional offices. CY 2023 PAPs po ba talaga instead of CY 2022 ang tinitignan? Sige pa, ASEC.
Okay. Wait. That's probably 2022 because our evaluation this year is based on 2022. So, ano ba yung indicator 5.4? Let me just check my notes. LGU initiated plan reforms aligned. Oh, no. This is we know that the plans for 2023 are crafted in 2022. So while we are looking at the accomplishments of 2022, we will also be looking at the accomplishments for 2022. We shall also be looking at the plans for 2023 because they are crafted within the calendar year. So that is 2023 alignment of programs with the LGU directions as well as that of the DEDP and SIP.
Thank you po, ASEC. And just to add lang po, correct po ba na clarification lang po na these are initiated plans for CY 2023. Meanwhile, yung pong CY 2022 accomplishments ay na-cover naman po sa other indicators under the area.
Yes, exactly.
Thank you so much po, ASEC.
Because we would want to make sure that the plans for 2023 are done in the last quarter, at least, of 2022, so that we know that upon approval of the budget, upon declaration of the budget for the SEF, we already know by January of the following year how to utilize it.
Okay po. Thank you so much po, ASEC, for these clarifications. Any more questions for clarifications with regards with the indicators for the programs for sustainable education from our regional and field offices? Meron po ba tayong
I think there are questions in the chat. Can you see that?
Yes po, ASEC. Actually po, yung mga nire-raise po namin questions na kinoconsolidate po ng Secretariat ay kinukuha lang din po natin sa mga chat po ng ating participants from the Zoom chat box po.
Okay. Sige. Thank you. Although if there are going to be questions that will not be addressed now, you can always forward the queries to the office, and then we will do the response, so that you can also provide them with the ILG or the local government units.
Yes po, ASEC, all of these concerns po and clarifications from our regional and field offices will be consolidated po by the Secretariat, and we will provide you if meron pong mga need na i-discuss or i-clarify, and para po ma-clarify din po namin sa end nila. Yes.
Yeah, I think there I read one question here that would also involve our field offices. It says, may we know po if there are plans to cascade the information to our officials in DepEd at the city and municipal levels, so that they will also know what to prepare, what documents to prepare for the assessment. Yes, definitely. Especially that I am in the operations strand of the department, we will be discussing these indicators also with our counterparts in the field, so that they will not be surprised if the local government unit will ask for data coming from them. So yes, we will do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you po for the clarification, ASEC. ASEC, meron po pong humabol regarding po dun sa LSP meetings. Meron po pong question from DILG Region 2. ASEC, wala na raw po bang consideration for less than 12 monthly meetings for this year, considering the election year po last year? So nabago po ang mga members ng LSP mid-year.
Depende na yan dun sa rubrics na i-prepare ng committee, no? Kung magkakaroon man ng consideration for less than 12 for valid reasons, like I read there, because of the election and the transition, so probably that will be considered also. We will look into that. Thank you so much.
Thank you po, ASEC. And also, ASEC, regarding po ito dun sa 85% completion rate, meron pong concern from Region 5. For example, ASEC, that the LGU have 10 PPAs and 9 PPAs were completed, but the fund utilized for the completion of the said PPA were only 20% of the total budget for the SEF. Considered pass pa rin po ba ito?
Okay, let me just check on the minimum requirement of the SGLG, no? That's indicator number
5.3 po, ASEC.
5.3. Provinces, cities must achieve at least 85% completion rate on either PPA's rate and utilization rate of the fund intended for the 2022 SEF. So we are looking here at the totality of the SEF budget, no, not the budget for individual PAPs, but we are looking here at the utilization rate of the entire SEF budget.
Thank you, ASEC. For a while lang po.
Kasi ang utilization rate naman, kung obligated naman siya, that is considered as utilized already.
Any clarification po regarding this? Okay po. Noted po, ASEC. Thank you so much po. Also, same indicator po, question from DILG NCR. Are we following a specific template for accomplishment reports for this indicator?
I don't think we have a template for accomplishment report. Walang nire-require na template, but the standard accomplishment formats that you have may suffice, so long as all the significant information are contained in that report.
Thank you so much po, ASEC Bringas. Double check lang po namin yung ating chat box. Okay, nagre-raise po ng hand ang DILG Pasig. Meron pong i-raise ang ating focal from DILG Pasig. Yes, ma'am. You're recognized.
Opo, good afternoon po, ASEC. Opo, yung concern po namin dun po sa part ng profiling. Yung first item po kasi dun ay participation rate over net enrollment rate. So, paano kaya yung...
That is slash. That's not a ratio, okay? So that's participation rate or the net enrollment.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Opo, ang concern lang po kasi kung paano po yung treatment, sir, kung halimbawa po, dito po nakasensus yung bata or nakatira po sa Pasig, for example, pero nag-aaral po sa kabilang LGU. Kunyari po sa Mandaluyong or yung mga nearby.
Kasi doon sa doon sa data na manggagaling sa EBIS, naka-factor in na talaga yung mga yan. So whatever data you get from the EBIS, naka-factor in na yung mga instances na ganyan. Kaya merong certain control in the system that would correct such para ma-factor in yung mga instances na ganyan. So sa planning office kasi yan manggagaling ng Department of Education SDO ninyo. So they will be able to explain that fully to you. Na naka-factor in talaga yung mga yan. Okay.
Okay. So yung data po pala sa national data? Or,
yeah, it's a national data. Ang data source
so yung
is the EBIS.
ABIS.
Yeah.
Apo. Thank you po, Asek.
Welcome.
Thank you po, ma'am, from DALG Pasig. Any more questions po or clarifications? Yes po, Ms. Joy, na-raise na po natin kay ASEC yung regarding sa considerations sa mga meetings and may naiwan pa po ba tayo? Let me check lang po. From DILG Region 10, Misamis Oriental, actual disbursement po ba tayo sa fund? Actual disbursement po tayo sa fund utilization. The minimum requirement is completion rate on either PAPS and utilization rate or either of the two.
That is indicator number
3 po, ASEC, 5.3.
Yeah, nakalagay dyan, must achieve at least 85% completion rate on either PAPS or utilization rate. 85% completion rate on either PAPS. Kasi ang nakalagay dito ang inyong either PAPS and utilization rate of the fund intended for 2020. So we're looking here at 80% completion rate of the PAPS or 85% utilization rate of the fund intended for 2022. So hindi siya yung disbursement rate. So as I've said earlier, kapag utilization rate, we're looking at the obligation. Kung na-obligate siya, it is considered utilized. Kapag nabayaran na siya, yun yung disbursement rate. So kahit hindi bayad, kung na-utilize, kung na-obligate siya, that is considered as utilized already.
Thank you po, ASEC, for the clarification. Any more clarifications for regarding other indicators under the or any other additional comments po or clarifications from the Secretariat? From DILG Makati po. Yes, sir.
Yes, good afternoon, Sir Kim, ASEC. Question lang on the dropout rate, no? Saan ang data source natin ito? Thank you.
All the key performance indicators, ang official numbers natin ay nanggagaling sa EBEIS that is nationally generated.
Thank you. So, ASEC sa inyo po, sa system ng DepEd.
Yeah, so sa DepEd manggagaling yan specifically from the planning unit.
With regards that sa mga enrollment rate, dropout rate, for example, yung kagaya po ng concern ni Ma'am Maan sa Pasig, no? dudugtungan ko lang, if yung sa, for example, sa dropout rate na sa LGU ng Makati, pero ang nakatira naman yung student sa ibang city, pag nag-drop out ba siya, nag-enroll siya sa Makati, drop out siya, is that a negative data for the Makati or kung saan siya nakatira?
Pag dropout rate kasi we are referring to the enrolled learners in the school of the locality regardless of where he is residing. So kung naka-enroll siya doon officially at nag-drop siya, that is considered as negative. Okay?
Yeah,
So, kahit pa taga-Pasig siya, kunyari, naka-enroll siya in a school in Makati, officially na-cover na siya doon sa enrollment rate ng Makati. Therefore, kapag nag-drop siya, it will be against Makati. Kasi doon siya nag-drop.
Yes po. Na-discuss ko ito sa mga meetings with DepEd representative dito during school board meeting and everything. May concern lang kasi dun sa regarding po dyan asset, no? May scenarios kasi na nag-enroll sa isang LGU. Like for example, yung example natin na nakatira sa Pasig, nag-enroll sa Makati. And then after niya makuha yung social services ng inano ng isang LGU, nagda-drop out siya tapos lumilipat siya ibang LGU. So tinanong namin sa ating DepEd kung nafa-follow ba nila yan, kung how will they treat that one na nagda-drop sa isang LGU tapos nagta-transfer to another LGU. So paano na focus ng system and then kawawa naman yung mga LGUs kuha niyo po yung kumukuha lang ng ganyan.
For yung ating EBIS, meron yan cut-off. Meron yan cut-off for the official enrollment. At kung nag-enroll siya, for example, sa start of the school year, nag-enroll siya ng August, at nung nakuha niya yung mga bags, uniform, shoes, and so on, at umalis na siya, hindi pa siguro yan covered nung period ng cut-off ng official enrollment. Usually, ang cut-off natin ng official enrollment is at least a month after the start of classes. Saka lang nare-register yung official enrollment of the school. Ganon yung ating treatment sa cut-off natin sa ating enrollment based on the EBIS. Hindi siya official at the start of the school year, but there is a certain period like at least a month before maging official yung enrollment, because we understand that there are going to be movements from one school to another or from one locality to another within the first month of the opening of classes.
So pag nag-transfer siya asset or hindi na siya pumasok within the cut-off, so hindi pa siya officially enrolled, so wala pa siya sa data, so hindi pa rin siya officially dropped.
Yes, exactly.
How about yung transferred, nag-transfer siya in the middle of the school, hindi siya dropped, right?
No.
Officially transferred
siya. Nag-transfer siya to another school, then he is not officially dropped. And that is also captured by our system na kapag nag-transfer siya, i-out siya sa isang school at mai-in naman siya dun sa nilipatan niyang school. So, transfer out, transfer in. Kasi hindi siya pwedeng itag as transfer out hanggat hindi nire-request ng school na i-accept niya, so matatag siya dun sa kabila as transfer in. If umalis yung bata, hindi niyo malocate yung bata pero wala kayong request for tagging of transfer out, then that will be considered as dropped.
Thank you, Asep. That's a very crystal clear po.
Thank you.
Thank
Welcome.
you.
Thank you so much po, our focal from DILG Makati for raising this concerns. Balik lang po tayo sa chat box saglit. Meron pa po ata mga nire-raise na question. From DILG 13, question from Ms. Florian regarding indicator 3. Ito po yung na-raise na rin kanina regarding sa fund utilization rate and actual completion. Ms. Florian, na-revise, na-update na po natin yung technical notes, or po ito, not end. So tulad po ng sinabi ni Ase kanina na guidance, either of the two. So or po ito. Na-update na po natin ang ating technical references, reflecting po yung changes po natin dito. And also po, ASEC, meron pa rin po mga clarification I think this clarification po ay both para po sa inyo sa DepEd at sa amin din po here as the Secretariat. Meron po silang kinaklarify. Pakiclarify po from Region 4A po ito nung sa utilization kasi po sa ating technical notes lagi ay ang utilize po ay disbursed even po sa ibang performance area.
Okay.
Po.
Yeah. Okay. Let me just answer that. We are using here the definition as per DBM. Okay? Kasi sa DBM kasi pag sinabing budget utilization rate up to obligation.
Okay po. Thank you po, ASEC, for this clarification. We will take note po of this. For a while lang po. For a while lang.
Hello po, this is Melanie po. Hello po, ASEC.
Oh, yes.
Regarding po, para may closure na yung mga issue on utilization, no, magbibigay kami ng overall guidance on this. Para lang baka similar yung treatment niya rin sa ibang areas or whatsoever. So, i-close na po natin yung discussion on utilization kasi po ulit-ulit na natin kinukulit si ASEC. Ilang beses na rin niya pong sinagot kanina. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you po. Any more clarification? Kanina parang nakita ko rin po nag-raise ng hand ang R5. Meron po ba kayong other concerns na hindi pa po natin na-discuss kanina?
Okay. Team.
Hello po.
Good afternoon, Sir Kim. This is Lay po from Region 5.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, clarification lang po doon sa 5.3. Yung na-raise po namin na question kanina. For example po, yung LGU, out of 10 identified PPAs, 9 po yung na-complete nila. Pero 20% po ng fund ang na-utilize po. 20% ng total fund ang na-utilize para ma-complete po yung 9 na PPAs. Considered pass po ba yun?
9 out of 10.
9 out of 10 po. Pero 20% po ng total fund ang na-disperse to complete the 9 PPAs. Considered pass po ba yan?
If titignan niyo po, it's 9 divided by 10 po. Ilang percent po ba yun, ma'am? That would be 90%. What we are requiring na is just 85%. So, pasado po siya. This is either completion rate or utilization rate po siya. Yung ating minimum requirement.
Okay po, ma'am. Thank you so much po, ma'am, for the response po.
Thank you so much po. Any other questions po from DILG Region 10?
Yes, good afternoon. Okay, ASEC, good afternoon. So I would just like to be clarified on these two indicators, 5.2 and 5.3 and 5.4. Kasi sa 5.3, yung at least 85% ang completion rate on either PPAs or utilization rate of the fund intended for CY 2022 SEF budget. So at least 85% of all those of the PPAs, no, or kung ano yung naka-budget for the SEF. Now, di ba merong existing guidelines na Now let's move on to 5.4 na dapat yung kung ano yung nasa kung paano nila gagamitin yung SEF fund, it should be reflected in the LDIP and AIP. That will serve as the basis for the annual budget. So yung ano ba, yung SEF ba, dapat ba siya ipasok dun sa annual budget? Kasi if it's required na ipasok siya sa LDIP, AIP, so nandun din siya sa budget. Pero bakit dalawa lang ang yung indicator? Bakit at least 2 lang? Bakit hindi yung buong expenditure items na naka-charge doon sa SEF ang dapat ipasok doon sa annual investment program?
Ang minimum requirement by the SGLG is minimum of 2. At least 2 POPs. So kung naglagay ka ng more than 2, then that would be an edge for the local government.
Okay, so yung 85% ba, ASEC, is, that would apply to the 2 items lang? Yung 85% na completion rate or ano? Or does it refer to the entire SEF budget?
Yeah, according to the description of the indicator, it says there, actual completion or accomplishment of the POPs funded by the CY 2020 to 2022. So if you indicated 5, then you should get accomplishment of 85% of the 5.
Of the 5.
Yes. So kung dalawa lang yung nilagay mo, then you will have to accomplish the 2. Because if you only accomplish 1, that's only 50%.
So yun yung okay. Sige. Yes. So yun lang yung magiging basis ngayon. Kung ilan lang ang nilagay, yun i-apply ang 85%.
Yes.
Okay, sige. Thank you, Asek. But I'm just curious, bakit hindi lahat? Kung yung buong SEF dapat gagamitin for the education-related program, bakit hindi dapat i-require na yung buong SEF no fund ipasok lahat sa annual investment program? Kasi doon mo siya dapat parang 'di ba the target should be utilized 100% for that period or even at least meron mang extension, but yung buong yung buong plan talaga for the utilization of that one should be integrated in the annual investment program.
Yeah, we will consider that. Thank you so much, and we will we will have to discuss that with the whole SGLG committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Asek.
Thank you po, Ms. Hazel from R10, and thank you po for the response, Asek Bringas. I think meron po pong last question for this governance area from Region 12. On improvement in pupils' performance indicators po, may we ask if covered po both pupils in public and private schools?
Yes, of course. We would not want to leave out our private schools. Yes, that would be affirmative.
Thank you po. Thank you po, Asek Bringas, for that clarification. And I think yun na po ang end. Meron pa po bang mga habol na clarifications? Wala na po, ano? Check na lang po natin yung chat box. Asek, if meron pa po mga pumasok sa atin, sa secretariat ng mga questions regarding po sa governance area, we will transmit via these concerns po to your office for guidance and clarifications po.
Yeah, sure. Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much po again.
And if ever there are misprints in the presentations, then we will double check again so we can issue clarification from our end.
Okay po. Asek, last na po ito. Minitatanong po from Batanes. Meron din daw po ba or covered din ng EDIS yung mga private schools?
Yes, they are registered. Our private schools are also encoding in the LIS or the Learner Information System, so they are covered.
Thank you so much po, Asek, for that clarification. And again po, Thank you so much po to our DepEd colleagues headed by our TWG Head Assistant Secretary for Field Operations, ASEC Francis Cesar Bringas, for this presentation and for answering the concerns and queries of our focal persons from different regional offices. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon.
For a while lang po. Ayan, before we proceed po to the third governance area, ito po yung Tourism Heritage Development, Culture and the Arts. Actually po kasama na natin ngayon yung ating representatives from our TWG, from the Department of Tourism. Pero para lang po medyo ma-refresh po tayo ulit at makahinga ng konti, meron lang po kaming short icebreaker before we proceed to the discussion of these indicators. So, ibigay ko po ang floor kay for a while lang po. Short icebreaker lang po para lang po ma-refresh tayo at bago tayo mag-proceed sa mga next indicators natin or governance areas. Meantime, while waiting for our game master, we would like again to remind everyone to kindly accomplish po our attendance form, our test. We will resend from time to time po the link sa ating chat box. Also, for the link for technical references and other notes for this orientation, forms, for the DILG's consumption, meron po tayong provide na link sa ating pong chat box para po ma-access ito ng lahat. Maraming salamat po. Ready na po ba? Okay, sige po.
Hello po, nadidinig po ba? Okay. So, hello, good afternoon po. Buhay pa po ba ang lahat? Ano pa po tayo? Meron pa po tayong last two governance area after po nitong icebreaker. Pero para po ma-refresh tayo dun sa mga napag-usapan earlier kasi medyo mabibigat din po yung mga areas na yun at may mas mabibigat pang darating. So mag-ano po muna tayo, mag-icebreaker po muna tayo. So, ang tawag po dito ay Guess the Word. So, ito po ay SGLG edition. Ayan. So, ang mechanics po natin dito, meron po kami ipa-flash na mga icons na makakita nyo sa inyong mga screen at mahuhulaan nyo po yung mga SGLG-related word that they are trying to convey. Note po, lahat po ng mga words na ipapahula natin ay SGLG related. Either na-encounter po natin ito sa tech notes, sa implementation ng SGLG. Basta po, lahat po na may na-encounter natin na may kinalaman sa SGLG. And majority po ng mga words dito ay English, pero meron lang po, I think, isa na in Filipino. Tapos, para po sa mga participants natin, ikiin niyo po yung answer sa ating Zoom chat box after po nung ito pong signal na line. So makikisuyo na lang po sa mga kasama natin sa secretariat na ilagay po nila yung line para mag-signify po na doon po yung start ng pagta-type ng sagot ng mga participants. Okay, sige. Si kasamang Remsi na lang po ang mag-encode. And then ang tip po pala dito, wag nyo pong i-try na literally i-interpret yung exact translation ng mga icon. Pwede nyo pong gawin, parang tignan nyo po siya ng kabuuan or maghanap po kayo ng isang picture na madali nyong ma-identify ano yung word na ibig nang sabihin para makuha nyo po yung buo. Para may mga ganong tip lang po tayo dito. Pero pwede po tayo mag-sample. Sample round. So ito po, ano po ang word na ibig sabihin nito? Okay, meron na po tayong linya Refresh. Mali po. Posting. Checklist. Feedbacking. Hello, naku, mukhang mahirap yata. Yung napahula ko. Ay, meron na nakahula? Sino na? Sino po ang nakahula?
Ito si R2 Ronald.
Ay, parang may kulang. May kulang sa sagot niya. R5. So, ang tamang sagot po dito ay change request form. So, di ba ang nakalagay po doon, change? Kasi yung image na change. Tapos yung request, friend request. Tapos yung form, ayun na po. So, parang ganun po siya. Kailangan po maging creative lang tayo sa pag-iisip. So ano po ba? Okay po ba? Sige, okay. Example lang yun ha. Proceed tayo sa actual. Pero ito po pala ay wala pong premyo ito for the record. Or meron po ba, Ma'am Melay? Sige. Okay, tuloy na tayo. Ano lang po tayo?
Yes,
For
for
fun.
premyo.
Ay, oh my God, si Ma'am Des meron daw.
Ma'am, kasali na kami.
Wow. Go na, how much? Gika.
Per item. Ano po tayo, ma'am? Meron po tayong 20 items dito. Ano na lang, 10 na lang para makapag-proceed na tayo sa next.
Okay, sige.
Okay, sige. Okay, ready na po lahat. Pa-thumbs up na lang po kung ready na. Okay, ready na si Kim. Okay, number 1. Yung linya, be. Okay, meron na pong linya. So, pwede na po kayo mag-type ng mga sagot nyo. Wala po. Ay, may nakakuha na ng tamang sagot. Ang tamang sagot ay incident command system. So, incident, dahil may nagbanggaan, yung command, ayun o, yung taga-utos na nagko-command. Tapos yung system, ay,
Kasi nakulang.
sabi po ng secretariat, wrong spelling is wrong. Bawal daw din po ang acronym. Ang higpit po ng secretariat today. So, ang nakakuha ng tamang sagot ay si from DLG NCR, Adrian Lopez.
Clap.
Okay, congrats. Ipapadala lang po namin courtesy of Ma'am Debs. Okay, next po. Okay, pwede na po mag-type. May nakakuha na? Okay, agad-agad. Ang tamang sagot ay full disclosure policy. Ay! Mali spelling ba? Tama naman. Tama naman. So, full disclosure policy, kaya po siya full kasi full na yung kanyang battery. So, puno na siya. Disclosure, ayun. Tinika mo gamit ang megaphone at saka ang policy, ayan na. Pinaretest mo na siya. So, ang nakakuha ng tamang sagot ay si from DLG Marinduque, Eric Matining. Congratulations po, Sir Eric. Okay. Question number 3. Okay, and pwede na po mag-encode. Okay, may nakakuha na ng tamang sagot. Ang tamang sagot ay annual audit report. So annual, yung audit, nakita nyo naman po, sinusuri niyo yung mga dokumento at yung report, reporter. Okay. Okay, ang nakakuha po dito ay, parang I think grupo po ito, DLG, from DLG Region 12, yung Regional Assessment Team. Congratulations po. Hati-hati po kayong buong RAT members. Okay, ang question number 4. Okay, pwede na po mag-encode. Ay, ang bilis. Naka-ready yata. May nakakuha na agad ng tamang sagot. Ay, wala pa. Wala.
Sagot.
Ano to? Ayan. Ang tamang sagot po ay Emergency Response Team. Bakit team? Team YAP. O, di ba? So, emergency, dahil dun sa sirena, yung response, nakakuha ka ng sagot. So, sino nga ulit, Secretariat? From DLG Camarines Sur, Kate Angelica Pasubilio. Congratulations po, ma'am. Very good. Nahulaan niya si Team Yab. Okay, question number 5. Okay, ready na po? Ay, tibag niyo ng sagutan to. Ay, may nakakuha ng tamang sagot. Oo. Ang tamang sagot po ay National Tax Allotment. So, may tamang sagot po ay from the LG Region 6, si Ma'am Sherry Narciso. Congratulations po, Ma'am Sherry. Hanggang 10 items na lang.
Hanggang 5 p.m.
Ay, mamaya na lang ulit. Okay, so mukhang nabuhayan na po tayo ng dugo. So, nanood po namin yung mga nakakuha ng tamang sagot at wait na lang po kayo sa inyong mga pa-premyo. Ay, meron ba? Okay po, thank you po. Sana po ay nag-enjoy po kayo.
Nawala na ng chat box. Marlo.
Thank you so much po. We hope po na kahit papano nakapag-refresh tayo before we proceed to the next presentation. And as promised po by Director Debbie, meron pong premyo yung mga nakakuha ng tamang sagot. Ma'am Debbie, 50 po itong mananalo.
Kala ko 20.
20 lang po, 20 lang po. 10 po yung ngayon, 10 po ulit mamaya. Thank you so much po. So, later po ulit tayo mag-icebreaker. Ngayon po, proceed muna po tayo sa continuation ng discussion ng ating mga governance areas, specifically indicators per area. And for the third assessment criteria, to present the indicators for the tourism, heritage development, culture, and the arts governance area, we will call on Division Chief Ramil S. Basuel from the Department of Tourism for the presentation. Good afternoon, Sir Ramil, and to our DOT colleagues.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me, Sir Kim? Okay lang?
Yes, sir. Malinaw po.
Okay. So, again, I'm from the Department of Tourism, Office of Tourism Development Planning, Research, and Information Management, and I'm here to present to you the approved criteria for the 2023 Seal of Good Local Governance on tourism, heritage development, culture, and the arts. So, the first step that I'm going to present to you is for tourism development. Next, please. Right. For the SGLG minimum requirement, we have four indicators, but we will only require at least 2 of the following. Number 1, presence of local tourism officer or designated officer. Number 2, the tourism information and assistance center or desk. Number 3 is the formulation of local tourism development plan. And number 4 would be the submission of annual supply tourism statistics report. Next, please. Okay, for the indicator number 1, which all provinces, cities, and municipalities will have to come up with, they must have at least a filled up permanent position for local tourism officer, or if it's not a permanent position, a designated officer for tourism. Right. Okay, this is in according to the law, according to the Republic Act 95, 1993, if tourism is significant in their locality, then they must have a permanent tourism officer. But since in the ground level, during our observations, our tours in most municipalities, cities, and provinces, uh, almost all of these provinces, all of these LGUs have a designated tourism officer. So I think this is going to be easy for them to comply with. So the data source would be an executive order or an HR paper that says that they have a tourism officer or the appointment of local tourism officer. Right. Number 2. Next, please. Okay, the second one, which is also according to the Tourism Act. According to the Tourism Act, if tourism is significant, there should be a tourism information or assistance center which will serve as one-stop information for visitors or tourists. Okay. So the indicator is the establishment of a tourism information and assistance center or desk. The data source would be photo documentation or an actual tourist information assistance center, no, yung documentation non, which is located in the province or in the city municipal hall. And then an ordinance or similar issuances creating the tourism information assistance center. Right. For the SGLG, there has to be an existing local tourism assistance center or desk with, of course, materials like promotional materials, references, or tourist sites. Number 3.
Pero okay na yung link.
Then number 3 would be the formulation of local tourism development plan. According to Section 37, all LGUs are encouraged to prepare a local tourism development plan which integrates zoning, land use, infrastructure development, and national system. This is also aligned with the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development framework on tourism competitiveness, that to assure that there is sustainability and competitiveness in tourism development, there should be a tourism development plan. So a data source would be a documentation supporting the planning and formulation of the local tourism development plan. Now, for this year, the minimum requirement is only not an approved local tourism development plan, but the proof that the LGU are starting with their local tourism development plan. This is like an approved resolution or EO creating the committee that will formulate the tourism development plan or the technical working group, an approved work plan, or if they already have a draft local tourism development plan. Many of the LGUs already have even approved local tourism development plans. Okay. Number 4. Okay. Number 4 is the submission of annual supply tourism statistics report. According to the Tourism Act, all LGUs shall provide an inventory of all the resources available to the department. So, for this year, ang hihingin lang natin is yung annual supply data on tourism, no? So, supply tourism data. Almost all LGUs have been capacitated with the DOT standard local tourism statistics system, which includes the template on supply database for accommodation establishments, the supply database for tourist attractions, and the supply database for other tourism enterprises. Now, there should be a documentation that this was submitted to the DOT regional office. Right. So these are the 4 indicators for tourism development, and the LGUs are only required to at least pass 2 of the indicators. Okay. So before I I answer the questions on the chat board, let me continue with the other indicators for cultural heritage. Okay, for the cultural heritage promotion and conservation, there are 4 indicators that was used last year, and it's going to be used again. And then the minimum requirement is the LGU should comply with at least 3 of the following. Okay, so number 1, let's continue with the ano na po, ano. So number 1 is number 1 would be yung presence of local council for the promotion of culture and the arts. This is covered by the DILG MC number 2017-133, that the LGU should create cultural should create a cultural committee, no, or the committee on culture and the arts, right? So the data source would be a Sangguniang resolution creating the council. Okay, so yun lang naman po yung atin pong requirement na document. Okay, the next indicator. Okay, the next indicator will be the approval and implementation of a budget appropriated for the conservation and preservation of cultural property. According to the Republic Act 10066, LGUs are encouraged to incorporate cultural property programs in their LGU budgets. But the appropriation, wala naman pong percentage na nilagay po, no? So dapat lang magkaroon lang ng appropriation on cultural heritage promotion and conservation. Okay. Now, the data source, okay, since the indicator is about implementing the budget, the data source would be the utilization data from the accounting office, the annual budget, and the annual investment program for the LGU. The minimum requirement would be at least 75% utilization rate of the budget appropriated for the conservation and preservation of cultural property for the year 2022. So, yun yung ano natin. Next indicator would be the existence of an updated cultural property inventory. This is covered not only by the RA, but also with the DILG NCCA Joint Memorandum Circular 2021-001. There should be an inventory of all cultural properties in all LGUs. Ayan. Okay, the data source would be the cultural property inventory updated not earlier than 2022. Okay, using the templates prescribed by the Joint Memorandum Circular, and then an acknowledgement letter from NCCA. Okay, then the list of LGUs with inventory submission from NCCA. This is going to be sourced out from, of course, NCCA. Okay, the SGLG minimum requirement, okay, yung cultural inventory po natin, updated not earlier than 2022, okay? Of course, parang ang ano natin diyan, hindi naman kasi nagbabago kadalasan yung atin pong cultural properties, ano po. So kung meron na po kayong submitted and certified na cultural property inventory before 2021 or before 2020, what you just have to do is to certify ng LCE ninyo na yung inyo pong list, inyo pong inventory is the latest and there are no changes, no? So yun lang po yun. So adopted by the LGU, parang certified na siya. And then submitted to NCCA for review. This is in consideration, of course, with those that submitted last year pero wala pang response yung NCCA po. So kung wala pang response yung NCCA, magkaroon lang po tayo ng evidence that we have submitted it already to NCCA for consideration. Right. Okay, last po is yung published narrative of history and culture. Kailangan meron po tayong publication on our history and culture, either research paper or meron tayong mga educational materials or mga books, no, or even sa mga websites natin, no. So yun lang naman yung kailangan natin. So kaya ang data source lang natin, photo documentation lang, copies nung mga published narrative, whether sa website lang siya, so print screen lang siya, and then proof of LGU acknowledging the narrative published by, if it's published by a third party po. Right, so ayun lang po. And again, for the cultural heritage promotion and conservation, 3 out of 4 lang po ang requirement for the SGLG. Right, so this has been the work of the technical working group of the DOT and the NCCA, NCIP, NHCP, NM, and with the help of ULAP and NAPC. Thank you. Now we can answer the question, sir.
Thank you so much, Sir Ramil, for the presentation of the performance indicators for the tourism, heritage development, culture, and the arts governance area. And now let us proceed with the questions and concerns raised by our focal persons from different regional offices, and maybe seek guidance din po or additional information from the DOT regarding this. Firstly po, regarding the overall processing for the tourism development, meron pong question from DILG La Union. May list po ba na ibibigay ulit regarding LGUs in which tourism is a significant industry? As agreed po during the TWG meeting, right, Sir Ramil, the indicators for tourism development will be applied to all LGUs na po for this year's implementation. Hence, a list will no longer be given. Any additional po dito, sir?
Yes, thank you, Sir Kim. Yung po kasing nasa batas natin with significant industry, we don't really apply it anymore here. So kinonsider na lang natin na pwedeng 2 out of 4. So yun yung naging palitan. Ang ano kasi natin doon, wala naman talaga kasing official list of LGUs that have significant tourism industry. DOT cannot do that for LGUs because it's only the LGUs that can really say that they have significant industry. For example po, we have experienced some provinces that by observation, kahit kayo po yung pumunta doon, alam nyo na significant yung tourism industry, but then their representative will tell you outright that tourism is not a significant industry in their province. So kung tutusin, ang pag-declare na significant yung industry sa isang lugar would be one, syempre nasa LGU po yun, no? So yun yung kaya po kahit sa mga national tourism development plans namin, we usually don't name any LGUs para po lahat po ay may chance na mag-develop themselves as a tourism destination.
So thank you, Sir Ramil, for this clarification. So again, to all focal persons po, for this year's assessment cycle, the indicators for tourism development will be applied to all LGUs, PCMs po, nationwide. But binigay po sa ating consideration, at least an LGU 2 meet at least 2 of the 4 indicators under this area. Thank you so much po. Next.
Ito ka na answer.
Sige, sir. Apo.
Sige po. Yes po, pwede pong ma-designate as tourism officer any casual employee or yung mga JO nila or COS, provided that these are designated with executive orders, with mga ganun, as designated as tourism officers po. So pwede po yun. Now, kaya tinanggal din namin yung tungkol dun sa significant industry. Kasi kapag significant tourism industry, kailangan permanent yung tourism officer mo. But for this one, what we only require is that there is a designated tourism officer. Medyo magagalit nga yung mga kaibigan kong mga tourism officer to kasi they really wanted to put in the SGLG na permanent tourism officer so that para daw ma-push na maging permanent sila, no? Ayun lang kasi medyo hindi kasi yun nakalagay sa batas, so we cannot do that.
Thank you so much po, Sir Ramil, for that clarification. So again po, sa nag-raise po ng question from DILG Region 3 regarding po sa designation ng mga COSJ or casual employee, pwede daw po ito according to the Department of Tourism. And we will update the technical notes accordingly.
Okay. Proceed ba tayo?
Proceed na po, sir. Regarding po...
Yan. Sige po.
Po, sir. Regarding po dito, sir, sa Indicator 9.1.3, the Approved Local Tourism Development Plan, meron pong question from DILG Region 6, specifically po Iloilo Province. For the Tourism Development Plan, what is the coverage po? Should it cover CY 2023 already?
That's a good question po, no? I think since 2022 po yung atin pong yung kino-cover pa natin, kapag meron silang tourism development plan covering yung term nung last election, kung 3 terms yun, ay 3-year plan yon or 6-year plan yon last time, okay na po yun, no? So kunwari 2020 to 2022. So, ayun, pwede pa ho yan.
Okay po. Thank you, Sir Ramil. Additional question po regarding this indicator from DILG Batanes. Can we consider the tourism framework plan instead of the development plan? Also here in the province of Batanes, considering na maliit lang naman po yung probinsya namin and we only have 6 municipalities, considered na po kaya na pass itong indicator na to sa municipalities namin if meron ng nagawa ang provincial local government unit na tourism plan since MLGUs were involved naman when the plan was prepared?
That's a good question po, no? Kasi basta po ma-certify po certify naman po ng nung province po, no, na naka-incorporate yung plano ng bawat LGU doon sa provincial tourism development plan. This is good enough po, no? So yun yung ano natin. Wag lang po yung sa regional, no? So kasi sa region ang gagawa na is yung national agency. So hindi po kasama yon. So ang kasama lang po is yung sa province lang po. But they do have to certify the province have to certify, sir, no, na kasama talaga yung LGUs o yung mga plano ng LGUs doon sa ano natin, doon sa makikita talaga doon sa provincial.
Thank you, Sir Mil, for that clarification. Sir, regarding pa rin po sa indicator na to, meron pong question from DILG Region 11 if this tourism development plan po ay pwede na integrated siya sa comprehensive development plan ni LGU.
Yes. Yes po. Pwede po 'yan. Ganon din yung sa tourism framework po, no. The tourism framework plan, this can also be considered as the tourism development plan.
Thank you, Sir Ramil. And lastly po, also from Region 11 din po ito, ibang plan naman po siya, Tourism Master Plan. Considered din po ba ito?
Yes po. Ayan actually yung lumang tawag sa Tourism Development Plan. It's the Tourism Master Plan.
Okay po. Thank you so much, Sir Ramil, for this clarification. Sir, talo na po tayo sa next indicator. Sa 9.1.4, the submission of the annual supply tourism stats report based po sa DOT standard format. Question po from from DILG NCR. For this indicator, when should the data be submitted to the DOTRO?
All right. So the DOTRO usually collects the supply data by April or May of 2022. They should have submitted by then, pero dahil nga supply data naman siya, if they have updates, they could just submit it to the regional office. Basta during that year po, no? So kasi ang deadline naman po niyan would be yung syempre yung December ng 2022. Basta na-submit lang po ng December 2020, last day of December 2022, okay naman po yan.
Okay, Sir Ramil, thank you so much po. There is a request po from DILG R10, specifically po from ARD Yvette Sunga of DILG Region 10. Can your DOT regional offices furnish our regional offices of the submitted report required?
Yes po. We will ask our regional offices to coordinate with the DILG with regards to this po.
Thank you po. And lastly po, for this indicator, question or request po from DILG Region 8, pwede raw po bang magbigay din ang DOT ng isang master list of LGUs who complied to this reporting requirement as basis
yes po.
ng compliance?
Yes po. I'm not sure kung may updated na for 2022 na dito sa central office, but definitely doon sa ating pong regional office, which most probably mas updated yung sa kanila, we will be providing guidance with to our regional office to do so.
Thank you so much, Sir Ramil. Sir, punta na po tayo sa Cultural Heritage Promotion and Conservation. Question, sir, regarding po dun sa Council for the Promotion of Culture and the Arts. Question po from DILG Region 12, clarification on the creation of this council. Sangguniang resolution po ba ang kailangan? EO or ordinance?
Well, according dun sa ano po natin, no, yung dun sa DILG po natin, it's really a sangguniang resolution po na ano natin. So dapat po may creation lang. Pero parang ang ano lang naman ang sabi ko nga doon sa minimum requirement natin, basta may existing namang cultural council po, no. So and may documentation on its creation, whether it was created by EO or sanggunian or a resolution or ordinance, that should be enough documentation. So the existence of one, and then yung mga papers na ganyan, yun yung magsisimula, no? So I think any will do po, no? Kasi kung EO or resolution or ordinance, any of the three will do.
Thank you so much po, Sir Ramil, for this clarification. Next po, regarding cultural property inventory, another request po from Region 10 from ARD Yvette. Same with NCCA to give the DILG list of LGUs with inventory submission. Yes po, ARD, the Secretariat po, the SGLG National Working Team, will request this data po directly from the NCCA.
Thank you, sir.
Another question po from Region 1. If this year or 2023 lang po nakapag-submit si LGU ng updated cultural property inventory to the NCCA for review, considered na po ba ito?
Hindi. If we're going to be strict about it, mukhang hindi po. Kasi dapat po nung 2022 po nakapag-submit ng dapat nung 2022 nakapag-submit ng ano po ng atin pong inventory, since yung atin pong ini-evaluate for this SGLG is yung 2022 po. So hindi po 2023.
Okay, sir. Noted po. Thank you po. And lastly po, regarding pa rin po ito sa cultural property inventory, yung certificate of acceptance or yung email po ba ay okay na?
Yes po.
From NCCA upon submission of the property inventory?
This is for 2021 up po, no? Yun yung kinonsider natin. For those that submitted 2021 and 2022, the acknowledgement of NCCA of their submission or yung pag is accepted na po, no? Accepted. But for those that are showing an inventory that was done before 2020, kailangan po ay meron po yung certificate. Yung certificate po natin, nakalagay po doon sa atin pong Joint Memorandum Circular. So kailangan po manggaling po sa NCCA yung certificate na yon, which they're saying na certified na yung kanila pong cultural inventory po. And then if there are no changes to their inventory, kahit na nung 2020 pa ito ginawa or even ano pa, no, mas matagal pa or kahit na 2020 below, dapat po ay merong kahit man lang certificate from the LCA of the LGU that this is the updated inventory still being used by or adopted by the LGU.
Noted po, sir. Wait lang po, check lang po natin if meron po tayong naiiwan questions. From DALG ni Maropa po, rejoinder lang daw po. Regarding po to, sir, submission ng tourism stats report, is the updating of the tour lista sufficient for this indicator po?
What? Ano po?
Tour lista. Pwede po nating i-ask
tour lista. Yeah. The tour lista is just the digitalization or the digitization of the SLTSS. So it's okay.
Thank you, sir.
Sagutin ko na rin siguro ito. Yung tungkol sa tanong ni Miss Kalin Davidad, is it not updated every 2 years? What if kung 2020? Hindi na po kailangang isubmit ng 2022. Wala po kaming sinasabing ganun po, no? Ang sabi namin, kung nag-submit kayo ng 2021 tapos na-certify na po yun ng NCCA, that's okay na po yun. And then siguro ang kailangan na lang kung yun pa rin talaga yung ginagamit, magsulat lang, may certification lang from the mayor or provincial governor that this is the updated cultural inventory being used by the LGUs. So hindi kailangang mag-submit po sa NCCA po. Kasi ayan.
Thank you, sir. Any additional questions for clarifications? Very well po, check ko lang po yung ating documentation.
Again po, sa Region 5 po, wala pong list ng LGUs where tourism is their significant industry. There is no such list po. Okay, so wala pong maibibigay din ng regional office kasi ang policy po ng DOT is that all LGUs are capable of being developed as a tourism destination. So kaya hindi po namin policy na magbigay ng na magbigay ng ganyan po na with significant na significant yung tourism industry sa kanila po.
Thank you, sir. Parang may humahabol pa pong questions. Wait lang po. From DLG4A, ang tourism spots po ba natin ay dapat registered sa DOT or okay na po ang accredited ni PTCAO, ITCAO?
There is no registration of tourism spots sa DOT. There's only a reporting of the supply data, which is of course includes the tourism spots. So wala pong ganun. So kung sakali, lahat po ng LGUs talaga needs to submit this data.
Thank you, sir. Also from Region 2, sir, this is not a question, but we would like to extend the concerns of LGUs relative to the strengthening of tourisms in LGUs. They are requesting for capacity development interventions on the formulation of these plans, lalo na po yung katulad ng sinasabi po natin sa developing pa lang po sila ng kanilang tourism industry.
Thank you for that question. We are actually giving that regularly every year po sa mga nagre-request po ng mga LGU.
And lastly po, from region, may pumapasok po pala, pero from Region 6 po, from province of Antique, good afternoon. Senator Legarda facilitated the cultural mapping projects for all LGUs in our province in coordination with the DepEd. Once the list of all cultural properties are adopted by the respective sanggunians, can this suffice na raw po ba to pass the indicator? Mas extensive po kasi ang cultural mapping rather than just submitting an inventory. The project was in partnership with NCCA.
That's the same po, no? Baka hindi, nagugulan lang po kayo. Cultural inventory is actually cultural mapping technically. So parehas lang po yun, no? So kung sakali man na nag-inventory ang isang LGU at parang mas maliit yung kanilang na-inventory nung nag-cultural inventory kaysa nung cultural mapping, ibig sabihin nun, may mali silang nagawa or mayroon silang hindi na naibigay na. Now, what we're following is the RA on National Heritage at saka yung pong JMC ng DILG at saka ng NCCA. So maganda na may nagawa na beforehand pa, no, with the help of DepEd. Ibig sabihin nun, mas madali po nilang mailipat ito doon sa standard template na nilagay doon sa Joint Memorandum Circular between DILG and NCCA. Meron po kasing mga template na nilagay po doon para at least mas madali po yung aggregate ng data.
Okay, thank you, sir. Meron po ba tayong mga additional questions? Hello, sir. With regards to submission of cultural property inventory by the province, it is okay po ba nang isubmit nila is the cultural property inventory of their lower LGUs? So parang kabaligtaran po ito ng tanong ko yun ng Batanes. Kasi si Batanes naman po yun ang tanong nila if pwede po nang isubmit ay...
Yes po. Parang ganun na nga po ang mangyayari po para sa mga provinces natin. Kailangan po nilang yung trabaho nila parang dalawang mangyayari niyan. Mas madali yung magiging trabaho ng provinces natin kung yung lahat po ng LGUs nila ay gumagawa ng work, gumagawa ng inventory po. So tama po yung sinasabi nila na isasubmit lang naman nila yung aggregated data ng lahat ng LGUs po nila when it comes to cultural inventory or even yung supply data po sa tourism po.
Okay, thank you, sir. Pero clarification lang po dito, sir, sa response natin regarding this. If meron pong cultural property na under ni provincial government, di po ba dapat mag-submit din sila ng separate
Yes.
cultural property inventory of their PLGU?
Yes po, madadagdag po 'yun sa kanila pong as properties kasi parang responsibility nila 'yan eh. Parang ganun yung mangyayari po. Parang in addition to the properties listed by their LGUs, pwede pa rin silang mag-submit ng kanilang ano.
Okay pa. Thank you so much po, Sir Ramil, for this clarifications. And yung mga na-mention po ngayon na clarifications regarding po sa these indicators will be updated or reflected to our technical notes accordingly naman po, sir. For the reference of our regional and provincial offices po, especially our regional assessment team na magkakandak po ng assessment sa ating mga LGUs.
Okay po.
Nagre-raise po ng hand si ARD Yvette Sunga from DILG Region 10. ARD, you are recognized po.
Thank you, Sir Kim. Sir Ramil, magandang hapon po. This is for BLGS and DOT. Since may commitment po kay Sir Ramil that the regional offices will be furnishing us with an updated list coming from their end. But for NCCA, ganun din po yung request natin, Sir Kim. If NCCA can furnish us a copy of those certified and those that submitted with no action per statement po ni Sir Ramil, they should give us already a list para easier for the assessment team. Thank you very much po. Secondary data na po yung treatment natin, please. Thank you.
Tama po,
Thank you, ARD. We will send formal communication with the NCCA to request for this data po. Thank you, ARD, for that recommendation. Any additional comments po from our participants? Okay, hearing and seeing none. I think we're all set na po sa ating mga indicators for this governance area, and lahat po ng ating na-discuss ay well documented naman po, and we will update the technical notes accordingly if meron po mga kailangang linawin pa doon or update for consultation to the Department of Tourism, our TWG head for this governance area. And with that, we would like to thank Sir Ramil as well from the Department of Tourism, and together with other DOT colleagues. Maraming salamat po, sir, for attending and presenting the governance area for the indicators for this governance area rather. Maraming salamat po, sir.
Thank you po. Thank you po.
Meron pong appeal dito, mag-icebreaker ulit. Before we proceed to the last governance area for the day one of our orientation, kasi medyo mahaba-haba po ito, yung ating pong discussion for the social protection and sensitivity governance area. 2:45 na po. Originally, ang ating pong schedule for the SP presentation is 3 to 5 p.m. So I think meron naman po tayong konting time to continue our icebreaker before we proceed. So let's welcome back our game master. Okay po, for a while lang po. Meantime po yung iba po, pwede naman po tayong mag-short break before we proceed to the next governance area. And we would like to acknowledge po the presence of Ms. Sylvia Alegre from the Department of Social Welfare and Development, our representative from the DSWD, who will discuss the indicators later po kapag nag-resume na po tayo ng ating discussion.
Okay. Kim, thank you po. Thank you po, Kim. Ay. Uy, ano, naka-share na? Ay, nakita na yung sagot. Hindi pa, di ba? Wait lang, ready na ba? May nakahawda na po ba?
Wait lang, wala pang ba?
Wala pang excited ang mga tao. Dami pang energy, pero dahil nga nahulaan na nila, pamigay na po ito. Meron pa naman po tayong practice lang po ito. Daming energy, porque last na tayo area for today. Hindi kayo sure. Last, ganun pa man. Sige po, ang tamang sagot po dito ay Certificate of Affirmation. O di ba yung off lotion. Witty. Okay, ready na? Wait lang po. Okay. Uy, ano guys, palista ha. Thank you po. Ay. Okay, next question. Okay. Ay, may sobra ng isang word doon kay ano. Ay, may nakakuha ng tamang ano. Sobra kasi siya. Ito lang. So, ang nakukuha po ng tamang sagot, ang tamang sagot po dito ay safely managed drinking water. So, safe kasi may shield. Yung sa gitna ay manager siya. Basta yan po yung hinahanap po sa Google. So, ang nanalo po ay si from DLG Lanao del Norte. Okay, congrats, sir. Kung wala akong papalakpak na ano na sound, sorry po. Manual na lang po na palakpak mga sir at ma'am. Okay, next question. Okay, ready? Okay, ay pwede na po mag-type. May linya na. Ay, ganun no? Okay, ang nakuha ng tamang sagot ay Early Warning System from Region 9. Si Ma'am Mean to din. Congratulations. Congratulations po, ma'am. O, di ba? Nahulaan nila yung early. Okay, number 9. Okay. Go, encode na po kayo. Ay, parang kulang. Ay, parang kulang pa din. Parang may wrong spelling. Sa taas, te. Kasi ano, sabi ni Remsi, hindi daw po natin i-allow yung acronym. Ay. Sorry po, Ma'am Carol. O, tama si Ma'am Carol. O, from Region 2. Congratulations po, Ma'am Carol. Ang tamang sagot ay Climate Change Expenditure Tag. Okay. Number 10. Okay, go. Basura mo, tapon mo? Opo, tinatapon po namin ng tama. Okay, may nakakuha ng tamang sagot. From DLG Bacolod City. Hati-hati na lang po kayong mga maming sir sa ating Solid Waste Management Board. Okay, last na to kasi tigli-5 lang tayo. Sa susunod na mga araw yung iba. So, ang last question, already na pala. Na-encode na yung linya. Ala, hindi pa. Oh, okay na. Tanggapin na natin yung mga ano. Wala kasi babuhin natin yung rule natin. Tumutupad sa rule. Sarap. Tamang sagot. Oo. Sorry po. Nahuli po yung linya namin. Pero ang nakukuha po ng tamang sagot at nakapaghintay doon sa ating signal ay from DLG Region 9, si Harvey Hope Tagong. Ang tamang sagot ay Performance Challenge Fund. So ayan po, I hope ay nagkaroon pa po kayo ng additional energy para po sa ating last area. Pwede na po ba ang lahat? Sana po ay nag-enjoy po kayo. Kasi meron pa po tayo days 2 and 3. Bye-bye po.
Thank you so much po for that for the continuation of our energizer, of our icebreaker. And nanote naman po ng secretary at lahat ng nanalo, nakakuha ng tamang sagot, and pa-wait na lang po ng premyo from Director Debitores. Nangako po si ma'am. So once again, thank you so much po to our presenter from the DOT. And at this point, for our third assessment criteria, to present, pang fourth na po pala to. Fourth and last assessment, governance assessment area for today, to discuss the indicators for social protection and sensitivity governance area. We have here Ms. Sylvia Alegre from the Department of Social Welfare and Development. Good morning, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am. Sorry po.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me po?
Yes po, loud and clear.
Okay. Thank you. Parang gusto ko mag-present ng kagaya ni kagaya ni Ken, pwede ba? Pero dahil formal-formalan lang tayo. Sige, magpo-formal ako. So, good afternoon po sa lahat. May I present on behalf of our TWG Chair on Social Protection and Sensitivity, the SWD Undersecretary Adonis Sulit, the set of indicators for the governance area of social protection and sensitivity. Our TWG is composed of 11 national government agencies. And the objective of the area of SP and sensitivity is to assess the LGU's responsiveness to the needs and facilitate meaningful engagement with the vulnerable and marginalized sectors of society. Next po. Next, so for this year, we have a total of 20 indicators for assessment, 5 of which are new ones. In addition, there are also 3 indicators for profiling for possible inclusion next year. On the processing, we will apply all-in overall processing, which means that LGUs have to pass the 20 indicators for this area. However, there are specific processing per indicator, which you will see later on under the minimum requirements column. So the first indicator is the Seal of Child-Friendly Local Governance Award for 2022. If you see the retained, if you see that the indicator is retained, this means that this was an indicator for last year's assessment and retained for this year's assessment. So the minimum requirement for the CFLGA is to be for the LGU to be an awardee. But consideration is given to a non-awardee provided that the LGU has at least 80% overall rating and at least 60% rating for each of the category in the CFLGA audit. So the categories are survival, development, protection, participation, and governance. Or another consideration can be given to an LGU if it is compliant with CFLGA indicators on plans for children, budget allocation and utilization for children's PPAs, and the local code for children. The data source will mainly be coming from the Council for the Welfare of Children. So these are the list of the SCFLG awardees. The ratings also for the CY 2022 audit, and the certification duly signed by the secretaries of the SWD and the ILG. Second indicator is on mechanisms on GAD. So this is still a retained indicator. And the minimum requirements for these are for provinces, cities, and municipalities. We are looking at six mechanisms, GAD mechanisms. These are as follows: the GAD focal point system in the LGU, the GAD database, the 2022 GAD accomplishment report, the updated GAD code of the LGU, and the 2022 and 2023 GAD plan and budget, which should have been reviewed by the ILG field office and found compliant in form and content per PCW ILG DBM NEDA JMC number 2016-01. And then related to the GAD plan and budget, there should be at least 75% completion rate on PPAs or utilization rate of the 2022 GAD budget. So there is legal basis for all of these mechanisms. These are in the Magna Carta of Women. And then the data source on the GFPS or the GAD focal point system is on policy issuance, either executive order or a similar issuance on the creation, strengthening, and institutionalization of the LGU GFPS. And then on the GAD database, it can be printed, electronic, or online, or an information management system that can generate gender statistics, meaning you can generate the number of male and female beneficiaries, for example, of a program in the LGU. So there is sex disaggregated data. And then on the GAD accomplishment report, we will be requiring the CY 2022 accomplishment report, and then certification on GAD plan submission or the certified form 2E of the DILGFO, and then ordinance approving the GAD code, ordinance amending or revising the existing GAD code, and if the city or municipality localize the provincial GAD code, a resolution referring to the said localization, or if there is a regional GAD code, like in the case of the BARM, then a resolution adopting the regional GAD code. So for CY 2022 and 2023 GAD plan and budget also, and the GAD funds utilization data through certified form 2A accounting office. Okay. There are some considerations on those mechanisms. So for the GAD code, consideration is for the new GAD code, it is adopted not earlier than 2016, or there is an existing code that has been amended or revised by a new ordinance enacted not earlier than 2016. So 2016 to 2022. Consideration may also be given to an LGU with an existing code that is adopted not earlier than CY 2011. Letter B, there is an old code that has been amended or revised by a new ordinance enacted not earlier than 2011, or for component cities and municipalities, there is a localized provincial GAD code, provided it was enacted not earlier than 2011 by the originating sanggunian. And then for the GAD plan and budget, for the 2023 GAD plan and budget, consideration is given if it is at least submitted to the ILG for review, kahit hindi pa siya approved. So the third indicator next is on mechanisms for violence against women and children. For this, we have retained the 3 indicators last year. So for provinces, cities, and municipalities, we are looking for the following: unorganized LCAT VAUC. Second, 100% of barangays with VAU desks. This is for cities and municipalities only. And third, at least 85% of barangays with submitted reports for all quarters of 2022. Pero consideration is given if at least 85% of barangays have submitted reports in 2022, third and fourth quarters at least. The data source for this, for the LCAT VAUC, is an executive order, ordinance, or similar document creating the local council against trafficking and VAUC. And then for the VAU desk, the percentage of barangays of VAU desk, ito yung certified form 2J from the Social Welfare and Development Office. And then for the monitoring report, 2J also from the Social Welfare and Development Office. So you can see in the technical notes that these indicators are backed by legal basis. So from the Anti-Violence Against Children and against Women, Their Children Act, 9208, and other laws. So next year we will be looking at the Safe Spaces Act and the expanded Anti-Trafficking Act. Next, another indicator that is retained, but this time for provinces only, since for cities and municipalities, this is already subsumed under the SCF-LGA. For provinces, we will be looking for the local code for children, which must be updated not earlier than CY 2016, or the existing code has been amended or revised by a new ordinance enacted not earlier than 2016. Consideration may be given to an LGU with an existing code that is adopted not earlier than 2011, or there is an old code that has been amended or revised by a new ordinance enacted not earlier than 2011. Ang data source dito is the ordinance approving the local code for children, or if it is revised or amended, same ordinance. In case the code for children is integrated in another code, there should be a copy of the said code or ordinance, which will serve as MOV. Next, the fifth indicator is on LGU efforts on early childhood care and development. This is still a retained indicator with minimal revisions. So the basis for this is RA 10410 of 2013, which highlights the crucial role of LGUs in initiating programs of early childhood care and development. This sub-indicator intends to measure the extent of compliance of LGUs in utilizing the ECCDIS or information system to capture the children's profile as basis for recognizing efforts on local governance and improving service delivery standards, policies, and plans. So we have created an ECCDIS, and there are the SWD memo circular on the institutionalization of the ECCDIS. The minimum requirements for this, for cities and municipalities, are the following. Number one, encoding of ECCD child profiles of 80% of all enrolled children in child development centers. These are the daycare centers in the ECCDIS. So this is for school year 2021 to 2022. The school year ran from September 2021 to June 2022. So encoding is open until March 31, 2023. For this year, we will no longer be accepting change request forms, since this is an old indicator, so to say. And then part of the LGU efforts on early childhood care and development also is the supplementary feeding program. So what we are looking for now is 100% accomplishment rate in the implementation of the supplementary feeding program, cycle 11, as of March 31, 2023. We are looking at the DSWD supplementary feeding program, not the LGU funded supplementary feeding program. For the DSWD SFP, these are the funds downloaded to LGUs for procurement of materials for the feeding program. Or another mode is our field offices procure the materials and give them and provide them to LGUs. Okay. The data source for this is from the DSWD, the ECCDIS report on the child profile encoding or uploading per LGU nationwide. And then likewise, the report on the supplementary feeding program implementation cycle 11 per LGU from our DSWD Bureau. And then from the DSWD field office, a terminal report on the supplementary feeding program, which reflects the nutritional status of children. Next. The sixth indicator is the compliance with accessibility law or Batas Pambansa bilang 344. Last year, if you will remember, we were looking for about 3 minimum requirements, but this year the TWG recommended to focus on an important facility of the LGU, which is the health center of the LGU. So the minimum requirement for this, for provinces, cities, and municipalities, is that at least all facilities of primary LGU health centers, so not all LGU health facilities, but the primary LGU health facility should comply with at least 7 of the 15 requirements. First, the stairs. Second, walkways. Third, corridors. Fourth, the doors. Fifth, washrooms and toilets. Sixth, the ramps. Seventh, parking areas. Eight, switches, controls, or buzzers. 8, handrails. 10, fourth floor finishes. 11, drinking or water fountains. 12, public telephone. 13, seating accommodations. 14, signages. And 15, if there is an elevator in the health facility. So 7 out of the 15. And then there are very specific measurements that can be read in your technical notes. The data source would be photo documentation and information in certified Form G of the engineering office, and then additional photo documentation from the certified Form 2E DILG field office, and actual inspection of the features. Okay, next. Next, you will see the consideration. If the LGU was not able to comply with the minimum requirements of at least the 7 minimum requirements in the 15 fixtures are required, the LGU can submit a plan to be implemented within the next 3 years for the compliance with the minimum requirements, which are not yet fully complied with. So if this will be the case, it will be considered a substantial compliance on the part of the LGU. The letter can be complied with this year in the assessment period. Seventh indicator is the functionality of the PDAO, or Persons with Disabilities Affairs Office. This is a retained indicator with proposed upgrade. For cities and first to third class municipalities, the PDAO is established with an ordinance and a permanent PDAO head whose appointment has undergone the prescribed recruitment process. And then for fourth to sixth class municipalities, there should be a designation of a permanent plantilla focal person performing the functions of the PDAO. Plus, additional requirement for cities and municipalities, accomplishment report of PWD-related PPAs with at least 50% budget utilization versus the allocation. And then letter B, all currently issued IDs 100% uploaded in the DOH Philippine Registry for Persons with Disability. This is an information system which serves as basis for the implementation of the mandatory PhilHealth coverage for persons with disabilities. The data source for this, for the PDAO, is an ordinance creating the PDAO, and or as an executive order or similar issuance appointing the PDAO head or focal person. Another data source for the IDs is the PRPWD generated report on the PWDs issued with ID, and then the PDAO 2021 accomplishment report. They should be 2022, right? And then the PDAO Citizens Charter indicating mechanism for the issuance of persons with disability ID. Next, this is a new indicator. The 8th indicator is sign language interpreter in every LGU. The minimum requirement, this is only for highly urbanized cities, is for the city to have at least one sign language interpreter. Considerations will be given if there is at least one LGU staff trained in basic sign language assigned in the PDAO, or pwede rin the presence of an LGU budget for hiring sign language interpreter. Why did we include this indicator? Because there is a legal basis for this, which is the RA 11106, or the Filipino Sign Language Act, which mandates that all national agencies, including government-owned or controlled corporations and LGUs, are directed to use Filipino Sign Language as the medium of official communication in all public transactions involving the deaf. So qualified FSL interpreters and accessible materials shall be provided whenever necessary po, or requested during fora, conferences, meetings, cultural events, etc., conducted by government agencies and GOCCs. So that's the rationale. Next indicator, this is an old indicator, is the established Senior Citizen Center. This is still backed by RA 7876 or the Senior Citizens Act, which mandates that there should be an established Senior Citizen Center in every city and municipality. The center serves as a venue for the enjoyment and benefit of the senior citizen sector. So, iba po ito sa residential care facility. Excuse me. This is also mentioned in the IRR of RA 9994, which defines a senior citizen center as a place with recreational, educational, health. Ala, inubo na ako. Wait lang. So, okay po. Kaya pa. The data source for this is photo documentation and information in the DILG form. The minimum requirement for cities and municipalities is to have at least one senior citizen center, either as LGU-owned facility or managed. So, pwede siyang co-managed with the SWD, another LGU, or a private organization. Next. Tapusin ko lang po muna yung mga indicators natin. Okay, halfway, the 10th indicator is the Indigenous Peoples Mandatory Representation or IPMR in the Sanggunian. This is mandated by IPRA law, and then there is also the DILG Memo Circular 2010-119, DILG NCIP JMC Series of 2011, and NCIP Administrative Order Number 1, Series of 2021 to back this indicator. The minimum requirements for provinces, cities, and municipalities whose IPMR has certificate of affirmation and all of the following requirements are met. IPMR is seated in the Sanggunian, that's the first. And then the IPMR receives compensation and other regular benefits of a Sanggunian member. And third, the IPMR attends meetings or sessions as indicated in the minutes of meeting. Consideration may be given to an LGU with extenuating circumstances subject to the SGLG deliberation. The data sources for this are the following: NCIP list of LGUs with COA, and then COA certificate of affirmation is received by the IPMR, and then at least one payroll in 2022 and 2022, and then minutes of meeting in 2022, and list of LGUs with certificate of affirmation. Naulit lang, sorry, from NCIP. In case COA has already expired, an NCIP regional office certificate of holdover authority. 11th indicator, in the sub-area of decent shelter for all and low-cost housing, the indicator here is absence of illegal dwelling units or LGU efforts to address informal settlement. So this is for cities only. This is an old indicator also. So for cities, the minimum requirement is there should be no illegal dwelling units, or syempre kung meron pa rin, at least 70% accomplishment of the CY 2022 targets in the approved city shelter plan or resettlement PPAs contained in the annual investment plan. Consideration may be given to a city with an office, task force, or board of similar entity, or there is an approved local shelter plan, or there is an ordinance prohibiting illegal settlements and supporting relocation and or integration of informal settlers. The data sources are the following: status of accomplishment report on housing projects for the 2022 target as indicated in the plan, or resettlement PPAs contained in the 2022 AIP from the certified Form 2H from the Planning and Development Office. And then certification of LPDC, Local Planning and Development Coordinator, on the presence of informal settlers and efforts against informal settlements from the certified Form 2H Planning and Development Office, resolution adopting the city shelter plan, ordinance, EO, or similar issuance creating a housing office or task force of the housing or human settlements project, and ordinance prohibiting illegal settlements, relocation, and or integration of informal settlements. 12th indicator, next, is the utilization of funds for the following marginalized sectors. Funds for programs and projects for senior citizens and persons with disability. And second, 1% of the for the local relevance or the relevant mandate for this. The General Appropriations Act mandates governments, agencies to allocate funds for programs and projects related to senior citizens and persons with disability. Likewise, Republic 7277 or the Magna Carta for persons with disabilities mandates the provision of assistive devices for persons with disabilities. And on the LCPC, RA 9344, or the Juvenile Justice and Welfare Act, provides that 1% of the ERA of barangays, municipalities, and cities should be allocated for the programs of the Local Council for the Protection of Children. Our minimum requirements for this, for cities, for provinces, cities, and municipalities, all should have at least 75% completion rate on PPAs, or kung hindi man na-complete ng 75%, utilization rate of the funds allocated for programs and projects for senior citizens and persons with disabilities. And an additional minimum requirement for cities is the 1% ERA allocation for the LCPC. The data sources are the following: the approved LGU annual plan and budget, and the report on fund utilization signed by the local accountant, report on PPA completion signed by the PDC, or the certified Form 2A from the accounting office. The cut-off date for this is December 31, 2022. 13th indicator is the DSWD accredited LGU managed residential care facility for vulnerable sectors. So this is a retained indicator from last year. The relevance of this is that there is a need to have residential care facilities for some very vulnerable sectors. When we say RCF, it refers to a center or institution that provides residential care service to the poor, vulnerable, and disadvantaged individuals of families in crisis. Appropriate interventions are geared towards the healing, recovery, and reintegration of residents to family and community. But we are looking for accreditation, which is a recognition that the residential care facility met minimum standards set by the government within a particular period. So accreditation measures the capability of the LGU to advance the welfare and well-being of vulnerable sectors with the provision of care facilities such as Bahay Pag-asa or youth group homes, and other similar entities pursuant to laws like RA 10630, 9710, 7277, 9994, and 7432. Ang minimum requirement natin, this is just for provinces and highly urbanized cities. They should have at least one accredited LGU-managed, center-based residential care facility for vulnerable sectors. Consideration is given to an LGU that has a standing partnership with an entity. It can be a DSWD field office or a private social welfare and development authority managing managing a DSWD accredited residential care facility as substantiated by AMOA, detailing institutional arrangements of the two parties, and a proof of transfer of residence to a partner DSWD FO managed facility. Ang mga data sources po nito are detailed. There should be the list of residential care facilities accredited by the SWD. So this will be coming from us. Accreditation of the facility also coming from the DSWD central office. So in case the partner facility is managed by a DSWD field office, we will be looking for accreditation issued by the SWD Standards Bureau and proof of transfer of residence. And then in case the partner facility is the private social welfare and development agency, there should still be accreditation of the facility issued by the DSWD Standards Bureau and AMOA between the LGU and partner organization managing the facility. Next, 14th indicator is on the intervention for children, families, and indigenous peoples in street. Man yan, or national, to build a protective and caring environment for children. So in the Philippines, the issue of street children and families continue to be a concern. That's why there have been several laws and also several DSWD issuances on the protection of street children. So street children refers to children who stay most of the time on the streets, so 4 hours and above, and in public places, and are engaged in varied types of activities other than earning a living. Pwedeng doon sila tumatambay, naglalaro, 4 hours and above, and other activities that they may undertake. And interventions may be in the form of street interventions. So an LGU personnel go to the street to interact with children and provide them services. There can also be center services or family interventions, which is mostly preventive for families at risk. And then, so the SGLG minimum requirement for cities is just a local issuance on the provision of services for children, families, and IPs in street situations following the SWD standards and rights-based approaches. So we will provide the relevant SWD administrative orders on this, and the data sources will be the ordinance, resolution on the provision of services for children, families, and IPs in street situations, reflecting the SWD standards and rights-based approaches. And we will be working on this, that a certification will come from the chair of the Regional Council on the Welfare of Children, that the policies in accordance with the SWD standards and rights-based approaches, but we would need a copy of the LGU policies issued on that. So when we say child rights approach, there should be a mention that the child is respected as a rights holder and the decision are often made with the child. This is what we advocate to be used in the LGU instead of a welfare approach, whereby it involves the rescue of children perceived to be an object or victim from the street, and whereby decisions are made for the child without serious consideration for his or her views. And there is also a repressive approach, which we don't want the LGU to institutionalize through a local issuance, whereby the child is perceived to be delinquent. And so there is punitive action even in the issuance of policies. Okay, next. 15th indicator is the functionality of the local social welfare and development office. We recognize that the local social welfare and development office plays an indispensable role in ensuring quality social services for the vulnerable sectors. So Section 16 of the RA 9344 or the Juvenile Justice System and Welfare Act, Rule 14 of the IRR of 9344, and the Juvenile Justice and Welfare Council Resolution number 2 series of 2004 state that each LGU must appoint a duly licensed social worker as local social welfare and development officer who shall be tasked to assist children at risk and children in conflict with the law. The local social welfare and development office also performs case management for their clients, which is a specific process to plan, seek, advocate for, and monitor services from different social services on behalf of a client. RA 97-160 also provides that the LSWDO shall identify the basic needs of the needy, the disadvantaged and impoverished, and develop appropriate measures to alleviate their problems and improve their living conditions. So with this many functions and roles of the LSWDO, we want to strengthen them through the following minimum requirements. So for cities, provinces, cities, and municipalities, they must have an appointed permanent status and CSC attested provincial, city, or municipal social welfare and development officer who is also a licensed and registered social worker. Second, there should be a manual of operations or local guidelines on a case management system. And additional for cities and municipalities, the use of CBMS as a registry to update the profiles of current beneficiaries of social development programs. And fourth, all public social workers should be provided with a Magna Carta. Magna Carta for public social workers grant benefits. Next slide, please. The Magna Carta for public social workers benefits that we are looking for, there are 5, but the minimum requirement is 2. So the hazard pay should be mandatory, plus any one of the remaining 4 benefits stated in the technical note. On the consideration for the permanent social worker. So there is consideration if the LSWD officer is vacated sometime in 2022 or later due to retirement, resignation, or death of incumbent, provided there is a designated OIC who is also a registered social worker. An exemption is that in the case where the head of office was hired prior to enactment of RA 9433 or the Magna Carta for social workers in 2007, there must be at least a registered social worker working as a technical staff in the office. And consideration for CBMS will be given to LGUs with ongoing CBMS efforts and activities. So kung nagsasurvey pa lang sa CBMS, pwede na din po yun. Next. 16th indicator, LGU efforts on mainstreaming SP. The minimum requirement is anong indicator? We are looking this year for the presence of a social protection development report or the SPDR from provinces, cities, and municipalities. Ang consideration dito sa SPDR, it may be formulated from or between 2019 to 2022. The SPDR is a report that contains the risks and vulnerabilities of an LGU. And this can be gathered from the Family Risk Vulnerability Assessment Survey or secondary data from the LGU, as long as the risk and vulnerabilities of the population are identified and recommendations are reflected in the report. We have a guideline on this, and we have been providing technical assistance to LGUs since 2015 on mainstreaming social protection through the use of the Social Protection Handbook and the crafting or development of the Social Protection Development Report. Next, institutionalization of the PESO, Public Employment Service Office. So this is with proposed upgrades. We had this last year, and there are upgrades from DOLE. For the minimum requirements, the minimum salary grade requirements should be in compliance with CSCMC number 20 series of 2019. So it says that for provinces, it should be at least salary grade 24 or assistant department head level, the PESO manager. For cities, for special cities which are in Manila, which are Manila and Quezon City, it should be at least salary grade 25 or assistant department head. For highly urbanized cities, it should be at least salary grade 24 or assistant department head. And then for component cities, at least salary grade 23 or assistant department head. This has a legal basis because the PESO Act of 1999 mandates the establishment of free employment facilitation services in every province, city, and municipality. So aside from the need to comply with the law and the CSE qualification standards, the minimum requirements for the salary grade level of the LGU's PESO manager is intended to cover the heavy workload that is assigned to the PESO, especially that the PESO conducts daily referral and placement activities, career development support, labor market collection and dissemination, networking activities, and management of particular DOLE employment facilitation and assistance programs. What we are looking for as data source for this is just an ordinance institutionalizing the Public Employment Service Office and appointment or designation of the PESO manager. For municipalities, may susunod pang slide. For municipalities within Metro Manila, at least salary grade 23 or assistant department head. And then outside Metro Manila for first to third income class municipalities, at least salary grade 19 or senior labor and employment officer. And outside Metro Manila for fourth to sixth income class municipalities, at least salary grade 16, labor and employment officer 3. So, parang kinonsider na din yung income capability of the LGUs for the municipalities, for the lower level municipalities on this. On indicator number 18, this is divided into 18A and 18B. These are on the functionality of the Local Development Council. For 18A, the indicator is the Functional Local Development Council. We are looking for structures and economic plans and policies. This is a retained indicator from 2022. The minimum requirements is for provinces, cities, and municipalities to comply with all the tests of functionality. So these are the composition as provided by the local government code. Meetings, there should be 2 meetings for both semesters in 2022, an executive committee, a local project development committee, approved PDP, FP, and CDP, LDIP, and AIP, and a secretariat. So if the consideration is, if it's currently under review, the consideration for PDP, FP, as indicated in the disaster preparedness area, will be applied. In your technical notes, the specifics of what will be measured or what should be found in the functionality of the LDC are specified now. And then the data sources are the following: EO or resolution creating the LDC with names of the member CSOs and official representatives, minutes of meeting of the LDC for 2022, executive order creating the executive committee, and then executive order on the local project development committee, and then socioeconomic plans and policies. There should also be Sangguniang resolution approving the CDP, list of provinces with approved PDP-FP from NEDA, Sangguniang resolution approving LDIP, and also on the AIP. Di ko na po iisa-isahin yung description kung anong functionality. Pero next slide. Next slide po. Naka-detail po pala siya sa next slide. So, aside from the composition, there is the meeting, there is an executive committee. Sa next slide, naka-detail pa yung anong hahanapin sa cities and municipalities, which are the Sangguniang's Chairman Appropriations Committee, League of Barangays President, and a representative from NGO sectors who are in the council. And for provinces, representative of component city and municipal mayors chosen from among themselves, Sangguniang's Chairperson Appropriation Committee, Provincial League of Barangays President, Provincial League of Barangay President, and a representative from the NGO sectors who are in the council. And then as mentioned, approved PDP-FP, CDP, LDIP, and AIP. And then for provinces, PDP-FP, mga specifications na ito. So, no need na to explain. Can we go to the 18B, which is the satisfactory participation of CSOs in the LDC. So Section 107 of the Local Government Code provides for the inclusion of the NGO or CSO representatives in the Local Development Council and are to constitute not less than 1/4 of the council. The objective is to ensure and maximize the cooperation of more sectors in the local development planning. The exemption for the 1/4 composition is if the LGU does not have a sufficient number of organized and accredited civil society organizations. The minimum requirement, which is applicable for provinces, cities, and municipalities, the CSO participation should be demonstrated in first, attendance to meetings held at least once in a semester for 2022, and second, inputs from the CSO or actual participation of CSO rep as captured in the minutes of meeting, or at least one CSO action plan submitted in 2022. The data sources for this, EO or resolution creating the LDC with names of member CSOs and official representatives. And then second, list of organized and accredited CSOs. Next, LDC minutes of meeting, CSO plan of action, if any, documentation or workshops on project prioritization conducted in 2022, post-activity report, if any, and project monitoring report, if any. Next, we are down to the last two indicators, 19th indicator. The sub-area is on strengthening population services. This is a new indicator, which is the establishment of population office with appointed or designated population officer. This is provided for by the Local Government Code, which enjoins provinces and cities to establish their local population office and appoint a population officer who shall take charge of the office and formulate measures, develop plans and strategies, and provide technical assistance and support in carrying out measures to ensure the delivery of basic services and provision of adequate facilities relative to population development and the promotion of responsible parenthood. This is supported further by the ILG Memo Circular 2019-100, which provides guidance for all LGUs in the implementation of key strategies at the local level towards intensified implementation of the National Program on Population and Family Planning through the designation of local population officers or coordinators. So the minimum requirement is the following. For provinces, cities, and municipalities, presence of a local population office. And second, appointed or designated local population officer or coordinator. And the data sources are the following. So, monitoring form to from from the DILG, no? And then from the BLGD, Policy Compliance Monitoring Report, because per MCDILG MC 2019-100, they are the monitoring arm on the population office. And then appointment or designation document of the local population officer or coordinator. Last indicator, setting up of a teen center, community or school base. So pwedeng nasa community siya or pwedeng sa loob siya ng school. The setting up of functional and sustainable teen centers in every city and municipality. But for this year, we are looking at the first to third class municipalities as well as the cities. So hindi pa included ang fourth to sixth class municipalities. This is one of the strategies. The Teen Center is one of the strategies under PAPCOM's Adolescent Health and Development Program, the overall goal of which is to contribute to prevent early and repeated pregnancy, because we know that teenage pregnancy is already a national concern as provided through an EO by the previous administration. So we have the following characteristics of an adolescent-friendly teen center. May effective leadership and management siya. Nasa technical notes po yan. There are also physical characteristics indicated in the technical notes, community and stakeholder support and ownership, comprehensive and appropriate package of health and socioeconomic services and information, service providers and other teen centers, staff skills and competencies, and equity and non-discrimination sa services provided. So, ang minimum requirement is just the presence of a teen center. Ang data source niya is the PAPCOM report and the DILG certified form 2E photo doc, which is the photo documentation, policy issuance also for the creation and establishment of a teen center. And then, syempre hindi lang naman siya, as much as possible, we should also look at, hindi siya white elephant, so hindi lang siya presence, but it's kind of functional and serving its function. So we would like to look at the AIP if it's there for the operation of the teen center. So those are the 20 indicators for this year's assessment. We also have 3 indicators for profiling for possible inclusion in the next SGLG. And the 3 indicators are the following. Comprehensive Local Juvenile Intervention Program. The minimum requirement will be an approved comprehensive barangay juvenile intervention program. And second, for profiling is the ADS DPP or the Ancestral Domain Sustainable Development and Protection Plan, and its integration or integration of the whole or components therein in the local development plan of the LGU. And then third is the support to or adoption of the Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino by the LGU. So we will be looking for the policy on this, budget allocation and programs for current and graduated or exited yung mga graduate na beneficiaries. So those are the 3 indicators for profiling. Thank you very much for your time. And I see that the chat box has fired up. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sylvia from the Department of Social Welfare and Development for the presentation of the indicators for social protection and sensitivity area. Now, ma'am, we request po na magstay muna po sa ating Zoom para po masagot natin yung mga concerns and other issues po na na-raise ng ating mga regional focal persons. To start with po, for a while lang po. To start with po, with regards to indicator 3.2 on GAD mechanisms, meron pong question ang DILG Makati. If in the GAD code, there is a composition of the GAD council members, roles and functions, and also GAD DWG members, Will this be considered an indicator for the institutionalization of GFPs or GFPS?
I guess it will fall under a consideration if the offices are specified. But in a separate policy for the GFPS, we are also looking at the roles and functions of the GFPS. So that should also be in the GADCO. Not just the offices, specific offices that will serve as GFPS members.
Okay, thank you, Miss Sylvia. Any additional clarification po regarding this? Or siguro pabalikan na lang natin later if po po raise yung nag-raise po nito from the ILG Makati. Pero well noted po yung inyong response. Next po, for indicator 3.5, PGCD, Information Generation and Sharing from DILG Quezon City. What if the LGU did not access the Supplementary Feeding Program Fund from the DSWD because the LGU provides for such allocation? Will it be taken against the LGU?
Can I ask my colleague, Jello, can you answer that?
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me po?
Yes po, sir.
Yeah, okay. On the case po of the LGUs na wala pong allocation of fund coming from the DSWD, they are automatically exempted po, no? For that indicator. Since ang minimeasure po natin is yung allocation of fund coming from the DSWD. So I hope na clear po yung concern from QC, LGU.
Okay po. Well noted, sir. Thank you so much po for this clarification. Next po, regarding pa rin po sa 3.5, question from DILG Region 7. Can we ask for an NGA list of supplemental feeding funds downloaded to LGUs and their level of compliance or liquidation?
Yes, we can provide that.
Okay.
Region, ano yun, sir? Region?
Region 7 po. Thank you, Ms. Sylvia, for the response. Next, from DILG Eastern Samar, is there a not applicable option for indicator 5 with regards to the supplementary feeding program implementation cycle? 11, some LGUs are implementing cycle 12, not cycle 11.
They are already on. Can you answer that, Jen? Because we are assessing 2021 to 2022. So for cycle 12, they are not yet done with the cycle 12, right? Tama, Jello? Ongoing pa yung cycle 12.
Yeah, Miss Sylvia. That's correct po.
So they cannot enroll cycle 12 yet?
As far as I know, there are funds na advance po yan na binaba for the region down to the LGU. So they are actually implementing cycle 12 naman na po. But for the SGLG 2023, we are subjecting for assessment the cycle 11. That's the focus of assessment for our SGLG 2023.
Thank you, sir, for this clarification. And from DILG Region 8, may consideration po ba sa encoding sa ECCDIS or extension sa period of encoding? May we hear from the DSWD po?
Or as mentioned earlier, there will be no longer a consideration for this year since we opened it until March 31. 2023 for the LGUs to encode everything. So um my change my window of opportunity pa from between April 1 to April I think this week to reconcile with the ECCDIS and the LGU in terms of targeting. So yun lang po yung ano, and then there will be no change request form that will be accepted. Since ang time po ng implementation or encoding in the ECCDIS is until March 31. Ikaw, Jello, may additional ano?
Hello. To add din po, for the information of our colleagues from the LG, the March 31 deadline is actually the extension of the extension. Since the original deadline is actually June last year, and that was extended until August. And the last extension is, ito nga po yung March 31 natin.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir and Cecilia, for this clarification. Next po, with regards to the 3.6A compliance with accessibility law in LG building from Region 12 in reference to the IRR, ano lang po ito, suggestion lang to kindly rearrange the numbering of the minimum requirements. Yes, sir, the Secretariat po in coordination with the TWG will rearrange accordingly po.
Okay, thank you for
technical
that.
notes and SGLG materials po. And we will also put or upload the IRR in our reference materials folder. Same with 3.6P. These are questions po specifically dun sa mga maximum and minimum, sa mga minimum requirements po natin when it comes to washroom, toilets, etc. A copy of the IRR po will also be included in the reference materials for the guidance of our LGUs and regional assessment teams.
Monday na, isang linggo na, ayun na ngayon. Alak mo, Merkulis, Monday ka pa rin.
For a while lang po.
Yan. Anong tawag doon pag
Ayan, pasensya na po. Okay, moving forward, from DILG R6, regarding pa rin po ito sa 3.6B, compliance with accessibility law in at least one main health facility. On compliance with this indicator, does this cover all health facilities of the LGU, or compliance will just be for one primary health facility only? Thank you. Correct us po, Ms. Silvia, pero tama po, for CY 2023, one primary health facility will be considered.
Yes po.
Okay po.
That's correct.
Po. Okay po, moving forward. From the Brown.
On the public telephone, ang minimin pa yata ng batas na yan since the law is an old law, yung wall mounted, di ba? Currently, landline na, but we
Recording in
but
progress.
We will forward this concern to the NCDA and reflect in the technical notes in the final, no?
Okay po, noted po, Ms. Sylvia. The Secretariat will note na lang po ito sa ating documentation. Next po, from the ALG Ifugao, for the accessibility law compliance on submission of the implementation plan for the next 3 years, do we have a template, and what is the cutoff date of the approval?
There is no template yet, but what we want to see is if you have, for example, just complied with 5 requirements, so there are still 15 requirements, diba? Or 14. So there are still 11 requirements to be complied with, the LGU should make a plan that would reflect in 3 years how would they plan to install those fixtures slowly. So, kunyari, sa next year, ano yung install mong features, and then 2025, and then 2026. So, wala pang template, but we can provide that template if you want.
Okay po. Thank you, Miss Sylvia. From DILG CAR, clarification po as indicated on the SGLG minimum requirement is all facilities of primary LGU health centers should comply with at least 7 requirements.
Just one facility po. Primary.
Na-raise na po
So
pala
kung
ito.
RHU, opo. Kung anong facility yung gusto ninyo na sa tingin ninyo nakaka-comply naman ng marami-rami.
Okay po. Moving forward, Ms. Sylvia, to 3.7, functionality of PDAO. Question from R8 is the consideration on PDAO establishment through an EO applicable also to cities and first to third class municipalities where dues is LG kasi not a city or municipality. Correct us na lang po, Ms. Sylvia, if mali, pero right po, the considerations for PDAO office and head or focal person in CY 2022 will still be used for this year.
Yes.
Apa. So this is also our answer po to the query of Region 5 regarding sa query niya salary grade ng appointed PDAO officer for city and municipality. For 3.8, sign language interpreter, dapat po ba ang LGU may plantilla position ng sign language interpreter?
Not necessarily po. Kasi as provided by law naman, sabi niya, as necessary daw yung pag-provide ng sign language interpreter. So, pwedeng, yun yung ideal, di ba? Merong plantilla position if the LGU can afford it. But it's not necessary. So, pwedeng designation lang siya. Or pwedeng ang LGU would send one LGU staff to be trained in basic sign language and then assign him or her as a interpreter. Or there is a budget for hiring an external sign language interpreter. So outsourcing can be done also. As long as may means of verification ka that the LGU has done this in compliance with the law.
Okay po. Thank you, Ms. Sylvia. And next po for indicator 3.12, separate budget for senior citizens, PWDs, and LCPC. Ma'am, may we ask if we will consider those LGUs that attribute their senior citizen and PWDs funds to LSWDO's budget?
Wait lang, hinahanap ko yung sa 70 budget accomplishment lang naman yun, no? Budget utilization versus allocation, yung ba yun?
Yes po. Iko-consider po ba natin yung LGUs na na-attribute yung kanilang SC and PWD funds to the LSWDO budget?
As long as there is clarity kung paano na nagamit ba talaga yon sa senior citizens in the accomplishment report, nagamit ba talaga yung budget? Because we cannot just be sweeping na attributed yan dahil LSWDO fund yan. Pero dapat may clear, di ba sa accomplishment report naman, anong mga programs yung ni-run mo for senior citizens. So, kung may attribution, dapat may clarity din on how much is attributed or what is attributed. Malinaw ba yun?
Yes po. Thank you po, Ms. Sylvia, for that clarification. As long as malinaw po yung pagkaka-state doon, attribution po will be is allowed. Considered po. From Region 12, may we clarify po bakit magkaiba ang minimum requirements na presented indicator 12. Sir, this is a typo error lang po. The minimum requirements used in the 2022 SGLG will still be used for this year. Also with the query of Biliran, take notes po, utilization po ng LCPC funds. What is required is 2021 fund utilization. Typo lang din po ito, sir. We will update accordingly. Ms. Sylvia, meron pong mga ilang questions na nagbigay na rin po kami ng short answer para po mas bumilis lang. Pero if meron po kayong gusto i-clarify or idagdag, open naman po ang floor, ma'am. So tuloy ko lang po muna meantime. From the ALG R10 po, Ms. Hamis Oriental, may we be clarified regarding the budget for marginalized sectors, PWD, senior citizens? Is this a separate budget at 1% per sector? Thank you. Tama po ba? It is only 1% allocation of NTA for LCPC. There is no law requiring the allocation of 1% NTA for senior citizens and PWDs.
Sa presentation po, tinanggal na natin yung 1% for senior citizens and PWDs. Sa previous na technical notes, naka-specify sana siya na 1% per senior citizen and then 1% for PWD. But through meeting halfway, hindi na po namin siya ilalagay. But yung budget utilization na lang and presence of programs, projects, and services na lang for the two sectors. Wala nang floor na percentage.
Okay po. Thank you so
Sa
much.
LCPC na lang po, yung 1% dahil may legal basis naman siya.
Apa. Okay pa. Noted po, Ms. Sylvia. I think this answers already po the question of the ALG R6 relative to or same with the raised question. Next, indicator 3.13 on the SWD accredited LG managed RCF. A question from NCR: if the RCF is undergoing renewal of its accreditation, can it still operate, and will its operations be considered?
Sorry. Nasaan yun? The RCF.
Sa RCF. Tama po, ma'am, in the previous year, the RCF should already be accredited.
Oo.
Ito po ang ating
retained indicator naman siya, di ba? But for provinces and HUCs lang.
Noted ba? On 3.14, local issuance on the provision of services for children, families, and IPs. Question po from the ALG La Union. Kung nasa Children's Code po ito, instead of a separate ordinance, considered po ba? Ang guidance po ng Secretariat, if meron pong additional pa ang DSWD, yes, but the LGU shall present the provisions on the code pertaining to this requirement.
Pwede siyang makonsider as long as nandun yung standards. Child-friendly, yung mga standards and policies, guiding principles to be followed by the LGU. Kasi di ba policy lang yung hinahanap natin siya? Tama, di ba?
Yes po.
Kung nakalagay siya sa Children's Code, that can be a consideration. May input kayo?
For a while, ma'am, we will. Any additional input po from the Secretariat regarding this?
Ako, Miss Sylvia, ang may tanong dito sa may interventions. Rimela ito, interventions for children, families, and itong sa requirement natin for local issuance on the provision of services for children, families, and IPs in street situations. May nakalagay kasi dito na following the SWD standards and rights-based approaches. Ang issue, ang clarification namin though is sino yung magsasabing magpo-confirm na following the SWD standards yon and rights-based approaches. Si LSWDO ba yun?
Hindi po. Ang pinag-usapan namin dito ay si Regional Committee on the Welfare of Children. Siya yung regional counterpart ng CWC, whose chair is usually the DSWD regional director. So, pwede siyang mag-issue ng certification. Kasi kung LGU, the self-serving naman ay issue niya na following the standards. In-issue niya para sa sarili niya, di ba? So, dapat may external sana. So, pwede naming inuusap namin na susulatan yung regional counterpart ng CWC, which is also DSWD rin yung secretariat siguro. But the chair is usually the DSWD. So, siya ang pwedeng mag-issue ng certification na yung policy issuance, kasi policy issuance lang naman siya. So, it could be an EO or an ordinance or a resolution. Pwedeng isubmit sa field office ng DSWD. But we will issue a communication to the CWC.
Oh, so gano'n kaya kabilis yung pagre-review nila pag gano'n?
Yun lang.
If we require it now, lalo na't hindi pa naman, i-communicate pa lang para sa kanila.
Oo.
It might take time kasi. Yun lang naman yung issue namin dito, if ever. Kaya namin pinoint out itong phrase on following the SWD standards. Kasi we wouldn't know what level yung magsasabing okay na to, complied siya sa whatever standards are put in place.
How many cities do we have?
We have 147 as of now.
I think kaya naman siya ng kahit ng ng DSWD field office.
Ayun nga lang,
Pwedeng pagtulungan.
okay. Ang issue lang daw is, syempre, yung info dissemination, yung mga ganun kasi siya eh. Although siguro meron naman talaga sila local issue once, ipapacheck lang. Kaso, okay, ayoko na nga.
Kasi hindi naman pwedeng
yun lang time actually yung kalaban natin dito, if ever man.
Yun nga eh. Kasi hindi din pwedeng yung local social welfare ang mag-issue, hindi rin pwede mayor as chair of the LCPC.
Oo.
It should be somebody who knows na the SWD standards. And the fastest would be the SWD field office.
Okay.
Mag-issue na lang kami as soon as possible.
Requiring all cities to provide the DSWD field office copy of their issuances.
Oo. Related to the SGLG requirement na itong interventions for children, families, and IPs para ma-review.
Okay, sige. Is that okay to all? Naintindihan naman natin yung proseso. For this is only applicable to cities, so 147. So there are only a couple of cities naman in a region. Ano pa, Kim, meron pa bang ibang questions?
Meron pa ba? Wala. Okay. For item 3.14, dito pa rin po pala ito. Question po from DILG CAR. What if hindi po pressing issue sa city yung sa street situation of IP, children, and family? Any guidance po from the DSWD?
Hindi pressing issue, pero may street families or street dwellers.
Wala daw po. From the ILG CAR.
Okay.
Not an issue at all po.
Sa Baguio ba yun?
Can we ask our focal from CAR to please elaborate po this situation po? Ma'am?
Gawa ka ng plano para sa
Okay, ma'am, you are recognized.
Yes po sir, for the issuance on the pressing issue for the city of Tabuk kasi yung question po namin.
Okay, if there are no incidents or there are no cases of street dwellers, then exempt natin sila. Kala ko sa Baguio. Okay. Consideration na lang yun, sir.
So ngayon, clarification ni Sylvia, so itong 14 ay may applicability only those cities with identified street dwellers? Yan na ba yun?
Pwede nating ilagay na consideration yun.
Okay. So hindi siya applicable sa cities na okay.
Okay po. Thank you, Ms. Sylvia, for the clarification. We will update po the technical notes accordingly, reflecting on the said clarification. Next. Regarding the functional LSWDO, indicator 3.15, Ma'am Sylvia, may we ask po that in view of the CBMS, can we consider other database or tracking systems that can help identify individuals and households who will be beneficiaries of social protection interventions?
For this year, I think it is indicated as a consideration. Correct me if I'm wrong, Sir Ken. Di ba nilagay natin?
Ako na lang ulit ni Sylvia. I think hindi namin naisulat dito sa dito sa technical notes na na-finalize. Nilagay natin yung consideration, yung effort to implement the CBMS o kahit yung pagbabudget pa lang, tama ba? Tapos yung other database or tracking system that they use as a registry to update profiles. So pwede pa naman kasi we recognize the tawag dito na mahal yung mag-implement na CBMS. So maaring ang LGU hindi pa naka-budget sa kanya yung mismong CBMS o di kaya may balak pa lang ni-implement sometime pero hindi na yung taon, pwedeng susunod na taon. So hindi lang po namin nailagay pala. Pasensya na. Pero nandun na siya sa pagpipilian sa sa data capture form.
So yun yung last year's indicator, di ba? And it will be reflected for this year also in addition to the CBMS. But for 2024, tatanggalin na natin siya.
Pwede
Yun yung
naman.
So CBMS na talaga yung push ng TILG.
Well, Ma'am Sylvia, and for the secretary po, we will update the technical news accordingly. Relative pa rin po sa CBMS, there's a question po if should we consider CBMS survey results earlier than 2022?
Earlier than 2020, even if it's the old CBMS, as long as ginagamit naman po ng LGU yun for planning and targeting, we will consider that. It should be considered po.
Okay po, noted po, Ms. Sylvia. On the point of LSWDO, DILG Fugao asked if required for the department head yung position in LSWDO. In the previous assessment po, we are looking for a department head position, but meron po ba kayong any additional guidance po regarding this, Ms. Sylvia?
Wala naman. I-retain natin yung 2022. The previous year's indicator na lang.
It should be a department head position.
Opo.
Next po, from SGLG Batangas, ano po ang treatment for if newly declared city ng isang LGU, mag-a-apply po ba itong requirement for cities or yung for municipalities? For municipality mo. I think this
for what indicator? For what indicator po yun?
Very well po. Let me check, ma'am.
Is this for Kalaka? Tama ba?
Yes po.
Kailan nga po ulit naging city ang Kalaka? September lang ba to? Last year? Last year lang? Wala siya.
September of last year lang po.
Confident na ba siyang ma-assess as city?
Anong indicator yan, Miss Mamela?
Ano kasi 'di ba ang isang city kasi yung Kalaka is newly ang tawag doon?
Newly minted.
Declared
Newly
as
declared.
city. So more than half of 2022 munisipyo pa siya. So sa latter part lang siya ng 2022 na declare as city. So
Baka hindi pa siya ready. No? So okay ba siyang ma-assess as municipality?
Pwede pa rin naman.
Consideration.
Yung ginawa namin sa iba dati. May yung mga bagong cities ang although city siya, pero kasi yung mga ni-require sa kanya nun, for yung mga bago like Baliwag, yung this year siya naging city, baka munisipyo pa rin. Pero hihingi na lang kami ng guidance muna kay USEC siguro on this matter. Pero parang mas maganda na sa munisipyo muna siya ma-assess. Kukunin lang namin yung guidance from the SGLG on this matter. O di kaya kay Ma'am Debbie.
Thank you.
Pero ang recommendation na namin is sa municipal level lang siya i-assess.
Okay po. Thank you so much po.
Kasi in terms of halimbawa sa finance, halimbawa sa IRA, yung mga ganun na portion, kailangan pare-pareho siya. Alangan mang sa iba siya
Ang na-receive po ba ng city for 2022 kung newly declared city siya? Hindi pa siya dun sa Mandanas ruling?
Yung nata niya, malamang pa, munisipyo pa.
So this concern po will be for consultation pa to USEC Iringan and to Director Debbie po, and we will provide guidance to concerned LGU regarding this concern. Moving forward, for 3.16, presence of a social protection development report. Question po from DILG Region 12. Who makes the social protection development report? Is it the SWDO or the SP team?
SP team po.
SP team po. Okay po. Thank you po, Ms. Sylvia. Next, for the institutionalized public employment service office with permanent peso manager with prescribed SG, many ROs po, Ms. Sylvia, raised the difficulty in meeting the peso manager requirement, especially for low-income LGUs. Some issues hampering LGUs compliance included reduced NPA due to decrease in the government's collections brought by the pandemic and the PS limitations. May we ask for your guidance regarding these concerns of our regional offices? If there will be those dollars response regarding the same. So we received po a lot of comments regarding this indicator.
Ang stand naman kasi ng DOLE dito since in 2022 may deluge. may malaki yung pera na na-download sa LGUs. So may capacity silang mag-hire or mag-upgrade ng salary grades. And so yun yung pinaglalaban ng DOLE. Pero the final say naman is with the chair of the SGLG. But we support DOLE. Pero yun. The final say is with you.
Sinabi na po namin yung recommendation ni Yusek.
Paano ba yan? I-feedback ulit namin. Ayun na, nag-feedback na din ako
Kasi
kahapon.
there would be in consideration kasi sa mga PS cap limitations at saka sa reduction to ng NTA, kaya nagre-request na meron pa ring consideration on consideration sa ano nga ito, designated peso manager, if ever.
Designated peso manager.
Yun ata yun nung last time, di ba? Paki-check na please. Designated peso manager tayo dati, di ba? Ano?
Check natin yung 2022 natin.
For a while lang po. Check lang po natin. Verify lang po natin.
Dati kasi natin, Miss Sylvia, actually is, nung last year, may consideration tayo for designated peso manager or focal person in all levels to.
Yung letter C.
In all levels yan, province, city, municipality.
Pero, kung ibibigay natin yung consideration na yan, yung salary grade,
wala tong ano sa salary grade pag designation. Kasi pwede kang job order or something pag designated ka, not necessarily plantilla.
Kasi for this year, di ba we are looking at the salary grade, upgrading the salary grade. For last year, yung position yung, ano ba yan? Di kasi natin, di ba? Ngayon, nag-focus tayo sa
Designation
salary.
kasi talaga ni Sylvia, regardless of ano yan SG.
Okay. Yung contentious lang naman dito, yung 4th to 6th class ba?
Sa munisipyo siguro. I'm not quite sure though. Pwede namin i-check yung data namin for provinces and cities. Pero yung munisipyo,
Pinapacheck din namin sa DOLE kung itaas ba yung PS cap kung dahil sa Mandanas. Diba? Ang NTA. Kung may bagong NTA sila for 2022, di tumaas din yung ano nila. Yung sa PS. Pwedeng can we table this outside na lang?
sige, i-park muna natin. Pero, basta yung aming request sa inyo is that, yun nga, at least for, ano nga yun? Designation, no?
Balik yung consideration for a designated.
At least dun sa mga lower income class. Maybe sa province and HUC pwede pa eh.
Can we request for a formal email? Di naman formal.
We provided you actually, di ba? Dun sa...
Oo, tapos sumagot
na
kami. Pero coming from this
okay.
forum or discussion.
Okay lang naman. Yun, okay.
Due to insistent public demand.
Ayan.
Okay po, Ms. Sylvia. Meantime po, muna natin ito, we will, as mentioned po, we will provide another communication po regarding the city. Reiterating our proposal po for the consideration for this indicator.
Yes, thank you.
Okay po, as we continue po, next for 3.18 functional LDC, this is a recommendation po from Region 10 to include in the indicators the consistency of AIP with CDP LDIP. Ma'am Hazel, this is for for further enhancement for the consideration of the TWG in the succeeding years. So in fact, we are already in talks with the TWG through the CDP TAC review results as part of SGLG for future assessments. So well noted po, maraming salamat. Also from DILG 4A, Batangas Provincial Office, regarding LDC composition per joint DA and DILG MC number 01 series of 2016, inclusion of AFC chair as regular member and consultative development arm of the LDC. Hindi reflect. Wait lang po.
AFC, yung Agri and Fisheries ba to? Agri and Fisheries?
Kailan po yung joint memo?
MC01 series of 2016.
2016 pa. So ipadagdag na natin ang mamelay.
Dun sa mismong composition, would that be applicable to all? Yung Agri and Fisheries Council?
As applicable.
Yeah. I-check lang natin. Ipapacheck ko na lang.
Okay po. Next, from the ALG CAR, for indicator 18.A, may we be clarified regarding the coverage here of the CDP? Ma'am, the plan should cover CY 2023 po. Regarding 3.19, establish population office with appointed or designated population officer or coordinator. There's a question from Region 9. Since designation of population officer is allowed, is it necessary that he or she has an office? Because usually in LGUs, once designation or designated lang po, they only have a desk, not an established office. Ma'am Sylvia?
Wait lang, tinatanong kong po. Tanong ko ang
okay na yun ni Sylvia kasi kung minsan si planning officer, siya din yung
yung
o di kaya si
population
nutritionist,
officer.
ganon, population officer, o di kaya si LSWDO, siya din yung population officer. Hindi yung opisina niya, yung LSWDO office.
Kahit na walang separate office, okay na yun.
Oo, okay lang yun. Pag designation, ganun talaga siya.
Oo.
Okay po, would that be okay, Ms. Sylvia?
Yes po.
Okay po, thank you so much po. And for the last indicator regarding the established teen center, there are questions po regarding this indicator. First, from Region 12, who will man the teen center? And from Region 4A, can we consider po yung Youth Development Center as the teen center?
Yung staffing ng teen center, may population officers naman sa mga LGUs, di ba? So, pwedeng POPCOM na yon. Kasi under the purview of POPCOM din naman yung monitoring ng teen centers at sila din yung nag-initiate nito. So, population officer, yung pwedeng take charge of the teen center. Align din naman with the function niya ito, prevention of teenage pregnancy. Ano pa yung isa? Youth Center, Youth Development Center. Yung main goal kasi ng teen center is um, to prevent and early and repeated pregnancy. So it's a venue na may capacity building sa mga teens on their reproductive and sexual health, mga issues nila related to those, para basta youth development center yata. Hindi ko sure, pero parang iba yung ginagawa nila. It's related din sa capacity building ng youth. Posibleng may mga sports related activities doon. Pero pwede siyang i-consider kung nandun yung function ng teen center. Kung naka-integrate siya, so dual purpose na siya.
Okay po, Ms. Sylvia. Noted po. Note dito ng Secretary. Ms. Sylvia, balik lang po ulit tayo sa iba pang indicators. Meron lang po mga humabol na questions. First po, regarding the updating of codes, meron pong question from the ALG CAR. What is the frequency on the updating of codes such as GAD code, children's code?
From PCW, wala namang piniprescribe na updating of code. So, hindi ko alam kung saan nagde-depend yun. Depende yata yun sa GAD focal point. Kung tinitingnan nila yung GAD code nila ay hindi na updated or may kailangan. Pero alam ko walang prescription nun sa Philippine Commission on Women. Unless na meron kayong alam. Na period of review. Sige, ipa-check ko din po sa PCW.
Okay pa, Ms. Sylvia. I-note din po namin ito for consultation. Regarding VAUSI mechanism, question lang po. Okay. Ma'am, regarding po dito sa indicator 3, VAUSI mechanism, mina-observe lang po kami, ma'am, na hindi na incorporate, hindi po nasama sa presentation. First, the approved LCCAT VAUSI work and financial plan. And second, the quarterly meetings po of LCCAT VAUSI conducted for all quarters of 2022, not included po in the presentation, but are also part po of item 3.3, as reflected po to the provided technical notes pa.
Wait.
Lang naman po. Meron lang pong na-observe po regarding.
Na-vet ito kay Ken?
Apa.
Okay. Sige. Sige. Akala ko hindi na siya include ngayon. Dahil may policy ba na i-issue ang NBOO on this? Pero anyway, sige, include po natin.
Thank you, Ms. Sylvia. Next po, with regards to indicator 5, specifically to item B, question po from the ALG Eastern Samar. There were instructions received by other LGUs from the DSWD that the implementation of Cycle 11 was for 5th to 6th class municipalities only. Any clarification po regarding this concern, Ms. Sylvia?
We will check with our bureau, Program Management Bureau, unless na alam mo ba, Jello, for 4th to 6th class municipalities lang? Tama ba yun, sir?
Yes po, yun po ang question nila na meron daw po mga na-receive, iba nilang LGUs na The implementation of the Cycle 11 was for 5th to 6th class municipalities only.
Only and not higher LGUs? Hindi kasama daw?
Based po sa na-receive daw po na instruction ng other LGUs from Region 8, specifically Province of Eastern Samar.
And the guidance came from the central office or field office?
Can we clarify this po? From the ALG Eastern Samar? Ma'am or sir? From Eastern Samar? Hello po. I think balikan na lang po natin yung concern. Follow up na lang po natin sa Eastern Samar sa case ng question if saan po galing itong instruction na ito. Moving forward po, ma'am, regarding sign language interpreter, can the PIDAW be the sign language interpreter?
The PIDAW head?
Yes po.
Pwede naman. Designated naman yung kahit sino na as long as may capacity.
Okay po. Noted po, Ms. Sylvia. Ma'am Sylvia, on Magna Carta benefits from the ALGR to Quirino Province, kasali ba ang mga COS job order dito? Dun po sa nakalagay na all public social workers provided with hazard allowance amounting to 20% of monthly basic salary and any one of the following Magna Carta grant benefits.
Yes, ang alam ko po, natatandaan ko lang sa nabasa ko, pero I will check para sure.
Okay po, thank you po. And just to clarify po, for CY 2023, tama po ba, we will only look for 2 out of 5 benefits, 1 mandatory, the hazard pay, plus any one of the remaining benefits.
Tama po.
Okay lang po. Okay po. Next po from DILG Region 9, as to the additional compensations for public social workers, baka po pwede na hindi mandatory yung hazard pay kasi as per DBM DSWD JMC 1 series of 2018, yung term na ginamit for granting hazard pay is may be granted. So baka po pwede na 2 out of all additional compensations ng criteria, not 1 mandatory hazard pay plus 1 other compensation.
May be granted. Baka, di ba nasa law that it should be granted? Pero, pinag-usapan kasi din namin yan dito if kung kahit ano na lang. Pero ang sense naman ni USEC is parang baliwala naman kung ibibigay mo yung clothing, yung transportation, which is regularly given naman to all employees, at hindi mo ibibigay yung hazard pay na na-expose nga yung mga social workers sa hazard. Yun yung pinaka-importanteng maibigay out of all the benefits. So, yun yung gustong makita ni USEC. Kasi kung titingnan mo yung mga nakalistang benefits, may mga regular na binibigay na doon yung LGU nga.
Okay po, noted po Ms. Sylvia. So we will retain this indicator po, 1 mandatory hazard pay plus 1 additional benefits. Next po, regarding po ulit sa peso, there is a recommendation po from Region 12. Consideration po will be given with designated peso provided sagad na sila sa PS na certified, perhaps by the municipal accountant pursuant to CMC 12 series of 2022. Yes po, this is noted and we will consider this as we get the final decision on this matter po. With coordination with the yes. Meron po ba tayo na iwan?
Parang gano'n na lang kaya, Mamela. As long as there is a certification from the accounting office of the LG na maximize na nila yung PS cap.
Okay po. Meron lang po kasi po telephone si Miss Melly, but we will take note po. If pwede na meron na lang certification si LGU stating
That the
na
PS cap has
yes
been
po,
maximized.
then if ma-provide po ito, pwede natin i-consider yung designated peso. Tama po ba?
True. Ay, opo.
Okay po, Sylvia. We will raise this concern po. May kausap lang po si Miss Melay. Ma'am, can we consider po yung Youth Development Center as in center? Parang na-raise na po ito kayo na as long as na-perform yung function na po.
Opo.
Ay pwede naman po. And lastly, from Region 12, regarding establishment of 18 Center, can the Social Protection and Sensitivity TWG, together with the Sustainable Education TWG and Youth Development TWG, discuss this further for a better collaboration to address teenage pregnancy that will not burden LGUs too much po, please. From ARD, Yvette po of Region 12.
10 po, 10.
This is noted po, ARD Yvette.
Noted po. TWG on youth development. Ano pa po yung isa?
Social protection po and sustainable education.
Okay.
Thank you po. Nandito na po si Ms. Melay. Ate, meron pong recommendation si Ms. Sylvia earlier regarding the consideration for peso na baka pwedeng certification from accountant if the LGU reach its PS capacity. Apo. And kapag na-provide po siya, the designated peso manager will be considered na po.
Okay na yun Walang bawian to
Wala suggestion yan ng Region 10.
Region 10.
Which I will agree with. Ako lang yun.
So certification from accountant ito? Certification for accountant?
Oo.
Okay po. Parang nag-raise po ng hand ang DLG Valenzuela. Director Subi.
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon ulit. I think na-miss yata kasi may tinype ako kanina. Pero nevertheless, tanungin ko na rin. Yung for HUC ba ay halimbawa, nakalagay kasi dito, PDAO established and a permanent PDAO head officer. Pero halimbawa doon sa ordinansa nila na-create si PDAO pero yung selection ng halimbawa lang nasa ordinansa nila the designation rests with the mayor. Halimbawa ganon. Yung designation of PDAO, pwede ba yon? Supported by ordinance? Okay po ba yan? Accepted po natin yon?
Ang hirap. Paano ba yung prescribed recruitment process kasi ang nakalagay dito?
Meron kasi yung ni Sylvia, yung nag-undergo siya ng General Assembly, tapos may representation ng basta lahat ng PDAO people ay nag-select doon sa kanilang representative. Ganun kasi siya doon sa prescribed process talaga.
Di i-specify natin sa technical notes yung process na yun. Para it's not left in question.
Nakalagay actually dito na undergone the prescribed recruitment process, pero Please spell out natin siya sa mismo.
Oo. Spell out natin.
Pangalan nun?
Ha?
F-date na capture nakalagay siya. Hindi lang natin nilagay dito. Medyo madami kasi.
Okay. Okay.
So pero kung yung kung yung kanilang ordinansa, yung existing ordinance nila na nandiyan na halimbawa ay hindi naman ngayon lang ginawa. Halimbawa lang nandoon sa ordinance. So we just hindi pwede siya. Allowed siya kasi yung ordinance niya,
Director, di ibig sabihin hindi necessarily na dumaan dun sa prescribed process yun, no? Yun yung ibig niya sabihin. Para si Miss Sylvia na makakasagot dito.
Hindi. For example, no, I'm not saying na hindi dumaan sa process, pero designation siya. Designated siya, maaaring dumaan sa process, baka dumaan sa process, pero yung nakalagay sa ordinance is hindi kasi nakalagay yung process, but it could be designated. So if for example, dumaan naman sa process, hindi lang na-appoint, na-designate lang. Pwede ba yun? Is that can that be considered sa CP, HSC? Halimbawa lang.
Ma'am, kailangan kong i-clarify ito sa NCDE.
Ma'am, pasensya na, Director, hindi ko pala nabasa, may consideration siya. So, okay na yun, diba? Okay po yun, ma'am. Basta nakalagay dun sa mismo issuance nila, is the person na designated as the PWP daw. Nakita niyo po dun sa technical notes natin, I don't know which page na siya. Pero dun sa sa unang nakalagay po siya. So consideration is given to a province or HUC with PIDAW established through an EO or a similar issuance siguro, provided that there is at least a designated PWD affairs officer.
Sorry, hindi ko nakita. Hindi ko napansin. So okay na yung designated.
Okay yung designated po.
Kahit hindi siya.
Salamat
I think yung plantilla possession yung nag-undergo ng process. Kasi permanent siya, permanent na officer. So the plantilla possession.
Salamat.
Okay, thank you po, Director Cindy, for raising this concern. Habol lang po, I think this is the last question po. Regarding po ulit doon sa Magna Carta benefits, Ms. Sylvia, question from DILG 113, who will certify po that they are assigned hazardous area?
May hazardous areas. I-clarify ko po yan dito para makapagbigay kami ng guide kung ano yung considered. I'm sure meron naman yan dito. Para i-include na lang natin sa technical notes.
Noted po. Okay, any more questions po? Clarifications from our participants about the indicators for social protection sensitivity area. Lahat po ng mga na-raise pang other concerns sa ating chat box ay na-document naman po ng Secretariat, and if meron pa po ng sinasagot, we will endorse it to the DSWD po for further discussion po. And we will inform you immediately if meron na po tayong resolution regarding this. Meron pa po bang habol na questions, clarifications regarding SP indicators before we end the day one of our national orientation? And thank Ms. Sylvia for attending this day's activity. Hearing none and seeing none, I think, Ms. Sylvia, ito na po, yun na po yung last question with regards to the indicators presented for the 2023 social protection sensitivity governance area indicators. And we would like to thank you po and our colleagues. And of course, we would like to extend po our regards to USEC Sulit, and to the DSWD colleagues po for preparing and presenting these indicators for this year. Maraming
Thank you
salamat
po.
po, Ms. Sylvia.
Thank you din.
And of course, to our participants po na nag-raise din ng mga concerns and clarifications, maraming salamat din po. And we hope na na-clarify po natin ito. Yung mga pending po natin, rest assured po na babalikan po natin ito agad at mag-provide tayo ng proper guidance sa ating mga focal persons po. And yung mga dapat din po i-update sa technical notes will be, of course, reflected and updated accordingly based po sa ating mga naging agreements this afternoon. Before we close today, one of our national orientation, any additional guidance po from our TWG heads, reminders po from the Secretariat, from Director Debbie, or any further concerns or clarification po from our participants? Yes po, all materials po, the recording, will be provided po sa lahat ng ating mga regional focal persons po. We will disseminate. With that, again, we would like to thank all of you po, especially our TWG heads and representatives na nag-present ng ating mga indicators sa ating first core governance area for this year's assessment cycle. And also, we would like to thank our participants from the RO. Okay po. Also, we would like to thank our participants from the regional offices and provincial offices for your active participation, especially po sa ating mga regional directors, assistant regional directors, provincial and city directors na naglaan po ng oras at panahon sa ating po mga focal persons and of course sa ating po mga CSO representatives. Tomorrow po, we will discuss the remaining 6 performance areas. So medyo mabigat po. Punong-puno po tayo bukas. This includes discussion of the indicators for disaster preparedness to be presented by the Office of Civil Defense, environmental management to be presented by the DENR, the safety, peace, and order to be presented by the DALG, DLGS, health indicators, business friendliness and competitiveness indicators, and youth development area. So bukas po, kita-kita po tayo ulit. Tomorrow po, 8:30 po ang start ng ating registration ng atin pong for the day 2 of our national orientation. So tomorrow po, same link, same participants of course, and we hope to see all of you again tomorrow and until the third day of our orientation on Monday. If wala na pong additional concerns or clarifications or additional guidance po from the Secretariat, thank you everyone po and mabuhay tayong lahat. Salamat po. Icebreaker ulit. Thank you so much po everyone. We will provide you with the materials po once na-prepare na po at naayos na po ng Secretariat. See you tomorrow everyone. Salamat po.
Recording stopped.